Football starting by copying peak Messi's attributes. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 151: A blatant disregard for the South American champions. Spain played utterly shameless. Seeing his players score, Vicente Del Bosque pumped his fist in excitement. Taking the lead sorely allowed him to finally relax. Spain's game was very solid, they rarely lost a game where they led. Spain had previously gone 73 games unbeaten after scoring the first goal. In those 73 games, they achieved 71 wins and 2 draws. Scoring first was practically a guarantee of victory. Del Bosque thought to himself, Lin Quan's role in the attacking third was truly immense. He hadn't been paying attention to him at all. His organization, linking play, and attacking contributions were outstanding, making Spain's attack exceptionally fluid and threatening. Lin Quan didn't have many shots in the first half, but he created numerous opportunities for his teammates. If his teammates hadn't wasted several chances, the score would have been different long ago. If he could only pass and assist, he wouldn't be that outstanding in the Spanish team, as their midfield maestros all possessed those abilities. What pleased him most about Lin Quan was his finishing ability in front of goal. With his kid on the field, Vicente Del Bosque no longer needed to be as anxious as before, fearing the team wouldn't score. This guy has a million ways to put the ball in the opponent's goal. Compared to Del Bosque, the Uruguayan coach immediately became frustrated after seeing his team concede a goal. The opponent clearly took advantage of their weakened state. They had just substituted their reserve goalkeeper, hadn't even had time to warm up, or fully adapt to the rhythm of the game, and the opponent scored. But even knowing the opponent had taken advantage of their weakened state, they had nothing to say. They couldn't expect the opponent not to launch any attacks for those few minutes, letting their goalkeeper warm up slowly, could they? Besides, even if the goalkeeper hadn't warmed up, what were their defender viewing? How could they let the opponent break through their defense so easily and threaten their goal? So, in the end, it was still their own incompetence. So bad. In the stands, the Brazilian players couldn't help but curse after seeing the goal. They had thought they would be able to enjoy a high-level competition, but this was it? Judging from the first half, Uruguay was completely dominated by Spain, except for the first few minutes. Spain's attacks constantly threatened their goal, and Uruguay couldn't capitalize on counterattacks or withstand the relentless pressure. At this rate, Spain would win easily. Hoping Uruguay would force out their hidden trump card was unrealistic. However, besides wanting to find any weaknesses or hidden threats in Spain, they had another purpose in watching the game, to assess Lin Quan's abilities. So, what do you think of that kid's skills? Marcelo couldn't help but speak up when his teammates remained silent. Very strong. Thiago Silva said seriously, his footwork is undeniable, his dribbling and passing are top-notch, his ball control is exceptional, and his goal-scoring instinct is incredibly sharp. This guy is definitely not to be underestimated. With Thiago Silva's perspective as the world's best defender, he felt Lin Quan was the kind of player he would find very difficult to defend against. He might be alright off the ball, but once the ball reaches the opponent's feet, his threat level instantly increases several notches. Trying to defend him one-on-one is incredibly difficult. Successfully stopping him requires the assistance of teammates. Hearing his sister-in-law's words, Barcelona defender Alves chimed in, "That's right. Judging from his performance in the last 10 minutes or so, he's playing with complete ease, not even using his full strength. So, this isn't his strongest form." What? This isn't his strongest? How terrifying would he be at his peak? I don't know, but the Uruguayan defenders haven't put enough pressure on him to force him to use his full strength, so we probably won't see that in this match. With Alves' keen eye, he naturally noticed that Lin Quan's playing style was very similar to Messi's. In fact, it wasn't just similar, they were practically identical. Having frequently practiced against Messi in team training matches, he understood the threat of this type of player better than anyone else. Once the ball reaches his feet, even a one-on-one or two-on-one situation might not be enough to stop him. Messi, in his Barcelona matches, often showcases his dribbling skills, scoring goals even when surrounded by multiple opponents. Hearing the words of his two senior teammates, Gustavo, who plays for Bayern Munich, cleared his throat and said, "Last season, Lin Quan's Werder Bremen played against us 4 times. They won 2 and drew 1. In the league match where they drew, and the German Cup match where they won, he seemed to be giving it his all. I'll find the videotapes later, and you can all watch them." Everyone nodded. With 2 senior players from top clubs saying so, the other Brazilian players naturally dared not underestimate Lin Quan. As a team aiming for the championship, they had to thoroughly study their biggest opponent in this Confederations Cup, otherwise, if they met in the knockout stages or even the final, they might suffer due to lack of understanding of their opponent's strength. However, if the other team has such a powerful player, so do we. Many Brazilian players couldn't help but look towards their own team's rising star, Neymar, who had once attracted the attention of Barcelona, Real Madrid, and other top clubs. Both are rising stars, both play as wingers. It's unclear who's stronger on the field. Neymar stared at the red figure in the number 30 jersey, his fighting spirit surging. There's no first in literature, but there's a second in martial arts, he thought. Let's settle this in the knockout stage. On the field, Espanol continue their siege of Uruguay's goal. In the 20th minute of the first half, Spain earned a corner kick. Xavi and Lin Quan discussed it briefly. Lin Quan opted not to take the corner, instead standing outside the penalty area to receive the ball. Uruguay's striker, Cavani, seeing Lin Quan's move, quickly left the penalty area and closely marked him. Regardless of whether Spain was actually going for a tactical corner, they couldn't give this guy a comfortable chance to receive the ball. Xavi glanced at Lin Quan, took a few steps back, ran up, and powerfully kicked the ball. The ball arced beautifully into the penalty area. As Xavi prepared to take the corner kick, Lin Quan deliberately ran towards the left side of the penalty area, creating the illusion that he was about to execute a tactical play with Xavi. The Uruguayan players on the left side of the penalty area were drawn to Lin Quan and instinctively moved closer to him. However, they realized they had been tricked after Xavi's corner kick was taken. The ball was heading towards the far post, not towards Lin Quan at all. Spain's tallest player, Martinez, got to the ball, but his header hit the crossbar and bounced out. The ball flew out of the penalty area and reached Spanish winger Pedro. Seeing the ball coming towards him, Pedro unleashed a powerful volley without stopping it. The ball was about 25 meters from the goal, but Pedro's shot was powerful. Uruguay's defender Diego Lugano saw the ball's trajectory very close to him and tried to clear it. However, his clearance was poor, the ball hit his shin and deflected, flying into the bottom left corner of the net 2-0. Because Pedro's shot was on target, the goal wasn't ruled an own goal and was still credited to him. This was Pedro's 13th goal for the Spanish national team, averaging 0.45 goals per game, a high scoring rate among Spanish internationals. However, compared to someone else, he's still far behind. Trailing by 2 goals, the Uruguayan players were somewhat bewildered. In their last friendly match, although they ultimately lost 1-3, their opponents didn't seem this overwhelming. How could their opponents have become so strong in just a few months? The lineups of both sides looked similar, with almost no personnel changes, but why did Spain seem to have undergone a qualitative transformation? Unwilling to accept defeat, Uruguay launched an attack on Spain. In the 24th minute, Cavani's long-range shot was tipped over the bar by Casillas, giving Uruguay their first corner kick of the match. The corner kick was taken, and Casillas' header was blocked by Casillas at the right post, Uruguay missing their best chance of the first half. Seeing Uruguay's attack gain momentum, Lin Quan, after receiving the ball, gestured to his teammates to slow down the pace of the game and dampen the opponent's momentum. His teammates nodded, and the pace of the game immediately slowed down. The reason? The Spanish players started passing the ball around in their own half. Seeing their opponents deliberately using passing to waste time after taking the lead, the Uruguayan fans were furious, booing the Spanish players on the field. Shameless. You're world champions, have some shame. Exactly. Passing the ball around in your own half to waste time, is that how you play? If you're so tough, attack. You're leading by 2 goals, what are you afraid of? The Spanish fans, seeing their team playing so cleverly, smiled knowingly. We'll play however we want. Who says we can't pass the ball around in our own half? Well said. If you're not happy about it, then go ahead and tackle. Nobody's stopping you. After arguing with the Uruguayan fans, the Spanish fans applauded their team's performance, encouraging them to continue. They weren't just going to win, they were going to toy with them, making them feel the fear of being dominated by Spanish possession-based football. The neutral fans didn't participate in the verbal battle, but Spain's constant passing around in their own half was making them a little sleepy. Uruguay's coach, Tasper, seeing that the opponent seemed determined to waste time, cursed them under his breath before signaling to his players to press forward and not give the opponents any space to pass the ball around. The Uruguayan players, already impatient, immediately rushed forward upon seeing their coach's signal, pressing the Spanish players. With the increased number of pressors, Spain's passing around in their own half became impossible. This position is too close to their own goal. A mistake could give the opponent a counter-attack opportunity. Seeing this, Lin Quan gestured again, intentionally dropping back to receive the ball. His teammates understood and passed the ball to him. Two nearby Uruguayan players immediately rushed forward, trying to double-team him and dispossess him. Facing the double-team and pressure, Lin Quan remained calm and composed, passing the ball back to a teammate in a safe position, defusing the Uruguayan press. Vicente Del Bosque on the sidelines was surprised and delighted by Lin Quan's handling of the situation. This kid, he's actually playing so well in the defensive midfield position. Yes, his distribution of possession and control of the tempo are excellent. After he drops back, his teammates have a safe passing option, making it difficult for the opponent to dispossess him, while he always manages to pass the ball safely. This makes the Uruguayan press ineffective. Coach Tony was also pleasantly surprised. This was the ability of a defensive midfielder. This kid is simply all around. If we weren't lacking an attacking linchpin, I'd even consider putting him in the defensive midfield position to replace Xavi. Xavi, who was signed this year, is 33 years old, and due to his age, his form has begun to decline. By next year's World Cup, Xavi will be almost 35. Whether Xavi, whose form is further declining, can still be Spain's midfield linchpin is questionable. On the other side, Uruguay's coach Tasper watched helplessly as Spain's midfield and defense, linked up by Lin Quan, successfully neutralized their pressing. Why don't I have such a talent? If Uruguay had a midfield genius, wouldn't these super strikers be feasting on every chance? The Uruguayan players, completely outmaneuvered, finally snapped. In the 29th minute, Cavani tackled Lin Quan while he was dribbling, finally getting his revenge. The referee didn't hesitate, issuing a yellow card to the Uruguayan. Seeing the card, Lin Quan didn't lie on the ground, he quickly got up. Cavani really went all out. Despite his injury mitigation ability, Lin Quan still felt a sharp pain in the spot where he was tackled. After a few minutes of passing the ball around, Uruguay's hard-won attacking rhythm was completely disrupted. Seeing this, Lin Quan stopped passing the ball around in his own half. When he received a pass from a teammate again, he decisively accelerated, dribbled past the defender, and passed a ball to Iniesta diagonally in front. Iniesta understood perfectly and gently kicked the ball forward. Just as he passed the ball, a red figure darted past him, intercepting it before the opposing player could clear it. The receiver was none other than Lin Quan, who had just passed the ball to Iniesta. After receiving the ball, Lin Quan glanced at the goalkeeper's position and unleashed a shot from 30 meters out. The ball was a world-class strike. Uruguay's goalkeeper Juan was a little slow in his acceleration, and by the time he made his save, it was too late. The ball grazed the left post and flew into the net. Spain has changed the score again, letting 3-0 in less than 30 minutes of the first half. The South American champions aren't so bad after all. They seem easier to beat than France. Chapter 152, a victory led by Lin Quan, Spain 5-1 Uruguay. Seeing Uruguay concede 3 goals to Spain in less than half an hour, the expressions of the Brazilian players watching from the sidelines turned serious. As fellow South American teams, Brazil had faced Uruguay many times, so they were well aware of Uruguay's strength. Uruguay currently ranks among the top 3 in South America, second only to Brazil and Argentina. Moreover, they weren't without a fighting chance against those two teams. 2 years ago in the Copa America, Uruguay eliminated Argentina to reach the final and win the championship. But now, this South American champion team was being thoroughly thrashed by Spain. This shocked the Brazilian players. Just how strong is Spain? Someone nervously swallowed, seemingly able to feel the pressure from Spain even before playing. Down 3 goals, the Uruguayan players were on the verge of a mental breakdown. They became impatient, and even their actions on the field became more aggressive than before. Japanese referee Yuichi Nishimura seemed to sympathize with Uruguay, who were trailing by 3 goals, and showed some bias in his calls. In the 35th minute, Alba was struck in the face by Rodriguez and fell to the ground, but the referee didn't call a foul. Uruguay continued their attack, and Ramos, in anger, fouled Ramirez. This time, the Japanese referee wasn't blind. He ran over and showed the Real Madrid defender a yellow card. Ramos was furious and waved his fist, wanting to argue with the referee. His teammates, fearing he might be sent off, quickly pulled him back. However, Busquets and Xavi, among others, still had a friendly discussion with the referee. The referee stood by his decision, believing the yellow card was undisputed, but avoided mentioning the previous foul by the Uruguayan team. Uruguay was awarded a free kick in a good position. After Spain finished arguing with the referee, Suarez took the free kick. Suarez's technique was quite good. He lobbed the ball into the penalty area, accurately finding Uruguay's other striker, Cavani. The latter's header from 7 meters out was caught by the focused Casillas. Towards the end of the first half, a light rain began to fall. Both teams had to play in the rain, but fortunately, the rain wasn't too heavy, and the pitch wasn't flooded, so the impact wasn't too significant. During halftime, the rain gradually intensified. By the start of the second half, some water had appeared on the pitch. The water significantly hampered Spain's ground attacks. Uruguay seized the opportunity to launch a counter-attack, hoping to change the score. Unlike the technically gifted Spanish team, they didn't rely on ground attacks. If that didn't work, they would launch long balls and crosses. In the 64th minute, Uruguay launched a long ball from their own half, finding striker Suarez. Facing Pique, who was marking him, Suarez used a feint to deceive Pique. Just as he was about to enter the penalty area, Pique pulled him down from behind, bringing him down outside the box. The referee showed Pique a yellow card and awarded Uruguay a free kick in a very good position. Suarez had taken a similar free kick in the first half, choosing to loft it into the box to find a teammate. This time, after observing Casillas' position, he opted for a direct shot. The shot was of exceptional quality, the ball arcing beautifully through the air and heading straight for the top right corner of the goal. Casillas, hampered by his height, couldn't reach the ball and could only watch it go in. Uruguay pulled one back through Suarez's free kick. The score became 3-1. After scoring, Suarez proudly flashed a white smile at Pique, seemingly responding to the opponent's pre-match provocation. He had resisted the urge to bite, instead using his superior technique to teach his opponent a lesson, which made Suarez very proud. Keep playing like this. Uruguay still has hope. That's right, Spain plays a technical style. The rain will affect them much more than it does Uruguay. The Brazilian players in the stands, who had initially thought Uruguay was doomed, were energized after this goal. They thought they had found a weakness in Spain, which excited them greatly. It's a pity we can't control the weather, otherwise, we could just have another rain shower when we play Spain. The Brazilian players thought Uruguay could use the rain to turn the tide, and the Uruguayans thought so too. Now the rain was getting heavier, and more water was accumulating on the pitch. Spain's passing error rate began to increase. Even with their excellent footwork, they couldn't execute it effectively in this situation. Therefore, the more complex the tactics, the less effective they were. Conversely, their long balls and crosses from the byline were simpler and more effective. Thus, from the moment the goal was scored, Uruguay's attack gradually became more intense, even frequently threatening the Spanish goal. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly passive, and the team making repeated mistakes due to the waterlogged pitch. If things continued like this, they might concede another goal. Lin Quan knew he had to step up. He dropped back from the attacking third to join the defense in front of the penalty area. His presence prompted other Spanish players to drop back as well, compressing Uruguay's attacking space. With more defenders inside and outside the Spanish penalty area, Uruguay's three-pronged attack became less effective. Cavani and Suarez weren't the muscular powerhouses like Drogba. They had plenty of attacking power, but their ability to hold their own in the box wasn't strong. Especially when Spain's tall defensive midfielder Martinez frequently dropped back into the penalty area, they struggled to gain the upper hand in one-on-one duels. With Cavani contained, Suarez's threat actually increased. Compared to Cavani, Suarez was slower and less explosive. However, he possessed excellent awareness and a keen sense of positioning, along with outstanding physical attributes and footwork. He also had a knack for finding various clever ways to put the ball into the goal, whether logically or not. The Suárez of 2013 wasn't at his peak. It wasn't until his transfer to Barcelona, where he formed the MSN trio with Messi and Neymar, that his true terror was revealed. In the 69th minute, Suárez's shot after dribbling past Alba went just wide of the post. In the 73rd minute, he received a pass at the edge of the penalty area. Everyone expected him to chest the ball down and look for a shot, but Suárez opted to crouch slightly and head the ball directly from a standing position. This was an unconventional choice. He was about 20 meters from the goal, making a header from that distance extremely rare. But precisely because of this, the header was very sudden, catching the goalkeeper somewhat off guard. Casillas reacted quickly, making a save almost the instant the header hit the ball. However, he was still a fraction too slow and didn't touch the ball. Suárez and the Uruguayan fans were almost ready to celebrate when, with a thud, the ball struck the crossbar and bounced away. A series of sighs rippled through the stadium. Uruguayan fans were utterly disappointed. The Spanish were incredibly lucky. Lin Quan realized his team was in danger. Suárez was in form. If he continued playing so recklessly, he might score soon. Moreover, Diego Forlán was already warming up on the sidelines, ready to come on. If Forlán also entered the game, forming a Uruguayan attacking trident, Spain's defense would face even greater difficulties. Therefore, he began to actively demand the ball, keeping it under his control more. His teammates trusted him. After Casillas took the goal kick, Alba immediately passed a ball to Lin Quan. Lin Quan launched an attack from his own half, and Suárez appeared before him immediately. Suárez, whose form was improving, was brimming with confidence. He seemed intent on stealing the ball from Lin Quan to take a shot. Seeing Suárez's eagerness, Lin Quan deliberately created an opening, allowing Suárez to extend his leg. The naive Suárez, oblivious to his opponent's cunning, assumed Lin Quan had made a mistake and decisively tried to intercept the ball. However, after his tackle, Suárez sensed something was amiss. Wait, where did the ball go? Lin Quan pulled the ball back, turned, and dribbled past Suárez, quickly heading towards Uruguay's half. Before launching his attack, Lin Quan had already signaled to his teammates. His Spanish midfield and forward teammates were now sprinting towards Uruguay's half. Seeing this, the Uruguayan players sensed danger. Stop him. Two players immediately rushed towards Lin Quan, but before they could double-team him, Lin Quan had already passed a ball to a teammate. The player marking Fabregas had moved to double-team Lin Quan, leaving him unmarked. Lin Quan's pass was perfectly weighted, and Fabregas easily controlled the ball. A perfect pass. Fabregas comfortably received Lin Quan's pass, inwardly praising himself. To deliver such a perfectly weighted pass in the heavy rain and on a wet field was a testament to his passing skill. Lin Quan's pass was excellent, allowing Fabregas easy control and time to observe his teammates' runs and the opponent's defensive positioning. Pedro appeared to be offside. Passing to him might trap him in an offside trap. Iniesta's position was slightly worse, but he was unmarked within 2 meters of anyone. A pass to him was an option. The opportunity was fleeting, and with that thought, Fabregas unleashed a powerful kick. The ball flew past Uruguay's midfield, reaching the edge of their penalty area. Just then, Iniesta arrived at the perfect moment. Iniesta dribbled forward, executing a beautiful nutmeg, beating the defender and gaining a one-on-one opportunity. Facing the Uruguayan goalkeeper, Iniesta opted for a shot towards the far corner. The shot was incredibly difficult. Juan stretched out his arms as far as he could, trying to maximize his blocking area, but still couldn't reach the ball. With a thud, the ball struck the post, but it hit the inside post, then bounced into the net. The score became 4-1. Uruguay, who had just pulled one back, thought they could close the gap, but they were dealt another blow. After this goal, Uruguay truly had no chance. By the time Spain finished celebrating, it was already the 77th minute. Time was running out for them. After the goal, Spain made substitutions. Masia replaced Pedro, and Cazorla replaced Xavi. Xavi, at his age, had played over 70 minutes, which was already beyond his service life. Such a veteran deserved more rest. Fortunately, after this tough match against Uruguay, the next 2 games were relatively easy. Xavi had plenty of time to recover his form. After the substitution, Vicente Del Bosque sat leisurely on the bench, humming a tune and leaning back in his chair, watching the game with an appreciative gaze. With a 3-goal lead, Lin Quan still on the field, and only a dozen minutes left in the game, could victory really slip away? The rain intensified, and the water on the pitch increased. This severely hampered Spain's ground-based attacking style of play. Therefore, in the final 10 minutes, Lin Quan consciously increased the number of high crosses, encouraging his teammates to head the ball in the penalty area. Ramos, who had nearly scored a hat-trick of headers in previous national team matches, was eager to try. Whenever there was a set-piece opportunity, he would rush into the opponent's penalty area, actively seeking a header opportunity. Seeing Ramos's enthusiasm, Lin Quan didn't let him waste his time. In the 83rd minute, Spain won a corner kick. Pique and Martinez provided cover for Ramos, who was lurking at the far post, deliberately running forward. These two were the tallest players on the Spanish team, and the Uruguayan defenders marked them most closely. Seeing the two of them run forward, they assumed the other would pass the ball there, so they followed suit. This suddenly created a lot of space in the penalty area. Now, Lin Quan immediately sent the ball to the far post, and Ramos, shaking off his defender, headed the ball into the Uruguayan goal 5-1. Ramos was ecstatic after scoring and instinctively tried to take off his jersey, but halfway through, he remembered he had a yellow card. So he ignored it and rushed towards Lin Quan, gesturing for a chest bump celebration. Lin Quan deserved half the credit for the goal. Without hesitation, Lin Quan leaped up, and the two collided in mid-air. With a thud, Ramos landed on his backside. He looked at Lin Quan in shock. Wow, that's some strength. You wouldn't believe it on that small frame. Not only Ramos, but the other Spanish teammates were also astonished. Lin Quan is 10 centimeters shorter than Ramos, appearing a head shorter. Everyone assumed Lin Quan would be at a disadvantage in a collision. But surprisingly, it was Lin Quan who knocked Ramos down. Haha, no wonder you're a little tank-honed in the Bundesliga. With that kind of physical strength, you could play in the Premier League. Pique, who briefly played for Manchester United, said as he helped Ramos up. David Silva, who plays for Manchester City, chimed in, yeah, if I can play in the Premier League with that physique, Lin will have no problem. Chapter 153, scoring 12 goals, breaking the Confederations Cup record. Ultimately, the match ended with Spain securing a resounding 5-1 victory over Uruguay, a perfect start to their Confederations Cup campaign, thanks to a stellar performance from the entire team. Lin Quan, who delivered an outstanding performance, scoring 2 goals and providing an assist, was named MVP of the match. Anyone who watched the game would agree that this honor was well deserved. His performance on both ends of the pitch was nothing short of phenomenal. This important match left a deep impression on South American audiences regarding this young Spanish player. As one of the twin stars of this Confederations Cup, Brazil's rising star Neymar, after watching Spain's game live, was also inspired. Unwilling to be outdone, he contributed a goal and an assist 2 days later in the match against Mexico, helping his team to a 2-0 victory. While the scoreline suggests Brazil won easily, the game itself was incredibly thrilling and exciting. A superb Neymar scored just 9 minutes into the game, giving the hosts an early lead. However, Mexico launched a counter-attack, with Javier Hernandez scoring in the 14th minute. However, the goal was disallowed by the referee, with a linesman raising his flag for offside. But slow-motion replays showed the goal was actually valid. Despite the disallowed goal, the Mexican players were undeterred, launching a series of counter-attacks in the remainder of the first half, putting immense pressure on Brazil's defense. To limit the opponent's attack, key defenders Thiago Silva and Dani Alves received yellow cards. The suspense lasted until the 90th minute, when Neymar stepped up again, assisting his teammate to score and make it 2-0, thus securing the victory. While Brazil won, they didn't completely dominate Mexico. This lack of dominance was noticeable compared to Spain's 5-1 victory over Uruguay just 2 days prior. Furthermore, Mexico's strength is far inferior to Uruguay's. Uruguay is ranked 5th in the world, while Mexico is only 14th, almost a tier apart. Brazil's performance has raised concerns. Can they really beat the informed Spain? After the match, although Brazil won and secured their place in the knockout stage, expectations for their Confederations Cup title defense have decreased. Betting odds on the tournament have widened the gap between Spain and Brazil. Currently, Spain's odds are 1.73, while Brazil's are 2.18. clearly indicating that bookmakers favor Spain. Although the outside world isn't optimistic about Brazil's title defense, the media still praised Neymar's performance in this match. Neymar has performed exceptionally well in both games, scoring in both and providing assists for his teammates. His elegant playing style has also won him many fans. In the eyes of many fans, South American players are known for their exquisite footwork, beautiful technique, and stylish playing style, a stark contrast to European players. Like Neymar and Lin Quan, one is flashy and stylish, the other simple and practical. Neymar almost always showcases his footwork and dribbling skills in every match, and each successful move usually elicits cheers from the fans. However, Lin Quan's style is much less flashy. His moves are simple, a quick flick and a cut, using changes in rhythm to get past opponents and break through. Moves like step-overs are almost never seen on him. As for techniques like the elastico dribble or the pendulum dribble, he only uses them occasionally, and very rarely. These two contrasting styles inevitably lead to completely different fan bases. Fans who prefer simple and practical styles won't appreciate Neymar's style, finding it too flamboyant. Conversely, fans who appreciate flashy techniques might not appreciate Lin Quan's style, finding his playing style too boring. Of course, there's no inherent superiority of football technique. As long as it achieves the ultimate goal, it's good technique. However, while technique may be superior, there's only one championship trophy. Whoever wins this Confederations Cup will undoubtedly have the upper hands in the competition between the two. After the match against Uruguay, Spain had 4 days of rest. 4 days later, they faced the weakest opponent in the group, Tahiti. Due to the opponent's weakness, Vicente Del Bosque fielded many substitutes. Only Martinez and David Silva, who started in the previous match, were still on the field. Several key players, including Lin Quan, were on the bench. Thanks to the team's extensive rotation, players like Torres and Villa got starting opportunities. Since Lin Quan joined the team, Torres hadn't started for a long time. He was starting to miss the days when he started for the team and scored for Spain. The frustrated T9 showed his best attitude in this match. Just 2 minutes into the game, Torres scored with his first shot, giving Spain a 1-0 lead. In the 15th minute, David Silva scored, making it 2-0. 10 minutes later, Torres scored his second goal, making it 3-0. In the 39th minute, Villa scored his first goal of the match, making it 4-0. Before halftime, Spain was already leading by 4 goals. Statistically, they also held a clear advantage. In the first half, Spain had 88% possession and 19 shots, 11 of which were on target. Their opponents, on the other hand, hadn't managed a single shot and had a paltry 12% possession. The ball rarely stayed on their feet for more than 5 seconds before being taken away by Spanish players. However, this isn't entirely their fault, given that Tahiti has a population of only 170,000. With such a small population, even 11 players are difficult to field. Only one player on their team is a professional, playing in a low-level Oceania league. Most of the other players are semi-professional or even amateur, not making a living through football. For them, playing football is more of a hobby. Therefore, defeating such opponents is no challenge for world champions, losing is the real challenge. They don't even need to lose, just conceding a goal will make headlines the next day, drawing ridicule from fans worldwide. Watching their teammates dominate the field, the starters on the bench felt relaxed. Wasn't it a bit too heavy-handed? Yeah, a bit. At this rate, the score might go into double digits. But Torres and the others haven't played in a long time, it seems unlikely they'll hold back. After everyone finished speaking, they all looked at Lin Quan. Since his arrival, not only Torres, the center forward, but even Villa, who can play as a winger, has almost no playing time. Lin Quan looked innocent. Why are you all looking at me? It's the coach who prefers a strikerless formation and doesn't like using a center forward. It's not my fault, is it? Lin Quan's position is a number 9.5, not the kind of player who plays as a striker. Saying he stole Torres and others' positions is indeed inaccurate. If Spain needs a striker to lead the attack in the future, Torres still has a chance. However, Morata is developing very quickly and might completely replace Torres in a few years. During halftime, Spain did not make any personnel changes. In the second half, the two sides switched sides, and Torres and Villa, still full of fighting spirit, showed no mercy. In the 49th minute, Villa scored his second goal of the game, making the aggregate score 5-0. 8 minutes later, Torres completed his hat-trick, making the score 6-0. 7 minutes later, Villa also completed his hat-trick, making the score 7-0. 2 minutes later, Masia scored directly from a free kick, making the score 8-0. In the 69th minute, Torres scored again, completing his quadruple, and the score was now 9-0. Ahem, should we remind them to be careful with their play? If they keep playing like this, I'm worried the opponents will develop a psychological trauma. On the bench, the kind Morata couldn't bear to watch anymore. This is terrible. There are still over 20 minutes left in the game, and the score is almost in double digits. Seemingly hearing their cries, Vicente Del Bosque began making substitutions. Lin Quan came on, replacing Cazorla. Iniesta came on, replacing Masia. Morata came on, replacing Villa. Del Bosque brought on Lin Quan and Iniesta to warm them up and get them into form for the next match against Nigeria. Nigeria's strength is average, so Spain will continue to rotate their squad. However, to ensure results, Lin Quan and Iniesta will be fielded. As for veterans like Xavi, they will remain on the bench, their roles depending on the game's progress. After coming on, Lin Quan automatically took on the role of midfield commander. Iniesta moved to Masia's position, playing as the team's left winger. Morata replaced Villa as the right winger. This guy is ambidextrous, with no weak foot, so his position on the field is not fixed. He seems capable of playing as a center forward or a winger, similar to Lin Quan in this respect. However, his footwork and passing vision were inferior to Lin Quan's, so he couldn't play as an attacking midfielder. Lin, pass it to me, let me score. Morata saw Lin Quan with the ball and immediately reached out for it. It was as if he had completely forgotten what he had just said on the bench. I wonder who said to go easy on him. Morata's positioning was excellent. When he reached out for the ball, he was in a better position than Torres. So Lin Quan didn't refuse his request, and after dribbling past a pressing player, he delivered a through pass. The ball was well timed. If Morata couldn't get past a defender in front of him, he wouldn't get the ball. Morata, seeing that Lin Quan actually passed him the ball, immediately accelerated, pushed aside a defender marking him, and burst into the penalty area before unleashing a powerful shot that sent the ball into the net. Compared to him, who was nearly 190 centimeters tall, the Tahiti player marking him was less than 1.8 meters tall and weighed almost 10 kilograms less. Furthermore, the opponent wasn't a professional player and hadn't trained much in physical confrontation, so the two sides were on completely different levels in terms of physical strength. Morata's push was reminiscent of Haaland's dominant performance against a defender 10 years later. But Haaland was facing defenders from the top 5 leagues. What was this? Seeing Morata excitedly rush towards him after scoring, Lin Quan dodged, avoiding his embrace. He walked away with an expression that said, "I don't know this guy." The score was now 10-0, but the Tahiti players didn't show any signs of frustration or despair. On the contrary, their aggressive pressing and all-out defense suggested they were still enjoying the game. This was Tahiti's first time participating in an international tournament. Because Oceania's powerhouse New Zealand was unexpectedly eliminated by another weaker team, they managed to snag a spot on this Confederations Cup. For the Tahiti players, simply being on the field was a victory in itself. As for winning or losing, they certainly weren't arrogant enough to think they could defeat the world's dominant Spain. Moreover, in their previous match against Nigeria, Tahiti, despite losing, scored a goal, achieving a breakthrough in a major international tournament. With that goal, even if they were thrashed in the following matches, it wouldn't be a regret. The Tahiti players never give up spirit, their positive attitude, and their tenacious fighting will earn them applause from the audience. Even with the score at 10-0, the crowd remained engrossed, chanting loudly, "Score one! Score one!" Many Brazilian fans, always eager for drama, even hoped Tahiti could score against Spain. That would be both a reward for their serious play and a humiliation of the world champions. However, their scheme was unlikely to succeed. After Lin Quan came on, he orchestrated Spain's midfield flawlessly. Spain firmly controlled the tempo of the game, giving their opponents no chance to counter-attack. In the 78th minute, Torres found space and was about to reach for his ball when Lin Quan delivered a brilliant pass to his feet. Torres was both surprised and delighted, not expecting his opponent's passing skill to have reached such a level. He didn't waste Lin Quan's pass, dribbling into the penalty area, rounding the goalkeeper, and slotting the ball into the empty net, scoring his 5th goal of the match. After scoring, Torres immediately ran to Lin Quan and hugged him in celebration. "Thank you for the pass, it was a great pass." Since Lin Quan joined the team, Torres had lost his starting position, and it would be a lie to say he harbored no resentment. But after receiving this assist from Lin Quan, all of Torres' resentment vanished. His opponent was indeed stronger than him, and he contributed more to the team on the field. Torres accepted the defeat wholeheartedly. "It's because of your excellent positioning." Lin Quan was unaware of Torres' inner thoughts, but still praised him. Although Torres' explosiveness had diminished after his injury, his experience and awareness remained. Morata still has a long way to go in this regard. In the 89th minute, Lin Quan scored his first goal of the match with a free kick, helping his team to a resounding 12-0 victory over Tahiti. This scoreline broke the record for the biggest score in a single Confederations Cup match, previously held by Brazil's 8-2 thrashing of Saudi Arabia in 1999. Spain has now more than doubled that record. Unless a team as weak as Tahiti appears in the Confederations Cup again, it will be virtually impossible for any future team to break this record. Chapter 154 Ronaldo, you play football very well, come and play professionally with me. After the match, the Tahiti players showed no signs of frustration or sadness. They didn't seem to care much about the score, clearly having mentally prepared for a crushing defeat before the game. More than the result, they were focused on the post-match jersey exchange. They usually only saw these Spanish stars on TV. Now, with them standing right in front of them, what better time than to ask for jerseys and autographs? So, after the match, they swarmed around, hoping to exchange jerseys with the Spanish players. Having won by more than 10 goals, the Spanish players felt a little embarrassed and readily agreed. As a young player on the team, Lin Quan hadn't expected many people to ask him to exchange jerseys. However, he turned out to be the most popular player besides Iniesta. 3 people wanted to exchange jerseys with him. 1 jersey was far from enough. Normally, people only exchange jerseys. But these guys, after exchanging jerseys, even took Lin Quan's shorts, socks, and shoes. Lin Quan was utterly exasperated. These guys weren't players, they were more like a bunch of fanboys. But after glancing at Iniesta, who was also completely stripped bare, and Xavi, who sat on the bench without playing a single minute but still completely stripped, he instantly felt better. "Damn, why isn't anyone asking me to exchange jerseys?" Morata grumbled, feeling indignant. He thought he was a Real Madrid star, so why didn't anyone recognize his talent? Even if he couldn't get the treatment from Lin Quan and Iniesta, exchanging jerseys with someone would be nice. When you've secured a starting position at Real Madrid and are on par with Ronaldo, that'll probably be about right. Morata scoffed. On par with Ronaldo? It wasn't that simple. After working with Ronaldo, he realized just how terrifying he was. He was a million miles away from Ronaldo. Moreover, it's rumored that the club is in contact with a very fast Welsh winger. If that guy joins the team, Morata's playing time at Real Madrid will likely decrease even further. Thinking about this, Morata felt a bit depressed. He's a product of Real Madrid's youth academy and has a deep affection for the club. Therefore, he hopes to make a name for himself at Real Madrid and prove his ability. He doesn't want to leave. But if that Welsh winger is really that good, then he might really have to consider leaving. After the match against Tahiti, Spain had already secured qualification. And as long as they don't lose to Nigeria by 13 goals in their next match, they will lock in first place in the group. Given Spain's strength, no team in the world can beat them by 13 goals. So, although it's theoretically possible, they have essentially secured first place in the group when they secured qualification. In light of this, Vicente Del Bosque gave the team a day off, allowing them to enjoy the Brazilian sun and beaches. The players naturally responded with enthusiastic cheers and applause to their coach's gesture. So, after shouting coach's wisdom a few times, everyone quickly packed their things and ran off. Rio de Janeiro is a famous tourist city, boasting the best sunshine and beaches in all of Brazil. Of course, what attracted the Spanish players most, besides the sun and sand, were the voluptuous and diverse beauties on the beach. Because of Brazil's poor security, Vicente Del Bosque instructed the players not to go out alone and to go in groups. So, Lin Quan, Morata, Isco, and a few other young players agreed to go out together. I give this one a 9 out of 10, perfect figure, 8 out of 10 for looks. Morita and the others lay on deck chairs, commenting on the beauties passing by. "This one's no good, look at that one, that one's really top-notch. TCH, no taste, this one's even more charming, look, she's even winking at me." Morita, looking like a know-it-all, practically had "I'm very experienced" written all over his forehead. Chelsea's young defender Azpilicueta looked at him with admiration. "Martin, you're so knowledgeable." He, of course. "I'm a well-known figure in Madrid's nightclubs, how could I not know? Come on, let's go pick up some girls. What's the use of just watching from here? We need to take the initiative." Azpilicueta nodded repeatedly, while Isco was a little reluctant. He felt it was beneath him to follow Morita, their boss should be Lin Quan. Unfortunately, Lin Quan wasn't interested in the beauties on the beach, he went to play beach soccer with others. Is beach soccer really that fun? Isco curiously went over to watch. After a few glances, his eyes were glued to him. Who is that guy opposite Lin? So fat, yet he used the pendulum dribble so well? That's not scientific. There was also another guy with buck teeth, wearing a black fuzzy hat, a stubble beard, and a shockingly ugly smile. His use of the cow tail was so beautiful, it was simply breathtaking. Isco felt like his eyes had been opened. No wonder it's the kingdom of football, the level of Brazilian beach soccer is so high. Even with Lin's skill, his team is still down by 1 point. Wait, Isco took another closer look and finally recognized who these two unkempt guys were. Aren't they Ronaldinho and Ronaldo? It's been a while since I've seen them, how come they've both gotten so out of shape? Ronaldo is alright, after all, he's been retired for over 2 years. South American players are generally not very disciplined, and it's understandable that they quickly become overweight after retirement due to lack of fitness management. But Ronaldinho. Isco remembers he hasn't retired yet, although he's completely left the top stage of the 5 major leagues, he's still an active player. How come his image management is so poor? That stubble on his face, plus that greasy hat that hasn't been worn in who knows how many days. Isco shook his head, trying to ignore these things. He focused his attention on the game. Beach soccer rules differ slightly from regular soccer, with a game format somewhat similar to basketball. The match is divided into 3 12-minute periods. Furthermore, like basketball, substitutions are allowed, and substituted players can return to the field unless they receive a red card. Unlike real soccer, beach soccer prohibits wearing shoes, both teams play barefoot. This demands a high level of skill, as players accustomed to wearing shoes will find the sudden change challenging. Lin Quan experienced this firsthand. In the first period, Lin Quan's team fell behind by 1 goal. Ronaldinho delivered a brilliant pass to Ronaldo, who used his signature pendulum dribble to round the goalkeeper and slot the ball into the empty net. In the second period, Lin Quan adjusted slightly, combining with his teammates to pull one back. However, Ronaldinho then scored again with a brilliant lob and turn, making it 2-1 and maintaining control of Lin Quan's team. Because the match was so exciting, and many spectators recognized Ronaldo and Ronaldinho, the crowd grew larger and larger. Who is this guy? Even Ronaldo and Ronaldinho combined couldn't beat him? He looks Asian, is he Japanese? Brazil has a large Japanese immigrant population, exceeding 2 million. Wait, I think I've seen him on TV before, he seems to be a Spanish player? Now that you mention it, I remember, this guy seems pretty good, he scored 2 goals against Uruguay. Really? Is Uruguay that bad? Since the Confederations Cup was being held in Brazil, and Spain was considered Brazil's biggest rival, many had watched Spanish matches and quickly recognized Lin Quan. Realizing their opponent was a Spanish national team player, the crowd's curiosity reached its peak. Would the Ronaldinho-Ronaldo combination prevail, or would this Spanish wonder could turn the tide? Soon, the third quarter began. Having fully adapted to playing barefoot, Lin Quan's performance in this quarter was noticeably better than in the previous 2. This made Ronaldo and Ronaldinho on the opposing team frown. This kid still has room for improvement? No, we have to contain him, we can't let him get ahead. Ronaldo ran over to personally defend Lin Quan. After gaining weight, his weight had soared to nearly 100 kilograms. This gave him a significant advantage in physical confrontations. Lin Quan felt like he had hit a wall when he made contact with him, finding it difficult to move him. So, he immediately changed his strategy, avoiding physical confrontations with Ronaldo. Lin Quan flicked a ball to the left, shifting his weight to the left, making a move as if he was going to break through from the left. Ronaldo immediately adjusted his weight, trying to keep up with his opponent's pace. But seeing his shift in weight, Lin Quan shifted his weight to the right. Although Ronaldo was trying to adjust his weight at this point, his movements were clearly lagging behind. But as he adjusted, Lin Quan shifted his weight back to his left leg, then quickly rebounded, flicking the ball away with his right foot. Ronaldo was left stunned. Wait a minute. A pendulum dribble? Ronaldo, who had been beaten by his own signature move, was dumbfounded. Was that really a pendulum dribble? It felt similar yet different. The movement was similar, but in a pendulum dribble, the ball isn't touched until the final swing. But this guy swung the ball back and forth with his body, making it more deceptive and more difficult to execute. How incredible must one's ball control be to pull off such a move? He was momentarily distracted, unable to use a foul to stop Lin Quan, and could only watch as Lin Quan dribbled past his teammates and scored. The score was tied. How was it? How did it feel? Ronaldinho ran over and patted Ronaldo on the shoulder, looking at Lin Quan celebrating with his teammates, and asked, "Very strong, better ball control than me, and more flexible," Ronaldo said modestly. Ronaldinho glanced at his big belly and thought, given your condition, isn't it normal for the opponent to be stronger than you? I'm asking about peak performance. I'm talking about peak performance. As if reading Ronaldinho's mind, Ronaldo emphasized again. Now it was Ronaldinho's turn to be shocked. Really? You're not even as good as him at your peak? Let me defend him. Ronaldinho didn't believe it. He thought that Ronaldo couldn't defend him because he had been retired for too long and his performance had declined. But he hadn't retired yet. So his competitive state should be much stronger than Ronaldo's, right? Facing Ronaldinho, Lin Quan once again made a flicking motion to the left. But Ronaldinho was more agile than Ronaldo, and he kept up with Lin Quan's rhythm. Hell, trying to fool me with this trick? I'm not falling for it. Just as he was feeling smug, he noticed that after flicking the ball with the outside of his foot, Lin Quan touched the ball again with the inside of the same foot, changing the direction of the ball's roll and making it slide from left to right. This was a continuous touch, not the kind of double touch like a fried dough stick. This dribbling technique was none other than Ronaldinho's signature move, the cowtail. The change was sudden. Although Ronaldinho was somewhat prepared, he was still completely outmaneuvered. Seeing Lin Quan once again break through his defense and score another goal to turn the game around, Ronaldinho stood there with his hands on his hips, helplessly watching Lin Quan's retreating figure. Was this guy doing it on purpose, or by accident? Ronaldo stepped forward at the opportune moment, nudged him with his elbow, and jokingly asked, "How did it feel to be beaten by your signature move?" Ronaldinho rolled his eyes at the gloating Ronaldo and solemnly replied, "I admit you were right, this guy is strong. But it's definitely not as good as my peak form." Ronaldinho had that much confidence. Other people's cowtails and his cowtails were completely different things. Although Lin Quan's cowtail was excellent, Ronaldinho felt that his opponent probably didn't use this technique often, the transitions weren't perfect, and there were some flaws. If the other person were willing to humbly ask him for advice, he would be willing to give them some pointers. However, given this guy's ball control and ability to combine ball with his opponent, it seems he doesn't really need such a technique. Using the cowtail move too much puts a lot of strain on the ankle. It's best to avoid using it if possible. In the end, under Lin Quan's leadership, his team reversed the score and defeated the team led by Ronaldinho and Ronaldo 3-2. Kid, you played very well. How old are you this year? After the game, Ronaldo was very enthusiastic. After fulfilling the requests for photos and autographs from the fans at the scene, he took the initiative to find Lin Quan and started chatting with him. Brother Lin is 17 years and 5 months old. Isco, who was standing next to him, was very excited to see his childhood idol take the initiative to ask him, and took the initiative to answer the question for Lin Quan. Only 17 years old? Tisk, I really can't tell. Ronaldo seemed very surprised after learning Lin Quan's age, seemingly never expecting that a 17-year-old boy could have such outstanding skills. This sparked his interest in talent, and he proactively offered, "I have good connections in Brazil, would you like me to introduce you to a professional club?" Isco and Lin Quan were both stunned by his words. Seeing that the two seemed unconvinced, Ronaldo hurriedly pulled Ronaldinho over. "This guy plays for Atlético Mineiro right now, he can introduce you." Ronaldinho covered his face. This kid is a key striker for Spain, a Barcelona player." Ronaldo. Sorry, I haven't watched much La Liga lately, but since you're a Spanish player, I'll have to go to the field and see how you perform. Ronaldinho hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to remind Ronaldo that he wasn't in La Liga, but in the Bundesliga. He thought about it and decided against it. This guy barely watched La Liga, let alone the Bundesliga. Alright, don't embarrass yourself here. He waved to Lin Quan and quickly pulled Ronaldo away. However, Ronaldinho was also looking forward to Lin Quan's performance on the field, so the two of them went back to check the match schedule for Spain and bought 2 tickets specifically for their match against Nigeria. The video of the 155th match has been released, sparking heated discussions across the internet. Alberto is a die-hard Brazilian football fan. Like many Brazilians, he has loved football since childhood and steadfastly supports his national team. This year's Confederations Cup, held in Brazil, naturally attracted immense attention and discussion. As a loyal Brazilian national team supporter, Alberto never misses a match. He's always present to watch. Before the final group stage match between Brazil and Italy, Alberto, as usual, arrived at the stadium early, found his seat, and settled down. With some time before the match, he took out his phone and browsed social media, checking for updates from his favorite players and influential figures. The online debate about whether Neymar or Lin Quan was stronger was gaining momentum. Brazilian fans naturally sided with Neymar, believing him to be superior. Meanwhile, most European fans supported Lin Quan, considering him the better player. As a Brazilian fan, Alberto had been closely following Neymar's performance and therefore had complete confidence in Neymar's abilities. What a load of bull. What a Spanish rising star. He's not even worthy of shining Neymar's shoes. Thinking this, he commented on the discussion, how Spaniards should learn more technique before bragging. Only when they can use step hovers, eighths dribbling, and pendulum moves like Neymar on the field will they be qualified to compare with him. Alberto hadn't watched Lin Quan play, but he'd heard from others that the opponent lacked any skill, so he looked down on him. This view is quite popular in Brazil. Brazilian players were known for their delicate footwork, various fancy moves, and boundless creativity on the field. European players, on the other hand, emphasized discipline, had fewer fancy moves, and looked like a bunch of robots, lacking any distinctive characteristics. Brazilians didn't like this style of play. After commenting, Alberto scrolled to a video. It was a video taken by a tourist on the beach. The video showed a group of people playing beach soccer. This sport was very common in Brazil, the football kingdom. Brazilians who loved football, even while sunbathing at the beach, couldn't resist bringing a soccer ball to play a game on the sand. Alberto wasn't initially interested in the video, just clicking on it casually. But when he saw that the beach soccer players were Ronaldo and Ronaldinho, his attention was immediately drawn to them. Ronaldo, known as the phenomenon, and Ronaldinho, known as the genius on the field, were incredibly popular among Brazilian fans. They had once won a World Cup together for Brazil, and that Brazilian team was considered the strongest in history. Thinking about this, Alberto couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. He had assumed that with Ronaldo and Ronaldinho on the team, their team should win easily. But after seeing the final score, Alberto was stunned. 3-2. Ronaldo and Ronaldinho's team had actually lost? How could this be? Were the opposing team professional players? He patiently watched the entire video, and after watching it, Alberto was astonished. That young player on the other side was incredibly arrogant. Using a pendulum dribble right in front of Ronaldo, and a bull's tail dribble right in front of Ronaldinho. And he even managed to bump into them both. Wait, this guy looks familiar? Where have I seen him before? Alberto slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering who this was. Wasn't this the winger on par with Neymar in the Spanish national team? He actually knows how to use the elastico and pendulum dribbling techniques? Alberto thought of his previous online comments and felt a burning sting, as if he'd been slapped in the face. He wasn't the only one to discover this video, because it was tagged with Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, and Lin Quan. It garnered a huge number of views and conversions. The video's views quickly surpassed 1 million, even tens of millions, and spread rapidly from South America to Europe, attracting even more attention. Holy crap, is that Lin Quan? That pendulum dribble is amazing. Haha, even Ronaldo is stunned. You can use the pendulum dribble like that? Lin Quan's elastico move is pretty good too. Those who said Lin Quan couldn't do the elastico move are probably mortified now. I really didn't expect Lin Quan to know so many things, But why haven't I seen him use these moves in the game? That's because he has better dribbling skills. The elastico move and the step over are just moves to help players get past defenders, right? Lin Quan can do that without using those moves, so why would he need to use them? As the video spread, Lin Quan's popularity soared. Several more sponsors approached Pair, wanting Lin Quan to endorse their brands. Neymar, look at this. In the Brazilian team's locker room, Neymar's teammate handed him his iPad, which was playing the beach soccer match that Lin Quan had played against Ronaldo and Ronaldinho. What are you looking at? Neymar curiously took it and glanced at it, his gaze instantly freezing. It seems I underestimated him. This guy is much stronger than I imagined. But it doesn't matter, I'll prove who the best player in this Confederations Cup is in the upcoming matches. Half an hour later, the Brazil vs Italy match began. Neymar's attitude in this match was unusually serious, and he was extremely active on the field. He not only frequently dribbled into the opponent's penalty area, but even when Italy launched an attack, he would retreat to the edge of his own penalty area to participate in defense. He even received a yellow card from the referee for reckless tackle. This positive attitude immediately attracted the attention of the fans and the Brazilian coaching staff. What's gotten into Neymar today? Why is he so active? Scolari asked his assistant curiously. In just 20 minutes, he had seen Neymar participate in the team's defense multiple times. This was very rare before. I don't know, maybe that kid from Spain provoked him? The assistant coaches didn't know what had happened and could only make this speculation. People always compare Neymar to Lin Quan. Perhaps this is why Neymar has changed so much? If that's really the case, then it might be a good thing for both of them. Scolari said with a smile. A superstar like Neymar, with his exceptional talent, is prone to developing arrogance because he's so outstanding among his peers. This mentality undoubtedly hinders his further progress. If they can realize that there are even stronger opponents outside, and correct this bad habit, becoming more proactive, it would be a good thing for both the player himself and Brazilian football as a whole. In the stands, Jose Mangela, a senior scout from Barcelona, nodded in satisfaction after seeing Neymar's attitude on the field, and said to Barcelona's sporting director, Zubizarreta, beside him, "We made a fantastic transfer. Neymar's ability and talent are top-notch, and his arrival will definitely provide a huge boost to the team." With Messi at his peak and the superstar Neymar, Barcelona can consider reclaiming the long-awaited Champions League trophy next season. Hearing Manglia's words, Zubizarreta was overjoyed and instinctively asked, "So, in your opinion, who's stronger, Neymar or Lin Quan?" Letting Lin Quan go would inevitably become an indelible stain on him and Rosel's reputation. Moreover, as Lin Quan grew stronger on the field, the pressure on them naturally increased. Therefore, Zubizarreta desired Neymar to completely suppress Lin Quan more than anyone else. For this, he was even willing to support Brazil to win the championship, abandoning his home country, Spain. Manglia frowned, seemingly disliking comparisons between Neymar and Lin Quan. However, based on their current performance, Manglia truthfully stated, Lin Quan is stronger, but if Neymar were paired with Messi, perhaps the synergy would be greater than the sum of its parts. Zubizarreta seemed to only hear the first half of the sentence, his face instantly turned grim. On the field, the actively playing Neymar finally reaped the rewards near the end of the first half. In the 45th minute of the first half, Neymar delivered a free kick, assisting teammate Dante to score. Brazil took a 1-0 lead. Although Neymar didn't score himself, he provided the assist, and he also created the free kick opportunity. In the second half, Italy capitalized on a counter-attack, with Giacarini scoring to equalize. After the equalizer, Italy's defense became more solid, and the effectiveness of their chain defense began to show. Just as the game seemed to be getting close, Neymar stepped up again. He used a free kick to beat Buffon and score, making it 2-1. With this goal, Neymar achieved the feat of scoring in 3 consecutive matches, becoming the first player in this Confederations Cup to do so. Furthermore, he also caught up with Lin Quan in the top scorer rankings with 3 goals, tying for first place. After Neymar's goal, Brazilian fans erupted in celebration. More than 70,000 fans chanted Neymar's name in unison, as if crowning him king. Since Ronaldo's retirement, Ronaldinho's departure from the top 5 leagues, and Kaká's decline due to injuries, the once star-studded Brazilian team has gradually lost its luster. Although they still have many stars playing in the top 5 leagues, they lack top-tier players like Messi and Ronaldo. This is unacceptable and intolerable for the footballing powerhouse of Brazil. At this time, Neymar's emergence gave them hope. Therefore, countless Brazilian fans placed their hopes on Neymar. They hoped that Neymar could lead the five-time world champions Brazil back to their throne. Alberto, like other Brazilian fans, was incredibly excited. His throat was almost dry from shouting, and his hands were red from clapping. After calming down, he couldn't help but think, if that guy from Spain faced Italy, what kind of performance could he deliver? Inside a VIP box at the stadium, the Spanish players watching the game couldn't help but discuss Neymar's performance. This guy looks amazing. No wonder Barcelona spent €57 million on him, he's got something. They hadn't paid much attention to Brazil's previous matches, but the outcome of this game between Brazil and Italy would directly determine their next opponent. Therefore, Spain had to keep an eye on it. Even without watching Neymar's previous games, this one match alone was enough to showcase his talent and ability. His playing style is very flashy, full of boundless imagination, typical of South American players. However, compared to those flashy but ineffective South American players, his style, while elegant, is deadly. Italy's current predicament is largely due to Neymar. Can Italy still equalize? I don't know. They have the unpredictable Balotelli on their team. When he's on fire, nobody can stop him, but when he's off form, he's completely useless. David Silva, who had been Balotelli's teammate for a while, couldn't help but complain. Balotelli's talent is outstanding, his footwork, physique, and other attributes are all top-notch. But he simply lacks a brilliant mind. If only he were even slightly sane, his achievements in football would be far greater than what he has now. David Silva had barely finished speaking when Balotelli went down in Brazil's penalty area. The referee, seeing a foul, immediately blew his whistle. But at the very moment the referee blew the whistle, Chiellini, following up, put the ball into the net. The referee was stunned, not yet realizing how to call the goal. Balotelli had already scrambled to his feet, excitedly taking off his jersey and running to celebrate. Ultimately, the referee ruled the goal valid. The decision greatly angered the Brazilian team. Their goalkeeper, Cesar, argued that he didn't make a save only after hearing the referee's whistle, so the goal shouldn't count. However, the referee felt that Chiellini's shooting motion was complete when he blew the whistle, therefore the goal should be awarded. Boos erupted from the Brazilian fans, and the Brazilian players were extremely agitated, chasing the referee in protest for a long time. Despite the controversy, the referee did not change his decision, and the game continued. Having twice taken the lead and twice been tied, it seemed Brazil's momentum would be dampened. But unexpectedly, the enraged Brazilian team scored 2 goals in the next 5 minutes, making it 4-2. At this point, Italy had no chance to recover. The match ended with Brazil defeating Italy 4-2, achieving 3 wins out of 3 and advancing to the semifinals as group winners. Italy, finishing second in the group, will face Spain in the semifinals. The long-awaited showdown between Spain and Brazil will have to wait until the final. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, he dribbled past several people, stunning Brazilian fans. On the final day of the group stage, Spain faced Nigeria at the Maracana Stadium. Nigeria wasn't a particularly strong team, but they weren't weak either. Therefore, Spain fielded a lineup consisting of half their starters and half substitutes. While the Spanish felt they were fielding half reserves, the Nigerian players believed the Nigerian reserve team was even stronger than their starting lineup. So, even with Spain's reserves, a victory seemed unlikely. The course of the match proved this. Just 3 minutes into the game, Lin Quan broke through on the wing, dribbled past 3 players, and entered the penalty area. Facing the goalkeeper, he calmly slotted the ball into the far corner, completing a solo run and changing the score for his team. The goal was incredible, drawing gasps from the crowd. Against Lin Quan, the Nigerian defender seemed clumsy, barely able to react before being completely outmaneuvered. Even the Brazilian fans, who generally supported Neymar and underestimated Lin Quan, had to admit that the goal was beautifully executed. While Neymar has scored goals by dribbling past multiple players, such goals are rare and appear far less effortless than his opponents. In the goal he just scored, Lin Quan used absolutely no fancy moves, A simple flick, a cut, and a change of pace easily completed the dribble. Against his incredibly high stride and touch rate, the opposing defenders were like wooden stakes, completely unable to keep up with his rhythm. This style of dribbling stunned Brazilian fans. Although they had previously looked down on his lack of skill, after experiencing the impact he brought, they began to think, this style of dribbling seems more efficient? After scoring this goal, Lin Quan's goal tally in this Confederations Cup reached 4. Neymar had finally caught up with him in the previous match, but Lin Quan knocked him off in just 3 minutes, taking the sole lead. The Nigerian players hadn't even fully entered the game before their own goal was breached. This left the Nigerian players completely bewildered. Trailing early in the score, coupled with the overwhelming strength of their opponents, and the pressure of qualifying for the knockout stage, the Nigerian players began to lose their composure. In the 11th minute of the first half, while Lin Quan was dribbling the ball, Nigerian defender Kenneth Amaro attempted a tackle but unfortunately strained his thigh in the process. This backfired spectacularly. He failed to get the ball and was forced to make a substitution. Losing a key defender made Nigeria's defense even more vulnerable. Spain cleverly exploited this weakness, and their targeted attacks quickly paid off. In the 34th minute of the first half, Spain extended their lead. Lin Quan received the ball in the middle and delivered a precise long pass to Torres on the edge of the penalty area. Torres received the ball, dribbled into the box before the defenders could close him down, and unleashed a powerful shot into the goal. This was the second goal assisted by Lin Quan for Torres, and the two seemed to be working well together on the field. Torres was ecstatic after scoring, running over to hug Lin Quan in celebration and thanking him. 2 goals in 2 games, no one can say Torres was just there for show anymore. He made a significant contribution to the team. Facing Spain's powerful midfield, Nigeria's counter-attacks struggled to create any real threat. The 2-0 scoreline held until halftime. In the second half, Spain made a substitution, with Isco replacing Fabregas. This was Isco's first appearance for the Spanish national team. Isco was very excited on his debut, relentlessly harassing the opposing defenders for the ball. However, he failed to win the ball and instead received a yellow card for a foul. Receiving a yellow card in less than 5 minutes on the pitch is quite something. Vicente Del Bosque, watching from the sidelines, was terrified to see Isco already carrying a yellow card. Damn it, can't this guy calm down? That foul was completely unnecessary. He didn't expect Isco to contribute anything to the team's attack. Bringing him on was simply to let him experience the atmosphere of the game. But if Isco got 2 yellow cards and was sent off, it would be a joke. Why couldn't these young players be as reliable as Lin Quan? Del Bosque complained inwardly. Isco, control your emotions, don't get too excited. There's still a long game. If you commit another foul and get a red card, I'm sure you won't have a place in the national team anymore. Lin Quan also noticed that Isco was too excited, so he took advantage of a dead ball to go over and remind him. I know, thank you, brother Lin. Isco nodded emphatically, indicating that he knew what to do. He wasn't like Balotelli, who lacked common sense. Isco was a normal person with a sound mind. After regulating his emotions, he quickly calmed down. And after calming down, Isco's performance began to improve. Seeing Isco's change in demeanor, Vicente Del Bosque on the sidelines finally breathed a sigh of relief. Have you noticed how highly respected Lin is among the younger players? Recalling the scene of Lin Quan proactively approaching and comforting Isco, Del Bosque turned to Coach Tony sitting beside him and asked, I noticed it a long time ago. Didn't you see Morata and the others constantly surrounding Lin Quan? This kid is the leader of the younger generation. Tony had clearly noticed this even earlier than Del Bosque. Hearing Tony's words, Del Bosque began to seriously consider, undoubtedly, Lin Quan was the tactical core of Spain for the next decade or even more. Since he was the most important member of the team, he should naturally be given some other responsibilities. For example, becoming the team captain and taking on the role of the team's spiritual leader. Del Bosque had actually thought of this long ago, but because Lin Quan's seniority within the team was relatively short, and his age was indeed a bit too young, Del Bosque hadn't put it into action. But now, realizing Lin Quan's prestige among the young players, Vicente Del Bosque felt it was time to prepare in advance. With Lin Quan's current experience, appointing him captain of Spain would inevitably be difficult to justify. However, appointing him as vice-captain, third, or fourth captain shouldn't face too much resistance. With his status, once the older generation of players gradually retires from the national team, he could automatically become the captain and spiritual leader. Thinking this, Del Bosque secretly made up his mind to try it out after the Confederations Cup. If they could win the championship, and Lin Quan performed exceptionally well in subsequent matches, then announcing his decision at that time would likely face much less opposition. In a VIP box in the stands, Ronaldo and Ronaldinho, who had arranged to watch the game together, commented on Lin Quan's performance after watching most of the match. "This kid's position in the attacking third isn't fixed, he plays a bit like Messi at Barcelona." Ronaldinho, who has a very good relationship with Messi and has always paid close attention to him, noticed after watching for a while that Lin Quan was playing the same position as Messi, a free roaming forward. This position is difficult to play because the role and responsibilities are not fixed. On the wing, one needs the ability to break through and pass. On the front line, one needs to act as a pivot, possess the ability to receive and create chances, and also have excellent finishing ability. In midfield, one needs strong organizational and passing abilities, as well as excellent vision and a wide field of vision. One must be able to seize fleeting opportunities in the opponent's defense, use passing to tear apart the opponent's defense, and deliver the decisive blow. Possessing even one of these three abilities is enough to make one an excellent player. Possessing two is almost enough to be called a star. And possessing all three is undoubtedly the existence of a top star. Even someone as strong as Ronaldinho wouldn't dare say that he could perfectly fulfill this role. Ronaldo frowned. He wasn't interested in the free-roaming forward role. As a former striker, Ronaldo was more concerned about how many goals Lin Quan had scored in the match. Aside from that one beautiful dribble and goal at the start, the guy seemed to have little interest in the goal. Sometimes he had clear shooting opportunities but didn't choose to shoot himself, instead passing to teammates. This choice puzzled Ronaldo. Wasn't this guy a striker? Wasn't a striker's job to score goals? If so, why pass the ball out and shoot himself? He had witnessed Lin Quan's dribbling ability. He simply couldn't believe that Nigeria's defense could stop Lin Quan's breakthroughs. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. So this guy was limiting himself. Seemingly responding to Ronaldo's call, in the 71st minute, Lin Quan scored directly from a free kick, completing his brace. A free kick counts, I guess. Ronaldo himself had scored relatively few free kicks, but he couldn't deny that scoring directly from a free kick was a skill. After scoring this goal, Lin Quan was substituted. However, this goal brought his total Confederations Cup goals to 5, 2 goals ahead of second-placed Neymar. Considering Brazil only has 2 matches left, and their opponents are all very strong, it will be even more difficult for Neymar to catch up. Spain made 2 substitutions at once, with David Silva replacing him and Morata also coming on, replacing Pedro. After entering the game, Morata was as active as Isco, both eager to score. However, their luck seemed to be running out. In the 79th minute, Morata had a one-on-one opportunity, but unfortunately, he took too long of a touch, and the goalkeeper caught a ball. Morata was extremely frustrated, wishing he hadn't taken that touch and had just shot directly. That way, there might have been a chance to score, but now the ball was caught. Moreover, after missing a one-on-one opportunity, his teammates might doubt his ability and might not pass him the ball again when similar opportunities arise. Thinking about this, Morata began to miss Lin Quan. If Lin Quan had been present, given their relationship, he might have continued to provide assists. Morata and Isco's lack of goals didn't mean other Spanish players had no chance. In the 88th minute, Alba unleashed a beautiful long-range shot, the ball flying into the top corner of the goal, making it 4-0. After scoring, Alba glanced at Isco and Morata, seemingly showing off his technique. If you want to score, you have to play like this. Morata and Isco were both frustrated and embarrassed, feeling ashamed to be looked down upon by a defender. Ultimately, Spain defeated Nigeria 4-0, winning all 3 group stage matches and advancing to the semi-finals. Their semi-final opponent would be Italy, the second-placed team in Group A, whom Spain had previously faced in the European Championship final. Italy's performance in the group stage of this Confederations Cup was poor. Their chain defense seemed to be losing its effectiveness, conceding 8 goals in 3 group stage matches. Besides conceding 4 goals to hosts Brazil, Italy also suffered a shock defeat against Japan, the weakest team in their group. Italy trailed for most of that match, and had Japan not scored an own goal at a crucial moment, Italy might have lost. The fact that even a small team like Japan struggled so much has raised concerns about Italy's form. How could a European runner-up have fallen so low in such a short time? Why isn't Spain in the same situation? Spain, also boasting a large number of veteran players, has performed flawlessly in this Confederations Cup. They scored 21 goals and conceded only 1 in 3 matches, averaging 7 goals per game, a record high in Confederations Cup history. And they only conceded 1 goal, a complete reversal of Italy's reputation for defense. It seems Spain, not Italy, is better at defending. Given the stark contrast in the group stage performances, Spain is widely favored to advance to the final. It's hard to believe that an Italian team in such poor form could pose any threat to the world champions. It wasn't just them who thought so, the Spanish thought so too. Their opponents were in poor form, while they had previously thrashed Italy 4-0 in the European Championship final. Whether looking at the current form of both teams or their recent head-to-head statistics, Spain held the upper hand. Therefore, facing such an opponent, the entire Spanish team felt very optimistic. They seemed to think that beating Italy would be no problem at all. Many had even begun studying their final opponent and preparing for the final. Chapter 157. Neymar gets criticized for diving, Lin Quan gets praised while caught in the crossfire. The first semi-final match was between the hosts, Brazil, and Uruguay. This was an all-South American clash, with a long history of rivalry between the two teams, so the atmosphere was tense even before the game began. As Brazil's biggest star, Neymar's individual ability is undeniable, having already earned widespread recognition during the group stage. However, his character has been questioned by fans. Having only recently joined Barcelona, he seems to have already mastered the acting skills of La Masia. His clumsy and flamboyant diving performances on the field have embarrassed many fans. The key issue is that Neymar himself doesn't seem to realize it, frequently using this tactic on the field, sometimes even deceiving the referee to earn free kicks or yellow cards. This isn't just embarrassing, it's shameless. Fans of teams that have played against Brazil are disgusted by Neymar's diving antics, attacking his character online and denouncing him as a shameless villain. Before the match even started, Uruguay's captain, Lugano, publicly criticized Neymar for frequently resorting to diving to deceive the referee. I don't understand why a talented young man like him doesn't use his skills to win fairly, instead turning the game into a performance with such clumsy methods. The Uruguayan captain's remarks, once reported by journalists, immediately caused a huge uproar. Brazilian fans were naturally indignant and launched a barrage of attacks on Lugano online. The Brazilian Football Confederation, CF, also issued an urgent protest, releasing a public statement before the match. Neymar is an important member of the Brazilian team, and the threat he poses to opponents on the field is undeniable. Facing such a difficult-to-defend talented player, opponents will resort to more aggressive actions or even fouls to curb his attack. Neymar's actions are not performances, but a form of self-protection. The Uruguayans' attack is absurd. They fear that Neymar will pose a huge threat to them on the field, so they attempt to use such rhetoric to interfere with the referee. They want to leave a bad impression on the referee, thereby influencing his decisions and giving them an opportunity to exploit the situation. We strongly oppose and protest this. The CF's response has some merit. While it's possible the opposing team intended to use fouls to contain Neymar, the Uruguayan counter-attack was exceptionally sharp. Bad character is bad character. What does it have to do with skill or talent? Lin Quan, equally talented and outstanding, why didn't he engage in diving or stunts? We lost to Spain on the field, but we won't attack their character, because we accepted our defeat honestly. This response was a devastating blow, leaving the Brazilian Football Confederation speechless. In terms of creating threats, Lin Quan is no less than Neymar, perhaps even surpassing him. However, no opponent of Spain has ever accused him of diving, stunts, or lying on the grass, actions unsportsmanlike conduct. Comparing the two, Lin Quan effectively became a matchup against Neymar. Lin Quan was once again innocently dragged into the fray. What was originally a dogfight between Uruguay and Brazil unexpectedly resulted in him being pulled into the fray. But looking at the result, it seems not so bad. Previously, there hadn't been such a direct comparison, so people didn't think much of it. But with Neymar as a negative example, Lin Quan's image in people's minds suddenly became much more admirable. I never realized Lin Quan's sportsmanship was so good. Such strong ability, such handsome looks, and such good sportsmanship, I love it. I was indifferent to Lin Quan before, But now, because of his sportsmanship, I have to become a fan. The hater upstairs is showing his true colors, isn't he? We real fans call Lin Quan Brother Lin, not Lin Quan like the haters. Faced with pre-match criticism from all sides, Neymar had to step forward and publicly state, "Everyone has freedom of speech, and these attacks accusing me of diving won't hurt me. I won't care about the verbal attacks from the enemy. I'm only thinking about how to help my teammates and my team, and bring joy to all Brazilian fans and those who support the Brazilian national team." This statement was quite sophisticated, but words alone aren't enough. Neymar had to prove himself on the field. And he didn't disappoint, delivering a world-class diving performance right from the start. In the 3rd minute, Neymar was dribbling when he encountered Uruguay's captain, Lugano. Neymar first tried to get past him using a step-over, but Lugano, experienced as he was, wasn't fooled and watched Neymar with an air of amusement. Seeing this tactic fail, Neymar accelerated, attempting to overtake. Lugano, however, was no pushover. He immediately positioned himself, his feet moving constantly, trying to steal the ball from Neymar. During the scramble, the two exchanged shoves and made some dirty moves. Then, as Lugano raised his right hand, Neymar's performance began. He suddenly stopped, leaned back, covered his face in midair, and looked extremely pained. Then, he forcefully slammed himself high in the opposite direction, crashing to the ground with a thud, like a gymnast, extremely flamboyant. Neymar's gymnastics move sparked strong dissatisfaction among the Uruguayan players, who surrounded him to condemn it. Lugano stood nearby, spreading his hands to indicate his innocence while silently mocking the fallen Neymar. "See? I told you this guy could dive." The referee, his face dark, walked over, ignoring Neymar's performance, signaling him to stand up, and awarding the ball to Uruguay. The nearby Uruguayan players immediately applauded the referee's clear judgment, while the Brazilian players looked embarrassed. Only Neymar continued to argue with the referee, believing he had been fouled. However, in the referee's mind, he was already blacklisted, so his protests were completely ignored. Seeing that his protests were ineffective, Neymar finally gave up. In the 13th minute, Uruguay launched an attack. Lugano dribbled into the penalty area, preparing to shoot, but was tripped by David Luiz. The referee decisively awarded a penalty, putting the hosts on the brink of defeat. The Brazilian fans in the stadium were already filled with worry. Was the tragedy of 50 years ago about to repeat itself? Would they be eliminated on their home turf by their arch-rivals, Uruguay? At a crucial moment, former Inter Milan goalkeeper Julio Cesar made a heroic save, denying Diego Forlan's shot and rescuing his team. The two sides then engaged in a fierce battle in midfield, but both made numerous mistakes and struggled to control the game, making it very close. Seeing their team unable to take the lead, the Brazilian fans grew increasingly anxious. They chanted their players' names, hoping they would step up and help their team secure victory. Neymar's name was chanted most frequently. Encouraged by this, the Brazilian team's morale improved. In the 41st minute, after winning the ball in midfield, Paulinho chipped it into the penalty area. Neymar received the ball, dribbled past a defender, and instead of passing to a teammate, chose to take the shot himself. The Uruguayan goalkeeper, alert, saved Neymar's right-footed chip shot. However, his save landed inside the penalty area and was collected by Fred, who, from 5 yards out, volleyed home with his right foot to make it 1-0. Seeing their team take the lead, the home Brazilian fans sang and danced, their faces beaming with smiles. They seemed to already see their team reach the final. But the second half saw a dramatic turn of events. Just 2 minutes later, Uruguay equalized thanks to a mistake by the Brazilian defenders. The culprit was Real Madrid's left-back Marcelo. After receiving the ball, he hesitated to pass, allowing Cavani to steal it. The other Brazilian defenders failed to cover in time, giving Cavani a one-on-one opportunity against the goalkeeper. As the most expensive signing of the summer transfer window so far, Cavani naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. After the score was equalized, the game became even more intense. Both teams attacked aggressively, but neither could find the net. With 85 minutes already passed and the score still 1-1, the Spanish players watching the match were uncertain about who would advance to the final. Brazil is a tougher opponent. We've played Uruguay twice before, so we know them better. If Uruguay advances, it will be more advantageous for us. It's hard to say. Uruguay's momentum has clearly picked up. Their defense was much more solid in this match. Facing them again won't be as easy as before. Why think so much? Whoever makes it to the final, we have enough confidence to beat them and win the Confederations Cup. Ramos, brimming with confidence, seemed to underestimate both opponents. In his view, Spain's current squad was stronger than when they won the World Cup 3 years ago. With such strength, why should they fear anyone? As the match was about to go into extra time, Neymar, who hadn't had a particularly impressive game, finally stepped up. In the 86th minute, Brazil won a corner kick. Neymar, standing in the corner flag, observed his teammates and opponents' positions before delivering the ball to the far post. Paulinho, lurking there, held off the opposing defender, leaped high, and headed the ball into the net, making it 2-1. A goal at this crucial moment was practically a game winner. Less than 4 minutes remained, and even with stoppage time, it was less than 8 minutes. If they could hold on to this lead and prevent the opponent from scoring, they would advance to the final. As Brazilian fans and players celebrated the goal, the big screen replayed the earlier altercation between Neymar and Uruguayan player Gonzalez in the corner flag. The two appeared to have exchanged words, and as Gonzalez walked off the field, Neymar made a gesture resembling a whistle kiss towards him. Undoubtedly, Neymar's kiss and the verbal altercation with Gonzalez would become the focus of media attention after the match. Ultimately, thanks to goals from Paulinho and Fred, Brazil defeated Uruguay 2-1, becoming the first team to advance to the final. Although the Brazil-Uruguay match was controversial, and Neymar's action sparked a war of words between fans of both countries afterward, attention quickly shifted to the other semi-final. Perhaps it was Neymar's flamboyant performance on the field, or perhaps it was his failure to maintain his scoring streak from the previous match. Therefore, before the Spain vs Italy match, the debate about who was stronger between Lin Quan and Neymar seemed to have been resolved. Currently, Lin Quan leads Neymar by 2 goals in the top scorer rankings. If he scores in this match, he will surpass Neymar in consecutive goals scored, preventing his opponent from overtaking him. Moreover, if Lin Quan scores in this match, his lead over Neymar will be at least 3 goals by the time they reach the final. Finals are rarely spectacular matches. Achieving a hat-trick or even a 4-goal haul in the final is extremely difficult, especially against a top team like Spain. So if Lin Quan can break through Italy's defense in this match, he will essentially secure the Golden Boot in this Confederations Cup. Considering Lin Quan has already scored 5 goals, he's only 2 away from the Confederations Cup all-time scoring record. If he can score 3 goals in the remaining 2 matches, he will break Romario's record of 7 goals set in the 1997 Confederations Cup. Of course, this record is still quite difficult to break. Spain's upcoming opponents are all strong, and scoring 3 goals against Italy and Brazil will be no easy feat. Amidst much anticipation, the semi-final between Spain and Italy kicked off as scheduled a day later. However, it wasn't quite what fans expected. After the match began, the entire Italian team performed exceptionally well. Their chain defense seemed to have regained its magic, repeatedly thwarting the opponent's attacks outside the penalty area. At halftime, the score remained 0-0. Spain struggled to find a scoring opportunity and had to return to the locker room frustrated with a draw. This result shocked all the fans. Italy, who had recently conceded 4 goals to Brazil and 3 to a weak Japanese team, why were the world champions so helpless against them? Could it be that the world champions weren't as strong as they had imagined? In the locker room, Vicente Del Bosque addressed the players with a serious expression: "We underestimated our opponents." Chapter 158 Pirlo, young people have no martial ethics. Hearing Vicente Del Bosque's words, the players nodded expressionlessly. They'd already played half the game. If they still thought Italy was a pushover, easy prey, they were in for a disaster. "We'll change our tactics in the second half." Seeing the expressions on his players' faces, Del Bosque knew they were getting serious. So, he unveiled his new tactics and began assigning tasks to each player individually. Italy's chain defense was distinctive, effectively compressing the space for attack. 2 chains formed in front of the player with a ball. The first chain locked onto the ball carrier, blocking his passing lanes. The second line of defense maintained a certain distance from the first, providing cover while simultaneously cutting off space for receiving the ball, preventing the opposing strikers from receiving it. In this way, they could almost completely stifle the opponent's forward attacks, keeping them outside the penalty area and denying them any shooting opportunities. Moreover, their defensive lines weren't static, they moved around the field constantly, following the opposing ball carrier, maintaining the integrity and synchronization of both lines during their movement. This demands extremely high levels of player ability and teamwork. If any link in the chain of defense falters, the entire defensive system could crumble. Perhaps only tactical geniuses like the Italians would invest so much effort in training their players and developing such a complex defensive tactic. Vicente Del Bosque's solution was simple: give the ball to Lin Quan, letting him act as a focal point. Utilize his individual skill to break through the opponent's defense in one-on-one duels, forcing other opposing players to cover and create openings. Of course, if the opportunity is good, Lin Quan could also try to break through two lines of defense consecutively. This would almost guarantee him a one-on-one chance against the goalkeeper. After the game restarted, the Italian players immediately noticed this change in their opponents. The opposing number 30 received the ball significantly more often, and when he did, he actively sought to break through, no longer passing the ball to teammates as frequently as in the first half. On the sidelines, Italy's coach, Prandelli, frowned. Italy had clearly come prepared for this match. Many of their tactical arrangements were specifically designed to counter Spain. A year ago, Italy suffered a crushing 4-0 defeat in the European Championship final. Prandelli, who insisted on playing attacking football, naturally faced a barrage of criticism from the Italian media and fans after the match. After much reflection, Prandelli revived the chain defense of his predecessors. Against strong teams, it's foolish to engage in a direct attacking battle. Instead, Italy should fully utilize its defensive strengths. He already knew the consequences of an attacking approach, but sticking to traditional defense, as evidenced by the 0-0 draw in the first half, proved it worked. Even a team as strong as Spain was left scoreless. Therefore, Prandelli wasn't planning to change tactics for the time being. He worried that if he reverted to the old tactics, Italy would be thrashed by Spain. Spain's strength was now even greater than it was in the European Championship final a year ago. In the 55th minute of the second half, Lin Quan received a pass from Xavier. At that moment, the player marking him was Pirlo. Born in 1979, Pirlo is already 34 years old this year. At this age, he might not even be a starter for any other national team. But in Italy, Pirlo is an indispensable midfield commander. Without his passing, Italy's attacking power would be halved. However, Pirlo is getting old, and his defensive ability isn't particularly strong. Putting him against Lin Quan, a dribbling king, would be too cruel for him. Lin Quan respects veterans like Pirlo, but that doesn't mean he'll go easy on him. Not only will he not go easy on him, he'll also specifically target him. After all, Pirlo is the easiest target to exploit in Italy's first line of defense. Pirlo wore a black armband on his right arm as a tribute to the late Italian national team striker Bogdanavo, who passed away due to illness. Before the match, the Italians had requested FIFA to allow all players and fans to observe a minute's silence for Bogdanavo, but this was rejected by FIFA. So the Italian players voluntarily wore black armbands as a sign of mourning. Facing this upstart who had suddenly emerged in the past year, Pirlo dared not be careless. Although the opponent was young, his footwork was by no means inferior. Before the match, the Italian coach had even listed Lin Quan as the #1 threat in the Spanish team. Faced with Lin Quan, Pirlo could only secretly groan in his heart. "Senior, how's your knee?" Lin Quan, holding the ball, didn't rush to break forward, but instead moved laterally while chatting with Pirlo. "It's alright, I'm not a striker, my knee hasn't been injured much." This was actually a lie. 2 years ago, Pirlo's right knee was severely sprained, and for 2 months he could hardly use his right leg. Although the injury had recovered now, whether it was fully healed was unknown. "In that case, I'll have to offend you." Before Lin Quan finished speaking, he quickly changed direction, trying to break through from Pirlo's left. Pirlo quickly turned around, trying to block Lin Quan's path. But this was just a feint by Lin Quan. Seeing that Pirlo had fallen for it, he dribbled again, breaking through Pirlo's right side. Watching Lin Quan disappear from his sight, Pirlo could only shake his head helplessly. This guy's changes of direction and dribbling were too fast and too outrageous. Not to mention his current self, even if he were 10 years younger, he couldn't defend against him. To stop this guy, it would take Gattuso. But where was Gattuso, who had always been protecting him? Stop him. Seeing that Lin Quan had gotten past Pirlo, De Rossi and Chiellini immediately double-teamed him. One of them attacked from the side, and the other from the front. There was a time difference between them, giving Lin Quan the opportunity to break through one by one. His footwork was lightning fast, 3 touches and 2 changes of direction, and after getting past Rossi, he was about to break through Chiellini. The latter didn't give him any chance at all, and as Lin Quan got past Rossi, he decisively tackled the ball. Chiellini's tackle was perfectly timed, the ball was less than a meter from Lin Quan's feet, yet he cleanly slid it away. Seeing his team successfully defend against the opponent's attack, Italian coach Prandelli breathed a sigh of relief. He applauded his players' performance, encouraging them to maintain this level of defense. Lin Quan wasn't discouraged. If one attempt didn't work, he'd try again. In the 62nd minute, Lin Quan once again had a chance to go one-on-one with Pirlo. This time, Pirlo, having learned from his previous mistake, was more cautious. Seeing Lin Quan about to challenge him, he immediately called for his teammates to help. Since Lin Quan was going to break through, they would double-team him and tackle him while he was dribbling past them. No matter how good his dribbling skills or how strong his ball control, he couldn't be flawless throughout. Seeing his opponent's lack of sportsmanship, Lin Quan didn't act recklessly. He passed the ball to Iniesta and began to stroll around. De Rossi, who had come to help Pirlo, saw Iniesta with the ball and immediately retreated to defend him. The other Italian players quickly moved towards Iniesta, blocking his passing lanes. Iniesta didn't pass forward, but instead switched the ball laterally to Lin Quan. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Quan immediately switched from a leisurely stroll to a dribbling approach. Before De Rossi and Marchisio could close in, he launched an attack on Pirlo. Pirlo was inwardly groaning. This guy was deliberately trying to take advantage of him. "I'm twice your age, is it really okay for you to bully an old man like this?" Italian players are fast, but a person's speed is obviously slower than the ball's. Lin Quan knew his time was running out. He had to break through Pirlo before the other Italian players could close in. So, without further ado, he executed a quick cut and dribbled past Pirlo on his right. The previous exchange made Lin Quan realize that Pirlo's right knee wasn't as healthy as he claimed. If he were to pass from that direction, his turning speed would be slow, making it difficult to coordinate with his teammates immediately and intercept Lin Quan. This was Lin Quan's opportunity. Chiellini immediately sensed the danger and rushed forward to intercept Lin Quan. However, this time, De Rossi hadn't yet found his position, and no one was there to support him on the flank. In a one-on-one situation, Lin Quan had never been afraid of anyone. Chiellini was a world-class defender, but when he saw his opponent complete 3 or even 4 touches per second, his expression changed. This terrifying touch frequency meant that his opponent could complete more actions in the same amount of time. He might be beaten because he couldn't keep up with the opponent's pace. Thinking of this, Chiellini focused intently, displaying his best form so far in the game. He didn't know if he could defend against this attack, but he had to try. Lin Quan didn't waste words with Chiellini. After coming forward, he lowered his left shoulder and passed the ball to his left foot. Left or right? Chiellini faced a world-class dilemma, guessing Lin Quan's direction of attack. There's only one chance, a wrong guess means you're out. Chiellini wasn't sure, so he didn't rush in. He didn't move, but Lin Quan did. He chose to break through from Chiellini's right side. Chiellini was now certain this wasn't a feint, because Lin Quan's movement was already incredibly precise. He couldn't possibly pull his foot back, could he? Besides, if he didn't act, Lin Quan would get going first, and he'd have no chance to catch up. So, Chiellini had no choice but to move. But, the instant he made his move, Lin Quan actually pulled his foot back and, before Chiellini could react, burst past him from his left. Chiellini was truly helpless now. By the time he realized it was a feint, it was too late. Lin Quan's pace was faster, allowing him to complete more movements in less time. Chiellini's mind could keep up with his opponent's rhythm, but his body couldn't. So, at this moment, Chiellini could only watch his opponent leave, unable to do anything. After getting past Chiellini, Lin Quan surged into the penalty area. Although he had already overcome several obstacles, this final hurdle proved to be the most difficult. He would be facing a world-class goalkeeper, Gianluigi Buffon. Buffon's eyes were fixed on Lin Quan, his positioning excellent, about half a meter from the goal. Buffon didn't rush out too aggressively, even though that would have expanded his coverage area and blocked shooting angles. But his opponent wasn't an ordinary player. This guy was a dribbling master. If he got too close, he might be easily beaten, giving Lin Quan an open goal opportunity. He gambled that Lin Quan wouldn't continue dribbling in, because Bonucci and Barzagli were already charging towards him. He didn't have much time left, he had at most a second to decide where to shoot. Buffon's task was to save the ball after Lin Quan made his choice. Just as Buffon predicted, Lin Quan didn't continue dribbling in. Firstly, there was no space, and secondly, there was no time. After observing Buffon's positioning, he decisively took a shot. It was a curling shot, the angle of the shot extremely tricky. However, Buffon's positioning was excellent from the start. Seeing Lin Quan complete the shot, he immediately dived to make the save, stretching his body out to create a wall of despair in front of the goal. However, the arc of the ball was far beyond Buffon's expectations. As the ball passed his fingertips, Buffon thought it would go out of bounds. But before he even landed, he heard a thud. The ball had hit the post. Buffon was startled and turned around abruptly, only to see the ball rolling inside the net. It had actually gone in. Buffon's eyes widened, staring incredulously at the ball in the net, then at Lin Quan, who was already running around the field celebrating the goal. He had only one question in his mind: how did that go in? Buffon had made countless saves in his life, but he had never encountered such a situation. The replay of the goal on the big screen answered Buffon's question. Lin Quan's curling shot produced a bizarre arc, the ball bypassing Buffon's outstretched fingers, seemingly about to slide past the goal, but then strangely curved back, finally hitting the inside of the post and bouncing into the net. Not only was Buffon in disbelief, but even Lin Quan's teammates on the Spanish national team were astonished by his goal. "Lin, how did that go in? Was it a fluke?" Xavi asked curiously, rubbing Lin Quan's head. "Probably not. Didn't he shoot a few bizarre curling shots against France before?" Fabregas chuckled, recalling Lin Quan's exaggerated curling shot that seemed aimed for the far corner but flew out towards the near post. He had even advised Lin Quan to slightly change the point of contact when shooting, and Lin Quan had indeed scored after taking his advice. So, perhaps he played a part in this goal. Hearing Fabregas's explanation, the teammates were all relieved. "I never imagined a curling shot could be so powerful. Looks like I need to practice that technique too." Players like Pedro and David Silva, who frequently participate in attacks, became eager to score, seemingly wanting to net a goal like that themselves. Lin Quan's goal not only helped Spain completely turn the tide, but also extended his scoring streak to 4 games. His personal goal tally reached 6, putting him 3 goals ahead of Neymar. It seems increasingly difficult for Neymar to catch up. Trailing in the score, Italy could no longer afford to remain defensively resistant. They began to increase their attacking force, attempting to equalize. When Italy launched their attack, the importance of their midfield maestro, Pirlo, immediately became apparent. After Pirlo delivered several threatening passes, creating considerable threats to the Spanish goal, Lin Quan stepped up, appearing in front of Pirlo. The dynamic shifted from Lin Quan attacking while Pirlo defended to Pirlo attacking while Lin Quan defended. "Little guy, my defense isn't great, but don't think my offense is any better." Seeing Lin Quan reappear before him, Pirlo felt he could finally vent his anger. This guy, like him, was better on offense than defense. Pirlo didn't believe he could stop him. Monthly votes. Chapter 159 Pele, I think Brazil will win. Brazil, no, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Lin Quan nodded silently, saying nothing, and immediately demonstrated his defensive abilities to Pirlo with a fierce challenge. Yes, Lin Quan's defensive skills weren't strong, but his physical attributes were excellent. Pirlo was 177 centimeters tall and weighed only 69 kilograms. Lin Quan, on the other hand, was 173 centimeters tall and weighed 73 kilograms. Add to that Lin Quan being 10 years younger than Pirlo, and the two were completely mismatched in terms of physical strength. Lin Quan didn't intend to steal the ball from Pirlo, nor did he. He simply focused on increasing the intensity on Pirlo, interfering with his receiving and passing, preventing him from comfortably receiving and passing the ball. Pirlo was the midfield maestro of Italy, a crucial link in the Italian system. Limiting his passing was tantamount to cutting off one of Italy's arms. Sure enough, after Lin Quan marked Pirlo, Italy's attacking firepower suddenly decreased. Conversely, Spain, taking advantage of the opportunities Pirlo had created, launched several threatening attacks. In the 68th minute, Xavi took a corner kick from the right, and Ramos rose high in the middle to head the ball, but it went just over the bar. In the 75th minute, Lin Quan broke through and passed the ball to Iniesta, who then delivered a pass that pierced through the Italian defense. Pedro, arriving in front of the goal, attempted a shot, but Buffon blocked it with his leg, and Spain missed a chance to extend their lead. In the 77th minute, Fabregas delivered a long diagonal pass from his own half, the ball flying across most of the field to find Lin Quan on the wing. Lin Quan sprinted forward to receive the ball, then dribbled inside, past the deep-lying Bonucci, and into the penalty area. The pass covered over 60 meters, and due to its speed, the Italians had no time to get into position to defend. After getting past Bonucci, Lin Quan had a one-on-one opportunity against the goalkeeper. Buffon chose to rush out this time, focusing intently on Lin Quan as he approached, ready to make a save at any moment. This time, Buffon's situation was even worse than before. The Italian defenders were still far from Lin Quan, giving Lin Quan more time to complete the attack. Lin Quan glanced at Buffon and decisively took a shot. It was a low, ground shot, not only angled trickily but also very fast. Seeing this shot, Buffon knew he was in trouble. To avoid being beaten, he didn't lower his center of gravity completely, which made him half a beat slower when diving for a low shot. In a battle between experts, that half beat can be fatal. Buffon's reaction speed was top-notch. He stretched out his leg to intercept when he saw Lin Quan shoot. But the ball was faster than him, sliding past him before he could reach it. Unable to touch the ball, Buffon could only hope that the shot would go wide. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. The angle of the shot was extremely tricky. The ball flew into the net almost against the inside post. Even if Buffon made a timely block, he might not have been able to reach the ball. What a terrifying guy. Thinking of this, Buffon's gaze towards Lin Quan changed. He thought of the top strikers he had faced before, and Lin Quan gave him the same feeling. If Lin Quan's first goal only helped the team establish an advantage and gave the Spanish fans a slight sigh of relief, then the second goal completely sealed the victory. With Italy's attack unable to pose a threat, scoring 2 goals in less than 20 minutes was incredibly difficult. The Spanish fans finally breathed a sigh of relief, waving their flags and chanting the names of the players on the field, many even shouting champion. As the team's top contributor, Lin Quan received the most cheers and applause for scoring this goal. Lin Quan himself was also very excited. He quickly ran to the sidelines to celebrate, just as he saw Fabregas, who had delivered the precise long pass, running up to him. Lin Quan suddenly had a brilliant idea for a hilarious celebration. He pretended to hold a fishing rod and made a casting motion. Fabregas paused for a moment, then immediately realized what was happening and, pretending to be the fish, hoisted himself closer to Lin Quan on the ground, like a big fish being hooked. His teammates burst into laughter, and one by one, they ran over and lifted Fabregas, the big fish, horizontally, to show off their triumphant catch to the audience. Even funnier, Ramos pretended to squat down in front of everyone, acting as if he had a camera, and took a group photo. The audience was initially stunned, wondering what the Spaniards were up to. But once they understood, almost the entire stadium erupted in laughter. The Spanish team was really something else. This goal celebration was truly creative, a refreshing change for fans accustomed to conventional celebrations. Many fans even wanted to see it again, but if they wanted to see it again, Spain would have to score another goal. Not only the fans at the stadium, but also online, Spain's celebration quickly went viral. Many fans cut a video, added various parody music, and it spread rapidly across social media. Haha, Spain is so talented. Who the hell came up with this celebration? My stomach hurts from laughing. Great results, great entertainment value, and so creative. I love this team. I want to see it again. Don't worry, they'll have the chance to show it when they face Brazil in the final. Hopefully, Spain can come up with something new then. Spain, please. Spain, please. Brazil, please. I understand what the person upstairs means. He's saying that only if Brazil loses can we see such a creative celebration. Oh, I see. Then Brazil, please. Brazil, please. On social media, a prominent figure, also a die-hard Brazil fan, commented on the score between Spain and Italy, saying that Italy was likely to be eliminated. So he immediately launched a poll on his social media platform. Which team do you think will win the Confederations Cup final? A. Brazil. B. Spain. After launching the poll, the influential blogger felt confident. Brazil has a population of over 200 million, while Spain only has 40 million. 200 million versus 40 million, the advantage is on my side, victory is assured. At first, the support data for the two teams in the poll showed that, as he expected, the support for Brazil was significantly higher than that for Spain. But things quickly started to go wrong. For some unknown reason, the number of people supporting the Spanish team suddenly surged. Not only did they overtake Brazil's support rate, but they also led by a large margin. So much so that in the end, Brazil's support rate was almost invisible compared to Spain's. The influential blogger looked frustrated. Is the outside world really so optimistic about Spain and so pessimistic about Brazil? After being thwarted by Spain's 2 goals, Italy was stunned. They recalled the painful memory of being slaughtered by Spain in last year's European Championship final. A sense of frustration quickly spread within the team. Unwilling to fall behind, Prandelli immediately made substitutions, bringing on Giovinco and Aquilini. Italy attempted to strengthen their attack and equalize. However, with Pirlo contained, piling up strikers in the attacking third failed to solve Italy's offensive woes. Conversely, substituting Marchisio and other defenders significantly weakened their defense. In the 86th minute, Spain launched a quick counter-attack. Lin Quan broke into the penalty area and selflessly passed a ball to his teammate, David Silva, whose powerful shot pierced the Italian goal for the 3rd time. Spain led Italy 3-0. With less than 10 minutes remaining in stoppage time, Spain's 3-goal lead sealed the victory. After this goal, Italy finally faced reality, knowing they couldn't reverse the score. However, the Italians couldn't accept being shut out by Spain, so they continued to try to attack in the final stages of the match. In the 2nd minute of stoppage time, a Spanish player fouled just outside the penalty area, giving Italy a good free kick opportunity. Pirlo stood at the penalty spot, glanced at the Spanish wall, and chose to shoot directly. The free kick was of extremely high quality, the ball flew over the wall and then suddenly dropped in the air. This unpredictable trajectory affected Casillas' judgment, and he couldn't reach the ball. Italy finally managed to score before the end of the match through veteran Pirlo, salvaging a little pride. 2 minutes later, the referee blew the final whistle. The Spanish players celebrated with high fives, celebrating their advancement from the semifinals to the final. On the Italian side, almost every player wore a look of dejection. Losing to the same opponent twice in a year, and both times being completely outmatched, instilled a fear of Spain in the Italians. They never wanted to face Spain again. Pirlo, however, took the loss in stride, having already led his team to the World Cup title. So, there was no sign of frustration on his face. Instead, he comforted his teammates one by one. Just then, the Spanish team finished their lap around the field, thanked the fans, and were about to leave. Pirlo took off his jersey and walked towards the opposing team, intending to exchange jerseys. The Spanish players, seeing Pirlo approach, all looked at Xavi. Both were midfield commanders for their respective teams, and Pirlo was most likely there to exchange jerseys with Xavi. Xavi thought so too, and was about to go up and greet Pirlo. "Sorry, Javier, I'm here to see Lin." Pirlo smiled and apologized to Xavi, then went straight to Lin Quan. "Kid, want to exchange jerseys with me?" Lin Quan was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Pirlo to specifically come over to exchange jerseys with him. Players from both teams turned to look curiously. Pirlo seemed to value that kid highly. He actually went to him personally to exchange jerseys. After realizing what was happening, Lin Quan quickly took off his jersey and handed it to Pirlo. "You're a promising midfielder, it's a shame you're not playing in midfield." Pirlo hugged Lin Quan and patted him on the back after receiving his jersey. Lin Quan played as a free-roaming forward again in this match, having played in many positions. His performance in midfield particularly impressed Pirlo, hence his exclamation. "Thank you for the compliment. A midfielder's role isn't necessarily limited to that position." Lin Quan replied humbly. In the future of football, various ingenious coaches are constantly emerging. Players' positions on the field are not fixed. Just like the once popular classic attacking midfielder has almost disappeared. The defensive midfielder might also disappear, and then passers with playmaking abilities might appear in the full-back or center-back positions. Pirlo nodded, not continuing the discussion with Lin Quan, but instead went to catch up with Xavi. Both were top-class midfielders, and neither was young anymore. So, when they met on the field, they felt a mutual respect. At their current ages, Both players will likely fade from the top 5 European leagues after next year's World Cup. Therefore, this encounter might be their last in the national team. After Spain eliminated Italy, the most anticipated drama of this Confederations Cup finally unfolded. Host nation Brazil, 5-time champions, faced off against former world champion Spain. On one side was Brazil, currently holding the most World Cup titles. On the other was the defending World Cup champions, currently ranked number 1 by FIFA. Their clash of titans also represented a clash between European and South American football. Meanwhile, two rising stars would face off directly in the final. As a result, before the match even started, over 80,000 tickets had already sold out. The home team, Brazil, hoped to see their team lift the trophy on home soil, a good start to next year's World Cup. Spanish fans, on the other hand, hoped their team could win the Confederations Cup, completing a grand slam of major tournaments and solidifying the Spanish dynasty. Before the match, legends from both countries stepped forward to express their support for their respective teams. Brazilian stars like Ronaldo and Ronaldinho predicted Brazil would win the title, believing the young Brazilians could pull off a miracle on home soil and upset the mighty Spanish national team. Meanwhile, Raúl and Yerwa, among others, declared the invincible Spanish team would crush all opponents. However, these predictions, by comparison, lack the prestige of the two footballing legends. Spain turned to Maradona. As an Argentinian, Maradona naturally dislikes seeing the Brazilians triumphant. Given Spain's undeniable superiority, Maradona endorsed their victory. Upon seeing Maradona's endorsement, the Brazilians were disheartened. While they also had a footballing legend, they dared not ask him for help. They hesitated to approach Pelé, but Pelé himself couldn't resist. I predict Brazil will win at home. Chapter 160. The Confederations Cup final begins, a dominant performance that shocks the world. Pelé's predictions immediately ignited a media frenzy. No wonder, given his infamous reputation for jinxing. Starting with the 1990 World Cup, Pelé made predictions every single time. Without exception, all the favored teams were doomed by his predictions. In the 1990 World Cup, Pelé favored Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia was eliminated by Argentina in the quarterfinals. But that wasn't the worst part. After that World Cup, Yugoslavia disintegrated, losing even the chance to avenge their defeat against Argentina. In 1994, Pelé predicted Colombia would win the World Cup, but Colombia was eliminated in the group stage. Their defender, Escobar, was tragically killed by a gunshot wound from a fellow countryman after an own goal, a devastating incident in football history. Besides these two disastrous teams, France, Argentina, and even his own country, Brazil, were also let down by his predictions. Because of Pelé's jinxing reputation, fans both respected and feared him, to the point of being paranoid. During the last World Cup, Pelé predicted that Brazil would reach the final. However, after hearing his prediction, Brazilian media immediately reported Brazil's elimination the following day, even before the match had begun, resulting in a huge blunder. But while the Brazilian media made a mistake, their reporting itself wasn't problematic, as Brazil was indeed eliminated by the Dutch that day. Spain was also cursed by Pelé. During the 1998 World Cup, Pelé predicted Spain would win. However, Spain lost all their group stage matches and failed to advance. Having experienced the power of Pelé's curse, the Spanish people breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Pelé predict Brazil would win. On Pelé's social media accounts, a group of Spanish fans rushed to leave comments. "Thank you, King Pelé, for sparing our lives. Grateful. Thank you +10086. Meanwhile, after learning of Pelé's prediction, Brazil was extremely nervous. Why didn't he curse Spain? Why did he curse us? Are they trying to kill us? I'm so angry, I want to curse. But I can't. I have to hold it in." Pelé made outstanding contributions to the Brazilian national team, leading them to 3 World Cup titles. 3 of the 5 stars on the Brazilian jersey were his creation. Faced with such a football legend, even if the Brazilian players are furious, they can only suppress their anger. A Brazilian journalist interviewed Pelé, subtly asking why he was jinxing his own team. "Why do you all think I'm a jinx? Many of my previous predictions have come true." Pelé said to the camera with a surprised look. "I think everyone has a prejudice against me. Yes, I have made many wrong predictions, but I have also made many successful ones. For example, in the last World Cup, I predicted Germany would beat Argentina, and Germany won, didn't they? The reporter weakly replied, "And you predicted Brazil and Argentina would meet in the final, but both teams fell in the quarterfinals." Pelé was furious. "I'll say it again, I predict Brazil will win the championship, and I will be there to watch the game and cheer for the Brazilian boys." Brazilian fans were already nervous just from Pelé's prediction. Now, hearing that he was going to the game, they were almost in tears. "King of football, please have mercy on Brazil. I was quite optimistic about Brazil, but now." A petition with thousands of signatures for Pelé not to go to the game. The petition from thousands of Brazilian fans seemed to have no effect. On the day of the final, the cameras captured Pelé sitting in a VIP box at the Maracanã Stadium. The king of football had really come. Sitting in the box, Pelé himself was quite nervous. Had he really been a jinx? What if Brazil really lost this match? At 7 p.m., the Confederations Cup final officially began. As the players entered the field, the photographers specifically focused on a comparison shot of Neymar and Lin Quan. Clearly, these two were the focus of today's match. Whoever won would gain a significant advantage. However, before the match began, Lin Quan had already scored 7 goals in this Confederations Cup, equaling the tournament's all-time record. Neymar, on the other hand, had 4 fewer goals, a significant gap between them. So even if Brazil won, Lin Quan would likely still have many supporters. But if Lin Quan's Spain team won, then the debate over who was stronger between him and Neymar would likely be over. After all, Neymar couldn't match Lin Quan in terms of goals, assists, or team achievements. What makes him think he can win? Neymar himself clearly understands this, hence the hostility in his eyes as he looks at Lin Quan. During the handshake, after shaking hands with Lin Quan, Neymar didn't immediately let go, but stared directly at him, seemingly declaring war. "I will prove my strength in the match. The championship trophy belongs to Brazil." Lin Quan's response to Neymar's expressed hostility and fighting spirit was rather indifferent. He nodded slightly, as if to say, "Oh, good luck then." This indifferent response left Neymar somewhat bewildered. Haha, Neymar's being ignored by Lin Quan. Judging from his expression, he seems determined to outdo Lin Quan, but Lin Quan doesn't seem to consider him an opponent at all. That's true, Lin Quan's opponents are definitely players of the caliber of Ronaldo and Messi. Neymar? He's not qualified. Because Neymar's sportsmanship on the field wasn't great, and his statistics in this Confederations Cup were inferior to Lin Quan's support among neutral fans was far higher than Neymar's. However, in Brazil, the number of fans supporting Neymar was clearly greater. Seeing Lin Quan's almost dismissive response, the Brazilian fans in the stadium booed him. They felt Lin Quan was putting on airs. "Aren't you just a young player? Do you really think you're a superstar?" After all the pre-match procedures were completed, both teams took their positions. Lin Quan glanced at the opposing players' positions and noticed that Brazil's formation today was 4-2-3-1. This was a well-rounded formation, good for both attack and defense. Spain's formation today was 4-3-3, but they lacked a target man striker. The 3 players leading the attack, Pedro, Lin Quan, and David Silva, were not traditional strikers. So the 4-3-3 was just a facade. Spain immediately switched to a strikerless formation after the game started. Brazil had anticipated Spain's formation and tactics. Spain's formation in this Confederations Cup had remained almost unchanged. Against strong teams, they used their preferred strikerless formation. Using their numerical advantage in midfield, Brazil firmly controls possession and then tears apart the opponent's defense with relentless passing to deliver the decisive blow. They only field traditional strikers like Torres in the starting lineup against weaker teams, using him as a focal point in the attacking third. To limit Spain's midfield dominance, Brazil fielded 2 defensive midfielders. Both are physically strong, cover a wide area, and possess powerful attacking prowess. One is Gustavo, who plays for Bayern Munich, and the other is Paulinho, signed by Tottenham for £17 million. Lin Quan has faced Gustavo before. As for Paulinho, Lin Quan has watched him play for Guangzhou Evergrande and knows he's a box-to-box midfielder, energetic, defensively strong, powerful, with a decent passing and long-range shot, earning him the nickname Violent Bird. Although he hasn't yet showcased his abilities in the top 5 European leagues, his selection for the Brazilian national team indicates he's no weakling. The midfield battle in this match is expected to be intense. Lin Quan had expected a close match, But Brazil launched a high-pressing attack right from the start. They bypassed the midfield, sending long balls from their own halfbacks to their forwards. Hulk, nicknamed the Hulk, used his physical advantage to win the ball in a challenge, then passed it to Oscar before making a decisive forward run. Oscar played a through ball into the box, which was blocked by a Spanish defender. However, the clearance wasn't far enough, and Neymar got to it. Neymar feinted past a pressing player and fired a shot into the box. Casillas was well prepared, leaping high to parry Neymar's shot. But the ball was then intercepted by a Brazilian player. Fred followed up with a powerful shot that found the empty net. Brazil took the lead in just 1 minute. After the referee confirmed the goal, the Brazilian fans erupted in unbelievable cheers. Was this a dream? A goal in the first minute? Spain didn't seem as strong as they'd imagined. At this moment, Brazilian fans felt overwhelmed by a tide of happiness. The Spanish team, portrayed as almost invincible before the match, seemed to have fallen before them, completely at their mercy. Inside the VIP box, Pelé jumped for joy after seeing the goal. See? What did I tell you? Brazil can beat Spain at home and win the championship. Now who dares to call me a jinx? He felt the label that had been placed on his head was finally off. But the Spanish players wouldn't stand for it. Sorry, my bad, I missed my man. Alba proactively took responsibility, indicating that he hadn't properly marked Neymar, allowing him to shoot. It's not your fault, I failed to control the ball's trajectory immediately. Ramos also stepped forward to admit his mistake, he hadn't been focused enough, resulting in a miscommunication with Casillas. If he had been more focused, he would have controlled the first ball after Casillas' save, and Fred wouldn't have had the opportunity for a follow-up shot. Alright, everyone stop blaming yourselves. There's still plenty of time in the game. Instead of wasting time blaming yourselves, let's think about how to equalize. The atmosphere within the Spanish team was good, their consecutive wins had instilled strong confidence in the players. Although the score was currently unfavorable, the players weren't in a hurry. Seeing their stable performance in the absence of impatience or frustration, Vicente Del Bosque on the sidelines breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that conceding a goal so early might affect the players' performance. Now it seemed he had worried unnecessarily. Brazilians, let you be smug for a while. You'll soon see the power of possession-based football. After the restart, Spain didn't rush into an attack. Instead, they firmly controlled the ball, patiently looking for opportunities. The Brazilians naturally couldn't allow them to control possession so freely. If they couldn't take the ball away from them, Brazil wouldn't be able to launch an attack. Therefore, including their two defensive midfielders, Brazil committed 6 players to pressing, attempting to break Spain's possession-based tactics. This level of pressing posed little pressure for Spain, whose players displayed exceptional teamwork. The ball moved rapidly between Spanish players, while the Brazilian players struggled to even touch it. The opponent's passing ability was simply terrifying. After Spain increased the pace of the game, the Brazilian players struggled to keep up. Was this the power of top-level possession-based football? Both the players on the field and the Brazilian fans in the stadium felt the pressure from Spain's passing tactics. Their players ran tirelessly, almost without regard for their own energy. However, their tackles were largely unsuccessful, almost entirely futile. The ball remained under Spanish control, and the rhythm of the game was firmly in their grasp. As the ball was passed at such high speed, the Brazilian defense gradually began to crack. In the 15th minute, Lin Quan received the ball in the attacking third, dribbled laterally to the right, drawing defenders before passing it back to Xavi. Xavi, without stopping the ball, passed it to Iniesta on the left. Iniesta played a through ball into the left side of the penalty area, passing to left winger Pedro. Pedro then cut the ball back to Lin Quan, who appeared on the edge of the box. Lin Quan continued with a through ball to David Silva on the right. Spain's passing was incredibly fast, and the Brazilian defenders were clearly struggling to keep up. When Lin Quan passed to David Silva, the latter was completely unmarked, giving him a one-on-one opportunity. Brazil's goalkeeper, Cesar, was terrified. The opponent's pass was too fast. If he weren't the goalkeeper, he would likely have been forced to run around aimlessly. Unable to rely on his teammates, he could only brace himself and dive towards David Silva. Meanwhile, the Brazilian defenders on both sides frantically rushed towards him, trying to stop his shot. Surprisingly, David Silva didn't choose to shoot directly but instead passed the ball back to Lin Quan, who had surged into the penalty area. Lin Quan received the ball near the penalty spot, now finding himself in an open position. He wasn't just surrounded by defenders, even the goal in front of him was empty. Lin Quan easily slotted the ball into the empty net. The score was now 1-1. Spain had equalized in just 14 minutes. Unlike Brazil's goal, which had an element of luck, Spain's goal was a complete display of superior skill. Before the goal, their 6 consecutive one-touch passes had completely torn apart Brazil's defense. Even if it wasn't Lin Quan, or even an 80-year-old grandmother, who took the final shot, they could have easily scored. Against them, the Brazilian players seemed to have forgotten how to play football. They were like headless flies chasing the ball, their defense riddled with holes. This goal showcased the dominance of world champions, demonstrating just how powerful Spain's possession-based football truly is. Chapter 161, a godlike performance in the finals. Incredible goal. A beautiful passing combination. Spain has delivered a wonderful goal to the audience both at the stadium and in front of their televisions. I think any football fan shouldn't miss this brilliant goal. Yes, that's right. Although Lin Quan's final shot was unremarkable, his combination play with his teammates before that was breathtaking. This goal perfectly demonstrates the Spanish philosophy of playing football, passing the ball into the opponent's goal. On Sky Sports, Martin Tyler and Andy Gray were commentating on the match for a global audience. Although finals are rarely memorable, this game had both of them feeling incredibly excited and exhilarated. Whether it was Brazil's goal just 1 minute into the game or Spain's goal just now, both goals were brilliant and showcased their respective styles. Brazil's young and energetic lineup won with speed and attacking power, breaking through Spain's defense with a quick counter-attack. Spain excels at passing and possession, and they delivered a beautiful goal with dazzling combinations. If the game continues at this pace, it will undoubtedly be incredibly exciting. Both players are already eager for the rest of the match. Online, fans are buzzing with excitement over Spain's goal. Holy crap, what did I just see? The jerseys were covered up. I thought it was Barcelona on the field. This style of play is so Barcelona. The Spanish team's lineup and Barcelona's overlap a lot. Their central axis is Barcelona's, so it's not surprising they're playing like Barcelona. Hell, Spain has used this tactic before, but it's never been this terrifying. Lin Quan's arrival has filled their last gap. After praising Spain's strength, fans also expressed concern for the Brazilian team. Brazil is in a bit of trouble this game. Their possession is only 31%, and the ball is mostly in the hands of Spanish players. If they can't get the ball, they don't have any shooting opportunities. I think Brazil needs to speed things up. They need to push their players forward, otherwise, if the opponent keeps passing the ball back and forth in front of their penalty area like this, they'll easily lose possession. That's right. In the last game against Spain, Italy defended very well in the first half. Their 2 defensive lines pushed beyond the 30-meter danger zone, preventing Spain's passes from directly posing a threat. South American players are free-spirited and unrestrained. They probably can't handle Italy's defensive tactics, right? Fans discussed it back and forth, but couldn't come up with a good solution. Breaking down Barcelona and Spain's possession-based system is a global challenge, and countless coaches have been studying it for years. But so far, few tactics have perfectly countered it. The most successful is Hank's Bayern Munich. In the Champions League semi-final, they shut out Barcelona in both legs, achieving their first head-to-head victory against possession-based football. So, when his own team fell into a disadvantageous position, Brazil's coach Scolari immediately thought of Hank's tactics. How did Hanks defeat Barcelona? Speed plus power. Utilizing the speed and individual ability of his 2 superb wingers, he constantly attacked Barcelona's flanks, suppressing Barcelona's fullbacks and preventing them from making forward runs, thus reducing Barcelona's passing options. He also used the physical advantages of Bayern players, increasing their running and physical confrontations to disrupt Barcelona's players, preventing them from holding the ball and creating fluid passing combinations. Brazil's flanks aren't as strong as Bayern's, but their players are physically capable. Scolari had previously instructed his players to increase physical contact during matches, but this tactic alone didn't seem to be very effective. Spain has faced physically strong opponents before and has found ways to counter their aggressive play. Since one method wasn't working, they had to follow Bayern's lead and involve their wingers more in the attack. With this in mind, Scolari stood up, called Thiago Silva over, and gave him instructions. Thiago Silva returned to the field and immediately relayed the coach's instructions. After the match restarted, Brazil's tactics changed. Seeing Brazil's tactical adjustments, Martin Tyler frowned and said, "Brazil seems to be trying to break through from the flanks. In the last few minutes, their attacks have all started from the wings, and Neymar and Hulk have been receiving the ball much more often." His partner, Andy Gray, chimed in, "Neymar has great technique and a high success rate in one-on-one situations, while Hulk is nicknamed the Invincible Giant by fans. He's incredibly strong and can easily overpower opposing defenders. Giving the ball to these two is a good strategy." Martin Tyler smiled slyly and asked, "So, Andy, do you think Brazil's attack will work?" Andy Gray answered without hesitation, "Of course. Brazil already scored a goal using this method, which proves it works." "Wow, I didn't expect Andy to be so optimistic about Brazil. In that case, how about we make a bet?" Tyler knew Andy Gray was rather aggressive, so he had already guessed that the other would fall for it. "Okay, what are you betting on?" "The loser has to juggle a ball 100 times in this studio, using a leather shoe." "Oh buddy, are you serious?" Andy Gray looked at his partner with an exaggerated expression. Martin Tyler was 68 years old this year and not a professional player. He himself was a former professional player in Scotland, and had only been a commentator for a few years after retiring. Such a punishment would be no challenge for him. But for Martin Tyler, it would be an insurmountable task. "Of course, I don't think Brazil's attack will work, that's why I dare to bet with you." Martin Tyler looked very confident. "Okay, in that case, I'll take the bet." Andy Gray knew that his old partner was probably just creating a show to attract more fans to watch the game on Sky Sports. So he quickly agreed to the other's proposal. The bet between the two quickly aroused discussion and attention among fans. People might not care that Andy Gray was juggling a ball in the studio. Many fans, eager to see 68-year-old Martin Tyler juggle the ball in his leather shoes, turned on their televisions and tuned into Sky Sports, watching the match with great anticipation. Stamford Bridge, inside the Chelsea FC offices. Mourinho, who had just signed with Chelsea and returned to the reins, was watching the game from his manager's office. Hearing Andy Gray and Martin Tyler's bet, Mourinho scoffed dismissively. Andy Gray had wasted all those years playing football. His understanding of the game was inferior to that of a commentator who had never played. On the surface, Brazil's attack seemed impressive, with Neymar and Hulk causing considerable trouble on the flanks. However, Spain's defense was solid, and Brazil's attacks were largely ineffective. Moreover, as the game continued, possession would quickly return to Spain. Brazil wouldn't even be able to touch the ball. How many more attacks could they launch? Without any chance to attack, how could they possibly break through Spain's defense? Against teams like Barcelona, the key is to resolutely implement one's own theory, utilize efficient and rapid counterattacks to break through the opponent's defense in the shortest possible time, and complete the attack. Brazil lacks a midfield passing maestro, unable to deliver high-quality passes. Neymar's placement on the wing as a disruptive force further weakens their attacking organization. Expecting such an attack to breach Spain's goal? Dream on. It seems Scolari is nothing but a figurehead, no longer the force he once was. It wasn't just Mourinho watching this match, many others in the world of football were also following it. In a manner on the outskirts of Munich, Bayern Munich's new coach, Guardiola, turned on the television early. He had specifically adjusted his work schedule to ensure he could watch the game undisturbed for the next 2 hours. Seeing Brazil's adjusted attacking tactics, Guardiola seemed thoughtful. As the founder of possession-based football, Guardiola understood the strengths and weaknesses of this tactical approach better than anyone else. He had thoroughly analyzed Barcelona's humiliating defeat to Bayern Munich in the Champions League. While there was some tactical advantage, Bayern's overall strength in those two matches was undeniably superior to Barcelona's. Despite still carrying the Dream Team moniker, Barcelona's squad was clearly aging. Their dominance was far less than when they won their sextuple a few years ago. Especially in midfield, Xavi, aging and with declining stamina, was easily contained by opponents in high-intensity matches. Once the opponent neutralized Barcelona's midfield, their attacking threat would be halved. This also applied to Spain. However, Del Bosque was clever. He positioned Xavi in a defensive midfield role, with Martinez acting as his bodyguard. Furthermore, to avoid being pressed, Xavi would even drop back near the defensive line when receiving the ball, a position more akin to a defender than a defensive midfielder. From there, even if opponents tried to press him, Their high position and the support of multiple teammates prevented them from succeeding. Xavi's attacking prowess is undeniable, and placing him deeper would inevitably diminish Barcelona's offensive capabilities. However, this doesn't seem to be an issue for Spain. Their attacking line is far more formidable, with numerous players capable of replacing Xavi and completing attacks. Xavi's role is simply to comfortably pass the ball from deep. This reduces his own burden, lessens the pressure of close marking, allows him to play longer, and gives him more time to observe the opponent's positioning before making a decisive pass. Guardiola has used this tactic before, but he employed Busquets, having him drop back to a defensive position to assume this responsibility. However, Busquets lacks Xavi's experience and passing ability, making Xavi a more effective choice for this role. With this in mind, Guardiola pondered, could he replicate this tactic at Bayern Munich? Between Schweinsteiger and Kroos, who could drop deeper? The effectiveness of a tactic depends not only on how well the team plays, but also on whether their opponents give them opportunities. Clearly, Spain wasn't going to give them any. In the 23rd minute, after thwarting an attack, Casillas quickly passed a ball to Xavi. Fred immediately pressed Xavi, but without any teammates to assist him, Xavi executed a signature turn to evade Fred's challenge. While dribbling forward, he observed his teammates and opponents' positions and delivered a through ball to Iniesta in midfield. Iniesta received the ball and passed it back to Martinez, who then passed it diagonally forward to Iniesta, who had already turned and evaded him. Nearby Brazilian defenders immediately moved towards Iniesta to intercept his breakthrough. During his high-speed run, Iniesta passed the ball across to Lin Quan. Lin Quan received the ball and played a 1-2 with Iniesta. The defenders, habitually following the ball with their eyes, became extremely alert upon seeing Iniesta pass to Lin Quan. This, however, lowered the guard against Iniesta, allowing him to break through the opponent's double team and enter the penalty area to receive the ball. Stop him. Caesar, seeing his teammates' defense about to be breached again, quickly directed them to intercept. Thiago Silva and Marcelo rushed towards Iniesta, one after the other. Marcelo pressed Iniesta, while Thiago Silva lagged slightly behind, intending to block Iniesta's passing lanes. 10 minutes earlier, they had been caught out by the opponent using this tactic. They wouldn't fall for it again. Thiago Silva's judgment was accurate. Facing Marcelo's block, Iniesta didn't intend to shoot himself. He quickly chose to pass, and to Lin Quan. A good opportunity. Thiago Silva's eyes lit up, seemingly seeing a chance to intercept and launch a counter-attack. He quickly stretched out his foot, intending to pass the ball to a teammate. But unexpectedly, a foot was faster than him, touching the ball first. How could this be? When did this guy get there? Thiago Silva stared in disbelief at Lin Quan appearing before him. The guy had been 7 or 8 meters away when he passed to Iniesta. How could he be right in front of him in the blink of an eye? Did he plan his passing sequence with Iniesta beforehand? Alves and Luis, seeing Silva's interception fail, immediately rushed towards Lin Quan. There were simply too many players in the penalty area. Lin Quan's passing lanes were blocked. He had to take the shot himself. The Brazilian fans' hearts were in their throats when they saw the Spanish player penetrate their penalty area. Now, seeing Lin Quan surrounded by 3 of their own players, they breathed a sigh of relief. This shot should have been saved, right? However, something astonishing happened. Surrounded by 3 Brazilian players, Lin Quan moved like a nimble flea, weaving and dodging, managing to break through their defenses. The Brazilian fans in the stands were dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. How did he do that? The Brazilian goalkeeper was stunned. He hadn't expected his teammates' double team to fail. Meanwhile, in the VIP boxes at the Maracana Stadium, in the Sky Sports commentary box, in the manager's office at Stamford Bridge, and at the Munich estate, almost everyone who witnessed this goal had the same thought: is this guy even human? Chapter 162 Breaking Records, a man on par with Messi and Ronaldo. Goal. Unbelievable. Incredible. Surrounded by multiple defenders, Lin Quan broke through and kicked the ball into the Brazilian goal. This is simply unbelievable. On the Sky Sports commentary desk, after seeing this goal, Martin Tyler demonstrated the excellent professionalism of a commentator. He explained the entire goal in one breath at an extremely fast pace. He concluded with an exclamation: Lin Quan, a young player not yet 18 years old, has scored 2 goals in this match, bringing his total goals in this Confederations Cup to 9. This breaks the historical record set by Romario in the 1997 Confederations Cup. And it significantly improves that record to 9 goals. Scoring in 5 consecutive matches, averaging 1.8 goals per game, such a scoring efficiency is probably only matched by Messi and Ronaldo worldwide. It's no exaggeration to say that we are witnessing the birth of a legendary player. Martin Tyler gave Lin Quan extremely high praise. Andy Gray chimed in, yes, for a striker, to maintain such a stable performance and score so many goals in international tournaments against so many strong teams, even Ronaldo and Messi haven't achieved that. The two seemed worried the audience wouldn't understand how incredible Lin Quan's statistics were, so they kept comparing him to Ronaldo and Messi. They hoped to show the audience how high this Spanish boy, not yet 18, had started and how much potential he had. Since Ronaldo and Messi began their dominant performances, they have been far ahead of other players, becoming the undisputed duo of football's best. In the years they've reigned supreme, challengers have emerged. But these challengers either lacked the necessary skill or were short-lived, quickly fading away. No one could truly threaten their position. But now, besides the undisputed duo, a true challenger has appeared. This person is none other than Lin Quan. Lin Quan was unaware of the higher regard the outside world held for him because of his goal. He'd scored even more spectacular goals at his club level before, so he wasn't particularly surprised. However, after scoring 2 goals, he was still in a good mood. His Spanish players rushed over, excitedly wanting to celebrate with him. He himself didn't think much of the goal, but his teammates didn't. They'd never seen a more spectacular goal in the national team, so naturally, they wanted a proper celebration. And they needed to design a special celebration to make it memorable. Because in the previous match against Italy, Lin Quan and his teammates had designed a very creative celebration, which had many fans eagerly anticipating their next one. So this time, Lin Quan and his teammates discussed whether to fulfill the fans' expectations. Lin Quan, should we use that celebration move? Iniesta, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Won't the away fans think we're provoking them? Pedro, possibly, we might even get things thrown at us. Ramos, shall we celebrate further away? Xavi speechless, anyway, we definitely have to use that move, right? Everyone chorused, exactly. Xavi shrugged, okay then, I'll be the backrest. Iniesta, I'll be the toilet seat. Lin Quan, I'll go to the toilet. Pedro secretly took a step back, making Ramos's position awkward. Ramos looked around and saw that everyone else had been assigned roles, leaving only him, so he was very dissatisfied. Damn it, why am I the toilet? Stop talking nonsense, get down. Everyone ignored his complaints and together pressed him to the ground. Ramos had no choice but to cooperate with his teammates' performance, even though he had been tricked by these idiots. Hey, what are they doing? The fans in the stadium quickly noticed the unusual behavior of the Spanish players. Instead of celebrating after scoring, they gathered together, seemingly discussing something. Could they be planning their celebration? The fans wondered. The Spanish players' subsequent actions confirmed their suspicions. Here they come, they really are designing their celebration. I wonder what surprise this celebration will bring us? Haha, is it going to be the fishing celebration again? Why is Ramos lying on the ground? Oh, and his butt is sticking up. To be honest, Ramos's butt is pretty perky. A 6. The gay guy is right next to me. After Ramos settled down, Iniesta knelt beside him, leaning on him. Xavi stood behind Iniesta, head down, leaning against his back. At this point, no one knew what they were doing. It wasn't until Lin Quan, who had scored the goal, walked over. He lifted Iniesta's clasped arms up like a toilet seat, then sat on Ramos, pretending to use the toilet. Afterward, he pinched Xavi's arm, as if flushing. Then he closed the toilet seat back up and left. The audience finally understood what the Spanish guys were doing. Their goal celebration was a toilet celebration. Absurd. The fans burst into laughter, amused by Spain's highly creative and comical celebration. Only a small number of Brazilian fans felt embarrassed. Was Spain comparing their team to a toilet? The Spanish players made a very creative, but somewhat unseemly, celebration. The Brazilian fans seemed a bit annoyed and booed the Spanish players. Martin Tyler put his hand to his forehead. He had never seen such a celebration in all his years of commentating. What's wrong with the Spanish players' brains? How do they always come up with such bizarre celebrations? The fans' emotions can affect the players on both sides of the field. It's really unwise for the Spanish to do this while playing away. Andy Gray, having previously supported Brazil, naturally took Brazil's side and criticized Spain. Martin Tyler, on the other hand, didn't care. The difference in strength between the two teams had been clearly evident in these few tens of minutes of the game. Even if Brazil played with extra energy, they might not be able to beat Spain. What they needed to do now was find an effective way to attack and equalize the score as soon as possible. Otherwise, going back to the locker room with a deficit would be a tough second half for them. The Brazilian players obviously knew this, so after the restart, they were all very impatient. They all wanted to kick the ball into the Spanish goal immediately and equalize the score. However, the more impatient they were, the worse their performance became. In the 25th minute, Alves sent a through ball down the right wing, and Fred's right-footed shot from the right side of the penalty area went wide. In the 28th minute, Hulk delivered a through ball from the right side of midfield, but Oscar was cleanly tackled by Ramos just as he was about to enter the penalty area. In the 32nd minute, Brazil intercepted the ball in their own half and launched a counter-attack. Neymar delivered a diagonal pass from the left side of the penalty area, and Fred received the ball in the center of the box, managing a weak shot despite being outmuscled by Pique. This shot was completely harmless and easily saved by Casillas. During this period, Brazil's counter-attacks went on a mini-surge, but their finishing was poor. Their shots were almost purely for the sake of shooting, posing little threat to the Spanish goal. Moreover, as the Brazilian players became increasingly impatient, their teamwork decreased, and they gradually resorted to individual play. In the 36th minute, Hulk received the ball on the wing, overpowering Alba in a physical contest, but Pique cleared the ball from the net. A few minutes later, Neymar received the ball on the other side. He executed a beautiful lobbed pass amidst multiple defenders, but with so many players in the penalty area, he only managed to get past one before another defender kicked the ball away. Lacking coordination, Brazil's attacking threat plummeted, and they struggled to threaten Spain's goal. Conversely, Spain's attack flourished. In the 38th minute, Xavi delivered a brilliant pass from midfield. Lin Quan feigned receiving the ball but deliberately let it slip past a teammate. Pedro arrived in time and, before the defender could close him down, unleashed a long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area. The ball narrowly missed the post, giving the Brazilian team a scare. Had it gone in, they would have been eliminated. Trailing by 3 goals at halftime, not every team is Liverpool, capable of staging an Istanbul miracle from the brink of defeat. In the 45th minute of the first half, Spain missed a golden opportunity. Lin Quan dribbled forward, rounded the on-rushing Gustavo, and delivered a brilliant pass. Pedro made a run down the left wing, received the ball, and quickly passed it laterally. Iniesta arrived in time, received the pass, and curled a shot towards the far corner. Brazilian goalkeeper Cesar couldn't reach the ball. If it had hit the target, it would have been a sure goal. Iniesta, seeing the ball round the goalkeeper, was already raising his hands in celebration. But then, unexpectedly, Brazilian centre-back David Luiz stepped up at the crucial moment. With a split-like motion on the goal line, he cleared the ball. Iniesta, arms outstretched, clutched his head, staring incredulously at the ball flying out of play. No way. That was blocked? The Brazilian players seemed equally surprised that their teammate had saved what appeared to be a sure goal. Seeing this, they rushed towards David Luiz, ruffling his hair, patting his backside, and praising his performance. Cesar, who had narrowly escaped a goal, excitedly hugged him, thanking him for the crucial clearance. He certainly didn't want to have to retrieve the ball from his own goal 3 times in one match. Both sides committed few fouls in the first half, so the referee only added 1 minute of stoppage time. Because of the short time, neither side managed to score, and the score remained 2-1 until the halftime whistle. Hearing the whistle, the Spanish players strolled off in small groups, chatting and laughing, their expressions relaxed as they headed towards the locker room. On the other side, the Brazilian players looked extremely serious. Neymar walked along, staring intently at Lin Quan's retreating figure, his fists clenched tightly. In this match, judging from the first half alone, he had been completely dominated. The opponent had already scored 2 goals in the first half, while he had barely managed a few shots. In terms of total goals, the opponent had reached 9, 3 times his score. Even if he were blessed with divine intervention, he probably couldn't reverse this gap. Therefore, surpassing the opponent in total goals was impossible. So, to defeat his opponent, There was only one option: to win this match and lead his team to victory over his team. With this thought, Neymar made a silent resolution. In the locker room, Vicente Del Bosque walked in, beaming. He immediately applauded the players. "Guys, you played brilliantly, I'm so proud of you." Brazil was a strong team. In the first half, they had 7 shots, 4 on target. Their passing accuracy was 79%, and their possession was 39%. These statistics were significantly better than at the start, indicating that Brazil was gradually adapting to Spain's possession-based style of play. Given more time, they might fully adapt and slowly turn the tide. However, Spain's 2 goals came at the perfect time, each one interrupting Brazil's momentum just as they were about to gain ground. This not only gave them the lead but also stifled their attack. Facing such a powerful opponent, Spain's ability to reverse the game after a poor start and firmly control the field greatly pleased Del Bosque. The players had perfectly executed his tactical requirements. They'll definitely increase the intensity of their attack in the second half, and the pressure on our midfield will be even greater. Vicente Del Bosque pulled out his tactics board and began sketching and drawing, starting to plan the tactics for the second half. Meanwhile, in the Brazilian team's locker room, Scolari was also busy planning the tactics for the second half. "Our attacks from the flanks in the first half weren't very effective. This isn't to say that the idea of attacking from the flanks was wrong, but rather that our teamwork wasn't working. In the second half, we need more teamwork. Don't fall into the trap of individual play, understand?" Scolari looked up and glanced at the players. The Brazilian players nodded, all somewhat intimidated by the old man. Scolari had led Brazil to the 2002 World Cup title, and he held a high position in the Brazilian national team. The current team consisted of young players, many of whom didn't come from the top 5 European leagues. They were essentially promoted by Scolari, so naturally, they didn't dare offend their mentor. Scolari was satisfied with the players' reactions, so he called out Neymar. "Neymar, you're the team's biggest star. The team is in trouble now, and we need you to step up. Tell me, can you complete the task I've assigned and lead the team to a comeback victory?" Scolari's use of team star player successfully ignited Neymar's sense of responsibility. He glared, clenched his fists, and shouted, "Don't worry, coach, I will definitely lead the team to a crushing victory against Spain and win the championship trophy." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 I'll kick you, you slut. The second half has begun. I wonder what adjustments Scolari's Brazil will make. Andy Gray said, watching the players from both teams emerge from the tunnel. Brazil's main problem in the first half was their attack. Their attacking firepower in the group stage and knockout rounds was undeniably strong, but in the final, their approach seemed to have failed, Martin Tyler pointed out incisively. Moreover, their defense didn't seem as solid as expected. Thiago Silva's individual ability is certainly strong, but his coordination with his national team teammates didn't seem very smooth. In the first half, Brazil's defenders repeatedly chased after the ball, leaving their assigned defenders unmarked. Yes, these problems objectively exist. As a championship-winning coach, Scolari couldn't possibly be unaware of these issues, so let's look forward to seeing what adjustments he will make. The Brazilian fans in the Maracanã Stadium were also eagerly anticipating a different performance from their team in the second half, especially Pelé, who was sitting in his VIP box. When Brazil opened the scoring in the first half, Pelé eagerly posted a picture on social media showing Brazil 1-0 Spain, to prove he wasn't a jinx. But before he could even celebrate, Spain equalized with a brilliant combination. Okay, just an equalizer. Given the Brazilian team's form today, it was only a matter of time before they took the lead again. However, instead of a Brazilian goal, he witnessed a Spanish goal. When Pelé saw Lin Quan effortlessly break through the defense and score Spain's second goal, the football legend stood frozen for almost half a minute. Seeing Spain actually turn the game around to 2-1, Pelé started sweating profusely. Oh no. I really am a jinx now. Just recently, Pelé was happily scrolling through social media, basking in the praise from fans. Now, his phone felt like it weighed a ton, trembling so much he could barely hold it. Online, angry Brazilian fans didn't insult their own star player. Instead, They viciously attacked the Brazilian defenders. Alves, Thiago Silva, David Luiz, Marcelo. Brazil's pre-match pride and star-studded defense proved as fragile as paper, crumbling at the slightest touch. The thought of their pre-match boasts of who can break through this defense stung Brazilian fans. Of course, admitting their mistakes was out of the question, so they took their anger out on the players. Praise for wins, condemnation for losses. This phenomenon of blindly praising and criticizing is common among football fans worldwide. However, this particular national team's consistent losses have turned their online community into a veritable spittoon of criticism, a situation universally condemned. Vicente Del Bosque sat on the bench, calmly taking a sip of water. While drinking, he observed the game. He was certain that Scolari had devised a specific tactic to counter Spain during halftime. However, Vicente Del Bosque did not easily change the team's tactics. He would wait until after the 65th minute to implement any adjustments to the team's formation. For now, Spain was still using the same style of play as in the first half. There's a saying in football, winning teams don't need to change anything. Since the team won, it proved the lineup was effective, and the players had chemistry on the field. Random adjustments might backfire. Even if adjustments were necessary, they should wait until the opponent made their move. Compared to Del Bosque's calm demeanor, Scolari on the other side was much more nervous. Although Brazil had already won the Confederations Cup twice, this title seemed less significant to them. However, this match was of extraordinary importance. It was the Confederations Cup held on home soil, and they were facing the world's #1 team. For Brazil, aiming for the championship, this match was a preview of next year's World Cup final. If they lost this match, the blow to the team's morale and confidence would be enormous. Scolari's last World Cup victory for Brazil was largely due to the team's strength. With Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, Rivaldo, Roberto Carlos, and a host of other stars, Brazil boasted arguably the strongest lineup in history. Furthermore, the 2012 World Cup saw numerous refereeing scandals, leading to the early elimination of Brazil's biggest rivals, France and Italy, due to biased officiating and poor opponent performances. The final was reached by a clearly weaker German team. However, next year's World Cup will be a different story. Unless Brazil bribes the referees to disqualify Spain before the final, they will face the defending champions. This Spanish team is not the aging and weakened German squad of yesteryear. Defeating them will be extremely difficult for Brazil. It was initially thought that Spain's aging squad wouldn't withstand the onslaught of their young players, but surprisingly, Spain's tactical core is incredibly young. Using an old men's strategy against a team under 18 is simply absurd. In the end, Scolari could only sigh inwardly. What incredible luck Spain had. Just when they were about to decline from their peak, such an extraordinary player appeared. With Lin Quan on the team, Spain's peak might continue for at least another 5 years. Only when a large number of key players like Xavi, Iniesta, Fabregas, and Busquets retire, and there aren't enough strong domestic players to replace them, can the collapse of the Spanish dynasty be declared. Right now, it's all too early. Scolari's adjustments did have some effect. After his midfield adjustments, Brazil's defense became much more solid. The Brazilian players knew how good Spain's passing was, so they stopped chasing the ball. Instead, they stuck to their assigned targets, not giving the opponent easy opportunities to get the ball. This way, by limiting the opponent's passing options, they could limit Spain's attack. Besides adjusting the defense, Scolari also made adjustments to the attack. He instructed the wingers to alternate between crossing from the byline and cutting inside to shoot. He also instructed his players to coordinate as much as possible in attack to avoid falling into the same individualistic trap as in the first half. Neymar, Hulk, and Oscar faithfully executed his tactical arrangements, frequently switching positions and attempting to break down Spain's defense with passes and combinations. However, because the three didn't play for the same club and their national team training time was relatively short, their understanding was lacking. In their forward runs, the Brazilian players didn't seem to be on the same page, resulting in several mistakes. But these situations are gradually improving. All three are very strong players, especially Neymar. He can not only dribble past opponents and shoot, but also has a good passing ability, creating space and providing assists for his teammates. After he changed his playing style and was willing to cooperate more with his teammates, Brazil's attacking threat has clearly increased. The Spanish players realized this, so they increased their defensive efforts against Neymar. But Neymar is not easy to defend. Neymar is very agile, with excellent dribbling, passing, and shooting abilities. While he doesn't possess Lin Quan's lightning-fast footwork, his footwork combined with feints is highly deceptive, resulting in a relatively high success rate in one-on-one dribbling. Most importantly, like many South American players, Neymar is incredibly creative. His football is full of imagination. However, Neymar has one major weakness: he tends to hold on to the ball too long. This gives opponents opportunities to foul him. Spanish players might not be able to steal the ball from Neymar, but they can certainly tackle or foul him. Thus, after the start of the second half, there were several instances of Neymar being fouled by Spanish players, resulting in him diving or rolling on the field. Brazilian fans, seeing Neymar constantly being fouled, booed and protested against the Spanish team's brutal style of play. Meanwhile, Lin Quan, on the other side, was also frequently fouled by Brazilian players while dribbling. Both sides knew who posed the greatest threat and naturally targeted Lin Quan and Neymar specifically. However, unlike Neymar, Lin Quan didn't engage in exaggerated dives or rolling on the ground clutching his legs after being fouled. Even when tackled, he would quickly get up and continue fighting without a single complaint. In contrast, Neymar's reaction after being fouled was far too exaggerated. Comparing the two, neutral fans naturally sided with Lin Quan and felt no sympathy for Neymar. Damn, Ronaldo's diving skills have a successor. Neymar should just go to Hollywood, he's wasting his talent in football. No wonder he's a player Barcelona noticed, he's only just joined Barcelona and already has such acting skills. Impressive. Lin Quan is an honest man. If you were to roll on the ground clutching his leg and howling like Neymar after being fouled, the Brazilian defenders would probably get a few more yellow cards. Neutral fans watch the game to enjoy exciting matches. Therefore, they dislike Neymar's behavior, always diving during intense moments, disrupting the rhythm of the game, making it fragmented, and greatly affecting the viewing experience. Despite being fouled several times, Neymar's threat remained undiminished. In the 58th minute, Neymar dribbled down the wing, and two nearby Spanish players immediately double-teamed him. Neymar's physical strength isn't particularly strong, certainly not compared to the 1.92-meter tall Martinez. When he was pressed by multiple Spanish players, the Brazilian fans in the stadium held their breath, thinking he was about to be fouled again. Unlike Lin Quan, Neymar can't use changes of pace to easily beat opposing defenders like Lin Quan. However, he often comes up with some unexpected solutions. Seeing Martinez approaching, Neymar gently kicked the ball to the left. After observing the shift in the opponent's center of gravity, Neymar suddenly stepped the ball back with his foot. This move was very unexpected and also very dangerous. When Neymar stepped on the ball, his other foot was just off the ground, meaning his center of gravity was on the foot that was stepping on the ball. And shifting your weight while stepping on the ball is a move that could easily result in you falling flat on your face due to the ball rolling. However, Neymar's excellent balance prevented him from falling, allowing him to complete the move smoothly. This action completely caught Martinez off guard, and with the grass seemingly slippery, Martinez stumbled and lost his defensive position. Only Monreal remained beside Neymar. Arsenal's defender was taken aback, focusing intently on the ball at Neymar's feet while watching for changes in the opponent's center of gravity, ready to intercept at any moment. But the ball seemed to come alive under Neymar's feet. He pushed the ball slightly towards Monreal, luring him to make a move, then quickly pulled the ball back, simultaneously retreating and tapping it to his left foot while swinging his body to the left. Monreal rushed to follow, but it was a feint. Neymar swayed left and right, deceiving his opponent into diving to the left, while he himself broke through to the right. At this moment, Martinez had already stood up, preparing to tackle. Neymar chipped the ball to his teammate in the middle, then slipped past Martinez like an eel. Fred received the ball and played a through ball. Neymar received the ball and was about to shoot when Ramos tackled him in the penalty area. Serves you right for being so reckless. You deserved to be tackled for the way you play. Ramos glared at Neymar after the tackle, not even bothering to help him up. The crowd erupted in uproar. Brazilian fans were stunned for a moment before booing and protesting to the referee, demanding a penalty. The referee promptly showed Ramos a yellow card and awarded Brazil a penalty. Although Ramos got to the ball, he tackled Neymar first, and the tackle resulted in the ball being tackled as well. Judging from his attitude towards Neymar after the tackle, many suspected he was aiming for the player. "Sorry, Igor, I've caused you trouble." Ramos calmed down after the tackle, realizing his mistake. If it hadn't been a foul, Casillas might have saved it. It's alright, my positioning wasn't good just now. If he had shot directly, I really wouldn't have been confident I could have saved it. Casillas patted Ramos on the shoulder, not blaming him. Let alone him. Seeing Neymar toying with his teammates like that, he almost wanted to kick Neymar himself. Neymar's style of play is beautiful, but that's from the perspective of his own fans and neutral fans. From the opposing side, seeing Neymar play like that would be truly humiliating, and they wouldn't be able to resist committing a foul. You play so stylishly, hold on to the ball so much, have such a flamboyant personality, and are the team's attacking core, who else would we tackle but you? However, the cost of that foul is a bit high. On the Brazilian side, Neymar chose to take the penalty himself. Casillas stared into Neymar's eyes, not looking at his movements. Neymar seemed a little guilty under his gaze, avoiding Casillas' eye contact. He lowered his head, glanced to the right side of the goal, and prepared to shoot in that direction. His move caught Casillas' attention, and he immediately lunged to his right to make a save. With a thud, Casillas slapped the ball away. The Spanish defender had already cleared the ball out of bounds. Casillas got up and roared triumphantly. You think you can break through my St. Casillas' defense? You're still too green. The Brazilian fans had already begun celebrating when the referee awarded a penalty, but after seeing Casillas save Neymar's shot, the 80,000-seat Maracanã Stadium fell silent. Chapter 164, Kill the game completely. This can't be my fault, can it? Pelé muttered to himself in the VIP box after Neymar missed the penalty. The Brazilian fans in the stadium were experiencing a complex mix of emotions. Disappointment, frustration, sadness, and anger surged through them. Their feelings wouldn't have been so complex if they hadn't seen any hope of an equalizer. But Neymar had created that hope for them, only to kick it away. The Brazilian fans were devastated. A penalty. It was a penalty. The probability of a penalty being saved is less than 20%, and he missed it. 1,000 curses seemed to run through their minds. But could Neymar be blamed for not scoring? It seemed he couldn't be, because he had created the penalty himself. It was simply that Neymar failed to seize the opportunity, failed to step up and save the team when they were in trouble. He's still far from being a leader for the Brazilian team. This missed penalty had a significant impact on Neymar's mentality. For the next few tens of minutes, Neymar seemed somewhat sleepwalking, although he still diligently cooperated with his teammates. However, his flair and creativity seemed to have been erased, and his performance could only be described as mediocre, lacking any real flair. Neymar is Brazil's most threatening player, and his loss of flair was a fatal blow to Brazil's attack. On the other hand, Spain's attack remained extremely threatening. In the 64th minute, Spain launched another fluid attack. Their constant passing and movement in the attacking third once again tore apart Brazil's defense. Iniesta delivered a deadly through ball, finding the space behind Thiago Silva and giving Lin Quan a one-on-one opportunity with a goalkeeper. However, this time, Brazil's goalkeeper Cesar was very focused. Just as Iniesta was about to pass the ball, he sensed the danger and rushed out in time to collect the ball before Lin Quan could reach it. The Brazilian fans in the stadium collectively breathed a sigh of relief. From the moment Spain began their rapid passing and movement, their hearts had been in their throats. Later, when the Spanish players used a series of 1-2 passes to get the ball into their own penalty area, the Brazilian fans' hearts were in their throats, almost jumping out of their chests. They only breathed a sigh of relief when their goalkeeper finally collected the ball. Thankfully, Cesar made the crucial save, otherwise, Brazil would likely be 2 goals down by then. In the 65th minute, Spain changed tactics. Xavi moved from defensive midfield to attacking midfield, joining Iniesta to orchestrate the team's attack. Lin Quan moved to the right flank, relentlessly attacking Brazil's left flank. Brazil's left back was Marcelo, known for his strong attack but weak defense. There's a joke in football that one Marcelo can beat 3 Marcelos, meaning that when Marcelo is attacking, even 3 of him can't defend himself. Lin Quan's attacking ability is stronger than Marcelo's, and besides passing and dribbling, he also possesses a strong scoring ability. Facing Lin Quan's attacks from the right flank, Marcelo was completely overwhelmed, repeatedly dribbling past him. On the sidelines, Brazil's coach, Scolari, was visibly uneasy after witnessing Spain's tactics. Marcelo and Neymar were on the same flank, and Brazil's attacks on the left were so threatening because of the 2 players' powerful strikes. But once Lin Quan appeared on that side, completely suppressing Marcelo, Marcelo dared not push forward to assist. As a result, Neymar, without support in the attacking third, saw his threat drastically reduced, and he had almost no opportunities to make an impact in the attacking third. What a ruthless move. Del Bosque, I really underestimated you. Because Lin Quan had previously been a free-roaming forward, not fixed on the wing, Scolari had always considered him a Spanish striker, or at least a number 9.5. But this fixed impression almost made Scolari forget that Lin Quan played as a right winger at Werder Bremen. Not only was Scolari surprised by Vicente Del Bosque's adjustment, but the commentators from various television stations were also taken aback. Del Bosque has actually fixed Spain's attacking core on the right wing. This adjustment is undeniably bold. Martin Tyler was impressed by Spain's tactical approach and admired Del Bosque's decisiveness. Lin Quan has always been Spain's attacking core, playing the number 9.5 position, which involves some of the responsibilities of a striker and midfielder. But by fixing him on the wing, he becomes a sharp blade, abandoning his playmaking duties to focus entirely on piercing the enemy's defense. It's foreseeable that after this adjustment, Spain's attack will be very active for some time. In Chelsea's offices, Mourinho frowned upon seeing Del Bosque's adjustment. In his view, Del Bosque's use of Lin Quan was a complete waste. If he had a player like Lin Quan, he would have 1,000 ways to maximize Lin Quan's potential. Meanwhile, Guardiola laughed when he saw Vicente Del Bosque's personnel decision. Wasn't this the same style of play he used when he managed Barcelona? However, Spain didn't have a center forward like Eto'o. Playing like this, the entire offensive burden fell on Lin Quan's shoulders. If Del Bosque knew the outside speculation, he'd probably laugh out loud. Everyone thought I was going for a full-scale attack, but in reality, I was actively defending. Whether Lin Quan scored or not wasn't important. Suppressing Brazil's left flank was crucial. Placing Lin Quan on the right wing was like trading him for Marcelo and Neymar, a win-win situation no matter how you looked at it. Seeing Lin Quan on the right, Brazil's two center-backs finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they didn't have to face this troublesome guy directly. Their days were easier, but left-back Marcelo's were difficult. From the 65th minute onwards, Spain launched continuous attacks from the right wing, and Marcelo tried his best to keep up with Lin Quan's pace. However, the opponent's dribbling was too unreasonable, and his one-on-one attempts almost always ended in failure. If he was lucky, his teammates could cover for him in time and defuse the crisis. If he was unlucky, even the teammate who was covering for him would be beaten, and the opponent could cut inside and have a shooting opportunity. Marcelo, exhausted like a dog, simply didn't have the energy to go up for an assist. Without his forward runs, Neymar was even more isolated in the attacking third, often being double-teamed by Spanish players. His already poor form was now almost frozen. So, as the game progressed, the fans on the sidelines noticed something was wrong. Why was it Spain attacking all the time? Where were Brazil's counterattacks? Actually, Brazil did have organized counterattacks. But their counterattacks mainly started from the right flank, from Hulk's side. Although Hulk has strong physique, his footwork is far inferior to Neymar's. He's good at finishing, but not so good at assisting teammates. Therefore, Brazil's attack lacked threat, giving the impression of having no counterattacks and being on the defensive the entire time. In the 77th minute, Lin Quan dribbled down the right flank, and Marcelo, though unwilling, had no choice but to come over to defend him. Fortunately, his good friend Gustavo came to help, and the two of them double-teamed Lin Quan. Two of you double-teaming me? You can't possibly beat me and my brother in one fell swoop, can you? Lin Quan glanced at Gustavo and made a strong run down the wing against Marcelo. Marcelo desperately tried to block Lin Quan's path. But Lin Quan's real intention wasn't to overtake from the wing. He cut the ball and suddenly charged towards Gustavo. Gustavo had witnessed Lin Quan's prowess during his time at Bayern Munich. Seeing Lin Quan dribbling towards him, he immediately got into position, fully focused on intercepting. Lin Quan flicked the ball to the left and accelerated towards the left. Gustavo quickly tried to intercept, but unexpectedly, Lin Quan flicked the ball twice in quick succession, not only dodging his interception but also Marcelo's outstretched leg. Lin Quan broke free from the double team. Thiago Silva cursed under his breath, forced to cover. If he hadn't, Lin Quan could have shot directly. Facing Thiago Silva, the world's best defender, Lin Quan didn't try anything reckless. He chose to pass to her teammate. Xavi received the ball on the edge of the penalty area, and David Luiz charged fiercely towards him. Xavi had no shooting angle, so he passed the ball directly to the space left by David Luiz's on-rushing run. Iniesta appeared there, receiving the ball, controlling it, and shooting in one fluid motion. Caesar made another world-class save, diving to his feet to parry the ball away. But the ball didn't fly far, landing at the feet of a Spanish player. Pedro received the ball and, facing his club teammate Alves, attempted a feint to break through but failed, immediately passing the ball to a teammate. With many players in the penalty area, Pedro didn't pass the ball into the box, but instead passed it back to the edge of the penalty area. Having just arrived at this position, Martinez received the ball and surveyed the situation in the penalty area. Spain's penalty area was almost entirely comprised of short players, while the opposing defenders were tall and strong. A cross into the box would likely be a waste. As for ground penetration, there were too many players in the penalty area to pass through. So, Martinez decided to take matters into his own hands. With a powerful slam, he unleashed a powerful shot, deforming the ball and sending it hurtling towards the Brazilian goal. The ball was too fast. Caesar couldn't see its trajectory and could only instinctively dive in one direction. His luck wasn't good. Although he dived in the right direction, the ball slipped under his arm and swished into the net. In the 78th minute, Spain scored again through midfielder Martinez, extending their lead to 3-1. With a 2-goal lead, the championship was practically within reach for Spain. Martinez's goal was a death sentence for Brazil. With less than 20 minutes remaining, they managed to score 2 goals? Even Brazilian fans themselves probably couldn't believe it. If they truly possessed such formidable attacking power, they wouldn't have only managed 1 goal so far. And that 1 goal was the result of an early attack. Once Spain set up their formation and entered the game, they couldn't break through the opponent's defense. Thinking about this, countless Brazilian fans had tears in their eyes. They found it hard to accept their team losing at home and missing out on the championship, but football is cruel. There's only one championship trophy, but countless teams vie for it. Winners are destined to be a minority, and losers are the majority. Seeing his team extend their lead, Vicente Del Bosque breathed a sigh of relief. He began making substitutions. Cazorla came on, replacing veteran Xavi. The Spanish fans in attendance stood up and gave Xavi a warm round of applause, thanking him for his contribution to the team. Xavi jogged off the field, applauding the fans as well, thanking them for their support. After Cazorla came on, Spain continued their attacking offensive, relentlessly targeting Brazil's left flank. Brazil's left flank was completely neutralized, unable to launch attacks from there. Meanwhile, Hulk's attacks down the right flank posed little threat. Scolari was forced to make a substitution, replacing Hulk with Lucas Moura. Lucas can play as a winger or even an attacking midfielder. He's not tall, only 1.72 meters, but incredibly fast, a typical speedy winger. Clearly, Scolari wanted to utilize his speed and playmaking ability to break down defenses. This substitution had some effect. Lucas did create several threats after coming on, even forcing Pique to foul him and receive a yellow card. However, Brazil's attack still failed to convert into goals, and time ticked away. In the final stages of the match, Lin Quan, after receiving the ball, stopped relentlessly attacking. After Xavi was substituted, Cazorla played briefly as an attacking midfielder before returning to his defensive midfield position. Lin Quan then returned to his number 9.5 position, taking on the role of playmaker in the attacking third. At this point, engaging in an all-out attack would be disadvantageous for Spain, who were leading in the score. They needed to control the tempo and slowly wear down the clock. Therefore, after receiving the ball, Lin Quan consciously slowed the pace, passing the ball around with his teammates while patiently looking for opportunities. Brazilian fans, who had seen their team's attack improve after the introduction of Lucas Moura, were eagerly anticipating a score change or even a miracle. Instead, they saw the Spanish players playing a game of passing the ball around. This infuriated them, and boos and insults rained down on the Spanish players. However, the Spanish players remained unmoved. You boo your way, I'll just keep passing the ball around. Everyone doing their job, good, good. Brazil's coach, Scolari, glared angrily at Del Bosque, as if questioning, how can you be so shameless? Del Bosque shrugged, shameless? Come on, we're not passing the ball around in our own half, just in midfield. You can definitely come up and press us. Nobody's stopping you. Pressing is a must. There are only a few minutes left in the game. If we don't press and let them run out of time by passing the ball around like this, Brazil is doomed to lose. We're already down by 2 goals anyway, so we're not afraid of anyone." Scolari waved his hand, ordering all the players to press forward and get the ball. Lin Quan, who was leisurely passing the ball around with his teammates, saw the opponents charging forward aggressively with red eyes. He immediately gestured for them to speed up the passing. Spain's passing speed suddenly increased. Lin Quan orchestrated a play from the center, making full use of the width of the field, passing the ball to the defensive midfielder and then to the wingers. With his level 2 stamina talent, he still had plenty of energy and could easily run a few more steps. But the Brazilian players weren't up to it. They chased the ball everywhere, the opposing team passing it back and forth between the attacking and defensive thirds, and they couldn't get it no matter how hard they ran. In a fit of anger, they tackled Lin Quan, who was orchestrating the play in the center. Beep. The referee immediately blew his whistle, giving Oscar a yellow card and awarding Spain a free kick. Lin Quan didn't waste time on the ground, even though many Spanish fans wanted him to. He sat on the grass, rubbing his ankle, thinking how dirty Oscar's tackle was. Even with his injury mitigation abilities, the tackle was excruciatingly painful. Without them, it might have seriously injured him. Should we call a stretcher? Iniesta and Silva approached, asking with concern. No need. Lin Quan shook his head, stood up with his teammates' help, and tried to take a few steps. His ankle was still very sore from the tackle. However, the pain was lessening. An ice pack would help when he got back. Seeing Lin Quan get up again, the Spanish fans breathed a sigh of relief. The game was almost won, but if their key player got injured in a tackle, the cost of this victory would be too high. Vicente del Bosque on the sidelines was even more nervous than the Spanish fans. He called for Torres to prepare to come on. However, Lin Quan gestured to him from the field, indicating that he should finish the free kick before coming down. The free kick was near the center circle, very far from the goal, making a direct shot virtually impossible. But Spain insisted on lobbing it into the penalty area, forcing the Brazilian players to obediently run back to form a wall. Although a direct shot was unlikely, allowing them to cross into the box for a header was still a significant threat. Spanish players were pushing and shoving each other in the penalty area, and the referee ran over to warn them to watch their actions. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. The game was already in the 86th minute, and the Spanish free kick would take at least 2 minutes. This was clearly time wasting. It was utterly despicable and shameless. Lin Quan ignored the boos from the fans and gestured to his teammates that he would shoot at the far post. The ball was kicked out, and the Spanish players rushed towards the far post. The Brazilian players saw them rushing towards the far post and followed suit. As a result, the ball landed at the near post, not the far post. Pique got to the ball, but instead of shooting directly, he passed it to an open teammate. Cazorla received the ball on the edge of the penalty area and made a shooting motion. Nearby Brazilian players rushed towards him to block his shot. However, Cazorla did not shoot but unexpectedly kicked the ball into the open space on the left side of the Brazilian team. There, a red figure rushed in, received the ball, and surged into the penalty area. Before the goalkeeper could close him down, he pushed the ball into the goal, 4-1. Lin Quan scored his 3rd goal of the match. Moreover, in completing his hat-trick, he also completely sealed the victory. Including stoppage time, there were less than 6 minutes left in the game. Brazil was powerless to turn the tide. Chapter 165, Winning the Championship Plus Transfer. After scoring, Lin Quan was immediately substituted by Vicente del Bosque. The veteran coach had already seen the menacing expressions on the Brazilian players' faces. With a 3-goal lead, keeping their key player on the field risked retaliatory fouls and injuries. Like Xavi earlier, Lin Quan received applause from the Spanish fans as he left the field. However, soon after, a chorus of boos erupted. The Brazilian fans absolutely hated him. If it weren't for his 3 goals, Brazil might have won 3 consecutive World Cups. Lin Quan ignored the boos and walked to the sidelines to high-five Torres. "Boss, have some water." Chelsea's young player Azpilicueta thoughtfully offered him an energy drink. "Thanks." Lin Quan thanked him and took the drink. Morata, standing nearby, awkwardly withdrew his drink and glared at Azpilicueta. "This guy was even faster than me." Unfortunately, Azpilicueta was too busy flattering Lin Quan to notice Morata's expression. "Boss, you're amazing." A hat-trick in the final. I could never do that in my entire life. Morata retorted without hesitation, "You're a defender who can't even score a goal in 10 games, and you want to do a hat-trick? You're dreaming." Arbeloa, standing nearby, disagreed. "Ramos almost did a hat-trick in the World Cup qualifiers. So what if you're a defender? Defenders can score goals too." Right. Alvaro is right, I was being narrow-minded. Arbeloa and Ramos are both senior figures in the Real Madrid team, and Morata, a newcomer, naturally didn't dare to challenge them, so he easily backed down. Lin Quan noticed that Morata seemed unhappy, probably because he hadn't gotten a chance to play, hence his frustration and disappointment. However, he couldn't help. Spain's current tactics didn't really require a traditional center forward. Unless Morata changes his playing style and moves to the wing or attacking midfield position, he can only be Torres' substitute. And with Torres himself thoroughly getting any playing time, Morata's chances are even slimmer. However, Morata's frustration quickly vanished. 5 minutes later, the referee blew the final whistle. Thanks to goals from Lin Quan and Martinez, Spain defeated the host nation Brazil 4-1 to win the Confederations Cup. The Spanish players and coaching staff on the bench rushed onto the field to celebrate yet another championship trophy with the players. Since winning the World Cup in 2010, Spain has won the World Cup, the European Championship, and the Confederations Cup, Intercontinental Cup, within 3 years. They have achieved a true Grand Slam at the national team level. Thus, the Spanish national team has truly created its own dynasty. If winning the World Cup once isn't enough, then next year, in the World Cup final held on this very field, if they can lift the trophy again, then no one in the world would be able to question the dynasty they had built. Lin Quan and his teammates didn't think too much about it, they simply enjoyed the joy of winning the championship. This was his first trophy in an international competition, and it meant a lot to him. After the match, the staff quickly set up the award stage. The tournament committee and guests attending the awards ceremony appeared one after another. The cameras captured the figure of FIFA President Blatter. The first award presented was the Golden Boot for this Confederations Cup. There was no suspense in this award. Lin Quan won the top scorer award with 10 goals. "Congratulations, young man, your performance was truly amazing." Blatter whispered a few words in Lin Quan's ear as he presented the award. "Thank you for your praise, Mr. President." Lin Quan accepted the Golden Boot from Blatter, shook hands with the award presenters, took photos with them, and then walked off from the other side. The Silver Boot was awarded to Lin Quan's teammate Torres. Torres didn't start many times in this Confederations Cup, but he was very lucky, scoring 6 goals in those limited appearances. Of course, 5 of those goals were scored against Tahiti. To be fair, if we're talking about goal-scoring efficiency, Torres scored 6 goals in a shorter time than Lin Quan, making him the king of efficiency. Although he didn't start many times, he won the Silver Boot and the championship, so Torres was quite satisfied. The Bronze Boot went to Brazil's star player, Neymar. However, unlike Lin Quan's relaxed expression, the usually optimistic Neymar couldn't smile at all. Brazil lost the championship on home soil, and he suffered a crushing defeat in his direct confrontation with Lin Quan. The thought of not scoring a single goal in the final made him unable to smile. "Is that really your Silver Boot? It looks even brighter than my Gold Boot." Lin Quan saw Torres approaching, curiously touching the Silver Boot he was holding, then comparing it to his own Gold Boot, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that the color of his Gold Boot was wrong. "Mine is pure silver, yours is probably gold-plated, but maybe not enough gold plating, the color is a bit dull." "Really? I thought it was pure gold." "Dream on, if it were all gold, it would be worth hundreds of thousands of euros. Do you think the event organizers would be that generous?" Torres, who had won many Golden Boots, was experienced and, after a quick assessment of the weight of Lin Quan's Golden Boot award, knew it was gold-plated. "If you think my Silver Boot looks better, how about we swap?" Torres nudged Lin Quan with his elbow and suggested. Lin Quan rolled his eyes at him, his calculations could be heard across the Atlantic. Neymar felt like an outsider, although he understood both of their languages, he couldn't get a word in edgewise. Finally, the group photo ended, and after shaking hands, the three walked down the escalator. Next up was Spain's goalkeeper, Iker Casillas. He conceded only 3 goals in 5 matches and saved a penalty against Brazil, winning the Golden Glove award in this year's Confederations Cup with an undisputed advantage. After Casillas was substituted, Lin Quan returned to the field. This time, however, he received the Golden Ball Award. This wasn't the annual Golden Ball, but a special award for this Confederations Cup. The design was also different. This Golden Ball resembled a lamp. Congratulations. I hope to see you on the podium again next year. Blatter smiled and handed the Golden Ball to Lin Quan, patting him on the shoulder encouragingly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope to receive both awards from you next year. Blatter was taken aback. The Golden Ball and Golden Boot awards from the World Cup? That's no easy feat. This kid, so confident in himself? Neymar won the silver ball. Although Brazil lost, Neymar's outstanding performance was undeniable. However, Neymar underperformed in the crucial match. Had he played better and scored that penalty, the game might have been more suspenseful. The Bronze Ball award went to Lin Quan's teammate, Iniesta. While Iniesta didn't score many goals in this World Cup, his performance was outstanding. Once again, the podium featured 2 Spaniards and 1 Brazilian. Since Iniesta is Neymar's teammate, he chatted with him briefly, easing Neymar's embarrassment. After the 3 left the field, the entire Spanish team went up to receive their award. They received the Fair Play Award from this Confederations Cup. This was Lin Quan's 3rd time on the award stage. Therefore, he went up on stage to accept awards so many times that even fans started to joke, why not just let Lingard stand on the stage? All this going up and down is just a hassle. Yet, the organizers were a bit inconsiderate. Haha, I guess the organizers didn't expect Lingard to win so many awards, otherwise, they would have definitely arranged a special seat for him on the award stage. After presenting Spain with the Fair Play Award, Blatter presented Vicente Del Bosque with the Best Coach Award. This award was well deserved, as Del Bosque's performance in this Confederations Cup was nothing short of dominant. Spain won every match very easily. This was certainly related to the strength of Spain's squad. However, in several key opponents, such as Uruguay, Italy, and Brazil, Del Bosque also showed tactical superiority. After all the miscellaneous awards were presented, the highlight of the awards ceremony finally arrived, the presentation of the Confederations Cup Championship trophy. The Spanish players took to the field one by one, and the veteran players, especially those who had won the 2010 World Cup, appeared very calm. But as the young players passed by the championship trophy, they couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. Lin Quan also touched it, but his thoughts differed from the other young players. He was curious about one thing: was this gleaming trophy pure gold or gilded? According to the team's seniority, the trophy should have been lifted by Captain Casillas and Xavi, among other veteran players. However, Casillas and Xavi called Lin Quan over. Lin, let's lift the trophy together. Okay. Lin Quan didn't refuse and joined the two in raising the Confederations Cup trophy high. Countless confetti rained down on the field, and the famous song "We Are the Champions" began to play. Countless cameras captured this historic moment. While Lin Quan was participating in the Confederations Cup, the European football transfer market was heating up. Among the most eye-catching rumors was the transfer of Gareth Bale between Real Madrid and Tottenham Hotspur. Real Madrid's initial offer to Tottenham was €87 million, which, if finalized, would be the second highest transfer fee in football, second only to Cristiano Ronaldo's €96 million. Tottenham seemed confident of Real Madrid's offer, promptly rejecting it and stating that Bale was not for sale. Real Madrid immediately understood. They thought the price was too low. So they raised their offer to €93 million and made another bid. Tottenham's response this time was slower, as €93 million exceeded their expectations. However, Real Madrid's quick payment raised suspicions that if they were held back further, they would offer even more. Therefore, Tottenham simply remained silent, neither rejecting nor explicitly accepting Real Madrid's offer. Having experience with Madrid's transfer, Tottenham were adept at dealing with wealthy clubs like Real Madrid. They knew Real Madrid couldn't afford to delay, as further delays could cause them to miss the team's summer training camp. Real Madrid knew Tottenham liked to stall for time to demand a higher price. So they approached Bale's agent, asking him to persuade the player himself. Bale was overjoyed to hear Real Madrid was willing to spend so much money on him. What did Tottenham have to offer compared to the Galacticos? Besides, Real Madrid's willingness to spend so much meant they valued him and intended to use him effectively. Therefore, Bale immediately expressed strong interest in joining Real Madrid. To cooperate with Real Madrid's efforts, Bale even went on strike, refusing to participate in Tottenham's summer training camp. Bale's strike was tantamount to a public break with Tottenham. If Tottenham didn't sell him, their relationship with the player would be ruined, resulting in a lose-lose situation. Therefore, Tottenham's chairman, Levy, arranged to meet with Real Madrid's chairman, Florentino Perez, in London to discuss the transfer. President Florentino, what you've done isn't very ethical. How, aren't you the same? The two old foxes exchanged a smile after speaking, ceasing their usual banter. I won't waste any more words. If you want Bale, 100 million British pounds will do. Levy demanded an exorbitant sum. Florentino chuckled, you think Bale's price tag is higher than Ronaldo's? Levy scoffed, how, where are you going to buy such a strong winger who's also so suited to Real Madrid right now? You think it's too expensive, and so do I. Bale isn't irreplaceable. Florentino stood firm, tapping the table, he's just one of our many options. Levy clearly didn't believe Florentino. Then who are you still in contact with? Florentino hadn't intended to reveal this inside information, but at this point, he had no choice. Lin Quan, the Spanish national team's attacking linchpin, who just won the Confederations Cup Best Player award. Levy sneered. As far as I know, Lin Quan seems to have already signed with Bayern Munich. How, then I can only say your information is outdated. Florentino said with a chuckle. Levy's expression began to look somewhat unnatural. He couldn't tell if the other party was serious or deliberately trying to trick him. But if Lin Quan really went to Real Madrid, then Real Madrid definitely wouldn't want Bale anymore. Real Madrid lacked a right winger, and Lin Quan played that position in the Bundesliga. On the other hand, Bale played a left winger at Tottenham, and he would need time to adapt if he went to Real Madrid. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Just as Florentino mentioned Lin Quan, the man's agent called. When Florentino saw who was calling, his face lit up with joy. In his smugness, he deliberately placed the phone on the table and put it on speakerphone so that Levy would know who he was talking to. Hello, this is Florentino Perez, the president of Real Madrid. Hello, Mr. President, this is Guardiola pair. Levy's face paled slightly. This name definitely belonged to Lin Quan's agent. He hadn't expected the old fox on the other end to be telling the truth. He really was playing both sides. How, pair, so you're calling me now, does it mean Lin Quan has thought things through? Yes, Mr. President, Lin Quan has made up his mind. How, that's right. Real Madrid is, after all, the best club in the world. Only Real Madrid deserves a player as outstanding as Lin Quan. I'm very pleased that you made the right decision. Florentino Perez crossed his legs smugly in front of the Tottenham president, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Serves you right for asking for such a high price. Serves you right for demanding such an exorbitant fee. Now I have a better option, I don't need your player anymore. You can keep him yourselves. Levy on the other end was already trembling, 93 million euros. Flying right before his eyes. He wanted to slap himself. If only he hadn't been so greedy, he would have gotten the money. Ahem, Mr. Chairman, Lin Quan hasn't decided to go to Real Madrid. Clang. Florentino's teacup slammed to the ground. Damn it, where's he going? To Manchester City. Chapter 166, landing in the Premier League, joining Manchester City for a record-breaking signing fee. After Lin Quan returned to Germany from Brazil, Peer immediately sought him out to report on the results of his contacts with Bayern Munich. Lin Quan frowned after hearing Peer's report. Bayern won't guarantee me playing time? That's right. What about Götze? Götze is an important member of the German national team. For next year's World Cup, the German Football Association negotiated with Bayern, and Bayern agreed to give him a starting position. So, I can only be a substitute? You could say that. Does my father know about this? Yes, Pep knows. He told me to respect your personal choice. Lin Quan nodded. Guardiola was caught in the middle, which must be difficult for him. He definitely hoped Lin Quan would go to Bayern to help him, but going to Bayern might not be the best choice for Lin Quan personally. Since Bayern prefers Götze, then there's no need for us to go to Bayern. Lin Quan had no affection for Bayern, going to Bayern was entirely for Guardiola's sake. But since Bayern chose Götze, there was no need for him to put up with a bad relationship. As the undisputed core of Spain, a Confederations Cup Golden Boot and Ballon d'Or winner, he can't possibly go to Bayern as a substitute, can he? Not only would he be unhappy, but the Spanish Football Federation wouldn't be either. Bayern actually wants both. Lin Quan is so talented, They certainly won't let him go if they can sign him. However, their attacking positions are basically full: Robben, Ribéry, Thomas Müller, and Guts, plus Mandzukic at center forward. The competition in the midfield and attacking positions is too fierce for Bayern, so they have to make a choice. Signing Lin Quan would certainly improve the team's strength, but Bayern currently wants to secure the future core of their team. Lin Quan is unwilling to sign a long-term contract and has no emotional attachment to Bayern, nor a sense of belonging. Bayern is worried that he will be poached by other teams in the future, rendering their tactical system a castle in the air. Just like Barcelona, they are used to relying on Messi. If Messi were suddenly poached, it would be a devastating blow to Barcelona. Bayern Munich didn't want to develop a dependence on Lin Quan only to lose him later. They were a powerhouse and couldn't afford the losses from such turmoil. Aside from Bayern, what other teams are there to choose from? Since he wasn't going to Bayern, the Bundesliga was basically out of the question. Dortmund was an option, but not a good one. Serie A, La Liga, and the Premier League have all extended invitations to you. See which team you prefer. Lin Quan wasn't some fringe player no one wanted. He was currently the hottest player on the transfer market. All the major clubs had their arms open to him. They weren't afraid he'd go, they were afraid he wouldn't. Serie A is out, La Liga too. Serie A was a declining league, its competitive level declining year by year, teams investing less and less, and coupled with Italy's poor economic situation, people were very pessimistic about its future. Lin Quan didn't want to play in Serie A at the moment, so he ruled it out first. La Liga is actually the most suitable league for him. He wouldn't have to worry about adapting to playing there, and considering his immense popularity with the national team, he could immediately gain a huge following upon returning to La Liga. However, La Liga has a significant talent gap. There are only two true powerhouses. Barcelona is definitely out of the question, and while Real Madrid is an option, his status as a former Barcelona player would cause considerable controversy. So, after all the calculations, the Premier League is the only choice. Lin Quan did have the idea of trying his luck in the Premier League, but his plan was to hone his skills in the Bundesliga before venturing into the Premier League as an adult. Going to the Premier League now seemed a bit premature. Many teams in the Premier League are interested in you, with Manchester City, Manchester United, and Chelsea being the most interested. Lin Quan glanced at Pereira. Of the big four, Arsenal was undoubtedly the most interested. But Arsenal didn't have the money to buy players. That's why Pereira thought they weren't interested, right? He didn't understand the professor. The professor didn't have the money, not the interest. Manchester City or Manchester United, which do you think is better? Lin Quan ruled out Chelsea and went straight to discussing the two Manchester teams. Manchester United is not only one of the most successful clubs in the Premier League, but also one of the most successful clubs in the world. They have a huge fan base all over the world. Their commercial development is excellent, and the team's performance is outstanding. Moreover, Manchester United has a strong foundation as a top club. You can get a high salary and various honors there. The only concern is whether the new manager can continue the glory of the Ferguson era after Ferguson's retirement announcement. At this time, Manchester United was not the Manchester United that had gone many years without a title. They had just won their 20th English top-flight league trophy, making them the most successful club in the Premier League. However, Manchester United's honours belong to the past. The post-Ferguson era Manchester United was a complete mess. Various managers couldn't solve the team's problems. As a result, Manchester United didn't win a single Premier League title for 10 years. Lin Quan didn't want to consider such a turbulent team. Joining Manchester United at this time would be like joining the Kuomintang in 1949. Seeing Lin Quan reject Manchester United, Per perked up and began introducing Manchester City. Manchester City's owner is very wealthy and sincere. He sent someone to contact me a long time ago and has a strong interest in you. He's even a fan of yours. But Manchester City isn't a powerhouse, it's just a nouveau riche. Manchester City lacks the foundation of a true giant. They have too few titles, only one Premier League title and 2 Champions League appearances, both ending in the group stage. You could say this club has nothing but money. Lin Quan nodded. At this time, Manchester City was still on its rise. The team spent lavishly year after year, only to falter in various competitions. They had spent the most money and suffered the harshest defeats. But wasn't that perfect? A team with virtually no accolades was ideal for him to build his own empire. If he went to another powerhouse, even if he won, it would be success built on the shoulders of giants. But if he went to Manchester City and created a dynasty, then he himself would be the giant. Thinking this through, Lin Quan made up his mind: reject other teams' offers, we'll go to Manchester City. Manchester City's owner, Masia, upon learning that Lin Quan might be joining his team, excitedly flew to Germany on his private jet to personally pick Lin Quan up and take him to Manchester. This speed, this treatment, left not only Lin Quan speechless, but also Pep Guardiola dumbfounded. "I'm very sorry I didn't inform you beforehand, I apologize for the intrusion." Masia politely apologized to the three. He was worried that things might change and that Lin Quan might be lured away by another team, so he personally came to pick him up. At this time, Manchester City was in its early stages, only able to spend money to buy players, but not yet able to acquire top stars. Now that there was finally some progress on Lin Quan's side, Masia naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. He didn't actually need to personally handle this matter, but to show Manchester City's sincerity, Masia did so. "Please come in." Pep quickly beckoned Masia and his assistant inside. After Masia entered and shook hands with several people, he got straight to the point. "Lin, I formally extend an invitation to you, hoping you will join Manchester City." Masia nodded to his assistant after speaking. Fahim, the executive officer of the Abu Dhabi consortium, handed over the Manchester City signing contract. "What's this?" Guardiola and Pep both curiously approached, then were dazzled by the long string of numbers on the contract. Just a small token of my appreciation, nothing to mention." The small token of appreciation Masia referred to was a check with only the number 1 filled in, followed by 8 zeros. "What's this?" Guardiola instinctively sat up straight and asked. The amount was so large that he had to take it seriously. "Signing fee, in pounds," Fahim explained. "A signing fee of £100 million? Guardiola and his brother exchanged bewildered glances. They had long heard that Manchester City was a nouveau riche, known for its extravagant spending. But they hadn't expected it to be this extravagant. "Sorry, we can't accept this money, the amount is too large." Guardiola wasn't sure what Manchester City was up to, but the amount was beyond his imagination, making him instinctively want to refuse. No one dislikes money, but too much money can instill fear and unease. A signing fee of 100 million? He'd never even heard of such a thing. "It was my fault for not explaining clearly, causing you all to misunderstand," Masia said with a smile, seeing the tense expressions on everyone's faces. "As far as I know, Lin Quan is currently a free agent. If we can sign him, we can save a huge transfer fee, which is the 100 million British pounds we originally planned to use to make an offer to Bayern Munich during the winter break. I think that for a player who has only been with the team for less than half a year, Bayern will have a hard time resisting our 100 million British pounds offer. As long as Lin himself agrees, this transfer is very likely to succeed. Even if it doesn't succeed this winter, it might succeed next summer. However, by then, with Lin leading the team to win the World Cup, our offer may have to be raised to 120 million British pounds or even 150 million British pounds. Since this money has to be spent eventually, it's the same whether we give it to Bayern or the player. The sooner we give it, the more cost-effective it is for Manchester City. Because good players will definitely become more and more expensive. Moreover, even if the transfer is completed in the future, we will still have to pay Lin Quan a signing bonus. Paying it now is equivalent to settling the transfer fee and signing bonus in one go, which saves us tens of millions of pounds. This is a win-win cooperation, isn't it? What a business genius. After hearing his explanation, even Guardiola felt he deserved the money, and accepted it with a clear conscience, without any guilt. However, he still had one question: was Lin Quan really worth 100 million British pounds? "You think so highly of my son? The World Cup title isn't easy to win, it's the goal of over 30 strong teams worldwide. Spain's chances of winning aren't high, especially with their squad aging further next year. Of course, I'm a huge fan of Lin. Without exaggeration, in my mind, he's Manchester City's Messi." Well, the other party brought up Messi, and Guardiola was immediately speechless. He didn't know other players, but he knew Messi's value. Was Messi worth 100 million British pounds? Of course. If the other party considered Lin Quan Manchester City's Messi, then Lin Quan was worth that price. Okay, I have no objections. Guardiola raised his hands in surrender. Such a large signing bonus had even tempted him. If he hadn't already signed with Bayern Munich, he would have definitely asked, does Manchester City need a coach? I don't need a 100 million British pounds signing bonus, 50 million British pounds, no, even 20 million British pounds would be fine. Seeing that Guardiola had no objections, Lin Quan continued to look at the contract. Manchester City offered a 5-year contract with a weekly wage of 400,000 British pounds, which translates to approximately 21 million British pounds per year. If Lin Quan actually signed this contract, he would surpass A2 to become the highest paid player in football. Manchester City's salary certainly lived up to their nouveau riche status. Besides the annual salary, there were also various bonuses such as goal awards and appearance fees, adding up to a considerable sum. Another major component was the loyalty bonus. If Lin Quan played for Manchester City for the full 5 years without transferring, he would receive a 50 million British pounds loyalty bonus in the 5th year. That's 10 million British pounds per year. Therefore, the total value of this contract was approximately 250 million British pounds. An average of 50 million British pounds per year. This is an incredibly lucrative contract, even Guardiola couldn't find fault with it. There was no way around it, the offer was simply too much. To show our sincerity, we can forego Lin's image rights. Seeing Guardiola and the others remain silent, Masia assumed they were dissatisfied with the contract. So he added, furthermore, after Lin Quan moves to Manchester City, we will also help with his accommodation and transportation. These won't be included in the contract, consider it my personal sponsorship. Lin Quan felt he was about to be overwhelmed by the financial offensive. He glanced at Per and Guardiola. They, like him, were dizzy, feeling as if they were in a dream. After Masia finished speaking, he anxiously awaited their response. Manchester City had nothing but money. If money couldn't win them over, then there was nothing else they could do. Lin Quan and Pep both looked at Guardiola. Guardiola shrugged, I really can't find a reason to refuse such a contract. But Lin, you need to think carefully. With the world's highest salary, you'll inevitably bear enormous pressure. If Manchester City's performance is poor, you'll be the first to be criticized. If you think you can shoulder that responsibility, then go to Manchester City. Lin Quan nodded and said, I'll be waiting for you at Manchester City. Guardiola and Masia were both stunned for a moment. Guardiola reacted first, you brat, who wants to go to Manchester City with you? It's like I can't live without you. Masia's eyes lit up, he had only come to poach Lin Quan. But if Guardiola could also poach him, then Manchester City would take off immediately. I promised Bayern to help them with a smooth transition after winning the championship, and I don't want to break my promise. Masia was somewhat disappointed, but since the other party hadn't explicitly refused, there was still some hope. Since the other party had come in a private jet, Lin Quan decided to take a commercial flight himself. With the help of Guardiola and Per, he quickly packed his things. After packing, with the help of Masia's assistant, he loaded them onto his private jet. The Premier League is fast-paced and physically demanding. You need to be careful to protect yourself and avoid injuries when you get there. Because he had to lead Bayern Munich in pre-season training, Guardiola couldn't accompany Lin Quan to Manchester City. Before his departure, he gave him a long list of instructions, his worry practically written all over his face. Manchester City will be competing on 3 fronts next season. Although you are the team's star player, you still need to ask the manager for rest. You don't need to play in some less important matches, don't overwork yourself and get injured. Guardiola wasn't worried about whether Lin Quan could integrate into the team, his biggest concern was that Lin Quan would get injured in the Premier League. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Do your best at Bayern, don't get fired. You brat, you never say anything nice. If anyone's going to be fired, it'll be me firing Bayern. Lin Quan's transfer has made Guardiola somewhat dissatisfied with Bayern. Knowing their relationship, they still did this. Guardiola felt disrespected. Although he signed a 3-year contract with Bayern, he might not actually stay for 3 years. Manchester City acted quickly. Lin Quan was still on Masia's private jet before it even landed. Manchester City's official website had already eagerly announced the signing. I'm pleased to announce that, after friendly negotiations, we have reached an agreement with Spanish international, Bundesliga Golden Boot winner, Confederations Cup Golden Boot and Ballon d'Or winner Lin Quan, who has officially joined Manchester City Football Club. In the new season, Lin Quan will wear the number 10 jersey and fight for the citizens. Actually, joining Manchester City was part of the outline, but the original plan was for him to play 1 year at Bayern Munich and then transfer to Manchester City for a record-breaking transfer fee. However, when I was setting up his move to Manchester City, many readers misunderstood, thinking he was joining Manchester City immediately. Also, some readers might have been hesitant about going to Bayern, and after a season in the Bundesliga, they were getting tired of it and wanted a change. In addition, many readers wanted the protagonist to be independent of Guardiola and make his own way in the league. Therefore, I deleted the Bayern Munich part and accelerated his move to the Premier League. This transition was a bit abrupt, so I'm explaining it here. Chapter 167, Transfer News Breaks, and the Reactions of Major Clubs. The transfer announcement by Manchester City on their official website was like a bombshell, quickly igniting the entire football world. Countless fans were shocked by the news, and the hashtag Lin Quan's transfer to Manchester City almost dominated the Bluebirds trending list. Holy crap, Lingard went to Manchester City? Really? It's officially announced, it's definitely true. I thought Lingard would go to Barcelona to team up with Messi and Neymar, but he went to the Premier League. Yet, if Lingard went back to Barcelona, he and Neymar on the left and right flanks, Messi and Iniesta in the center, Xavi and Busquets in the defensive midfield, wow, that lineup is too luxurious, I can't even imagine it. If Lingard really goes back to Barcelona, they'll immediately start their dream team IV era, taking off from there. Don't be silly, even a fool can see there's a conflict between Lingard and Barcelona, he's impossible to go back. Exactly, the probability of him going to Real Madrid is higher than going to Barcelona. To be honest, what the Real Madrid president said before made me think Lingard would join Real Madrid. What a pity, we won't see Lingard and Ronaldo teaming up in European competitions. Wasn't Real Madrid rumored to be interested in Bale? Why are they still thinking about Lingard? Real Madrid fans are being delusional. A player of Lin Quan's caliber would never go to Real Madrid to be Ronaldo's mistress. To be fair, when Guardiola joined Bayern, and Lin Quan's agent was photographed contacting Bayern's manager, I thought Lin Quan would go to Bayern, but who knew? Indeed, I wonder what Bayern is thinking. Did the negotiations break down? Bayern signed Guts, right? They already have a lot of attacking players, and with Guts, there's even less room. Let alone Lin Quan, even other players probably wouldn't go. Exactly, it's said that the German Football Association, to ensure the national team's World Cup title aspirations, forced Bayern to sign an unequal contract guaranteeing Guts a starting position and a certain number of appearances. As the discussion on social media intensified, news of Lin Quan's transfer spread like wildfire across the internet in a very short time. North London, inside Arsenal Football Club. Arsene Wenger, who was fretting over new signings for the upcoming season, was stunned when he learned that Lin Quan had left Bayern Munich for Manchester City after their falling out. Why didn't anyone tell me? Wenger's hands trembled uncontrollably, whether from excitement or anger, it was hard to tell. Since Robin van Persie's move to Manchester United, Arsenal had lacked a powerful striker capable of scoring goals. After Van Persie's departure last year, Wenger bought 9 strikers in the transfer market. However, apart from Giroud and Bentner, who were somewhat reliable, the other strikers failed to live up to expectations. Plagued by a lack of firepower, Arsenal's performance in the Premier League last season plummeted. They narrowly secured the last Champions League spot by a single point over Tottenham, almost failing to achieve their goal of finishing in the top 4. With Arsenal lacking a strong striker, a powerful young star, available for free, was right in front of them. They failed to seize this opportunity, and Wenger was furious. If he had known earlier that Lin Quan was a free agent with no club, he would have personally visited him to explain his coaching philosophy and Arsenal's team culture in detail. Everyone knows that Professor Wenger loves young talents, and he is indeed skilled at discovering and utilizing them. Countless young players have been nurtured by him over the years. Therefore, Wenger felt that, given his reputation for discovering and utilizing young players, he had a good chance of persuading Lin Quan to join Arsenal if he personally intervened. If Lin Quan joined Arsenal, the Gunners would not only solve their lack of attacking firepower but could even dream of winning trophies. Perhaps they could finally break their long-standing trophy drought. What a pity, such a good opportunity was missed. The professor was very unwilling. So, He did nothing all morning but sigh and lament. At another club in London, Mourinho's expression changed repeatedly after learning that Lin Quan had gone to Manchester City. Hadn't Nero already contacted Lin Quan? Why couldn't he persuade him to join Chelsea in the end? Mourinho has been following Lin Quan for a long time, ever since Lin Quan made a name for himself in the Bundesliga. After witnessing Messi's prowess in La Liga, Mourinho has longed to have a similar player someday. Lin Quan is undoubtedly the perfect fit. In today's football world, if you're talking about who most resembles Messi, it's undoubtedly Lin Quan. Moreover, Lin Quan's performance on the field is in no way inferior to Messi's. In fact, he better meets Mourinho's requirements in terms of physical strength, defensive ability, and adaptability. In Mourinho's eyes, Lin Quan is simply the perfect player. But his ideal player went to Manchester City. This is unacceptable to Mourinho. What does Manchester City have besides money? Chelsea has money too. And Chelsea is a powerhouse, having won the Champions League last year. Not to mention, Chelsea has him, the world's best manager. So Mourinho simply can't understand why Lin Quan didn't come to Chelsea, but instead went to Manchester City. What's so good about Manchester City? What kind of terms did Manchester City offer Lin Quan? How did they manage to persuade him? At another Manchester club, the recently retired Sir Alex Ferguson was visibly shocked upon hearing the news. He had calculated everything, but he never expected Lin Quan to go to Manchester City. Now, with Lin Quan, Manchester City's strength next season would undoubtedly increase significantly. Meanwhile, he had just retired, and Manchester United was in a crucial transition period. His successor was already struggling to take over the situation he had left behind, and if they lost the derby to Manchester City, his time at Old Trafford would be even more difficult. Joel Glazer, the son of Manchester United's owner, hurriedly approached Ferguson, pleading with him to stay for another year. "Sir, Manchester United can't do without you, especially at this time. If you leave, Manchester City will be able to take advantage of us." Joel Glazer was very worried about Manchester United's performance next season, even though they had found Moyes, whom Ferguson favored, to succeed him. However, Moyes lacked experience managing top clubs. He had only managed smaller clubs. These teams don't have as many star players as Manchester City, nor do they have such a complex dressing room environment. While Moyes himself is a former player, he's not exactly a household name. Expecting him to manage Manchester United, someone without European achievements or star power, is unrealistic. Even just managing to manage the star players in the dressing room is a challenge for Joel. Therefore, he's even less optimistic about Moyes' coaching performance. "Joel, I'm retired. Since we hired Moyes, we should trust him fully. As for the dressing room, I'll talk to the veteran players. If all else fails, you can use your authority to deal with the troublemakers, and they'll behave for a while." Ferguson sighed. Ultimately, a manager's authority is based on results. He'd done everything he could, but if Moyes' performance remained unsatisfactory, there was nothing he could do. In La Liga, Real Madrid was deeply hurt by Lin Quan's transfer to Manchester City. "Damn it, Tottenham rejected our latest offer? They won't even sell Bale for €96 million? Yes, Mr. Chairman, Tottenham is demanding £100 million, and they haven't shown any signs of backing down £100 million. Do they think Bale is Lin Quan? What makes him worth that much? If it were Lin Quan, Real Madrid would probably have offered £100 million without hesitation. But Bale alone, Florentino felt it wasn't worth it. They probably don't think Bale is worth that much either, but they know we have no other choice, especially with Lin Quan already joined Manchester City." The assistant was also somewhat helpless. Tottenham was far too greedy, completely treating Real Madrid like a sucker in this transfer. Florentino listened to his assistant's report with annoyance, picking up the phone to call Levy himself. After thinking for a moment, he gave up. Ever since he failed to blackmail Levy with Lin Quan, the old fox had stopped answering his calls. Florentino knew his assistant was right. In this transfer, Tottenham had Real Madrid firmly in control. With Lin Quan no longer an option, they are now only left with Bale, who can then arbitrarily raise the price. €96 million is our bottom line. We can't possibly offer more than Ronaldo for Bale, can we? Florentino Perez felt caught in a dilemma. He had promised the fans that he would bring in a superstar this summer to strengthen the team and compete for next year's Champions League. If he went back on his word, the deceived fans might not vote for him again. Therefore, for his future, he couldn't break his promise. Tottenham clearly knew this too, hence their confidence. In fact, with Real Madrid's financial resources, continuing to raise the price wouldn't be difficult. However, for Real Madrid, getting past Ronaldo would be a major hurdle. Ronaldo's dominance is well known in the football world. Could he accept a player with a higher transfer fee than himself coming to the team and stealing his limelight? Currently, the world's highest transfer fee belongs to Ronaldo, a point of pride for him. But if Real Madrid really breaks the record and signs Bale, what will Ronaldo think? Real Madrid buys Bale to strengthen the team, not to have him cause trouble in the locker room with Ronaldo. That's why their offer is stuck at €96 million. President, I have a solution. The assistant suddenly had a brilliant idea. What solution? Tell me quickly. We can do this. Florentino nodded slightly after hearing the idea. Not bad, that's a good solution. In La Liga, besides Real Madrid feeling hurt, the biggest loser is undoubtedly Barcelona. After learning that Lin Quan signed with Manchester City instead of staying at Barcelona, countless Barcelona fans flooded the official website, leaving messages questioning why the team couldn't keep their youth academy gem, why let a Masia child wander abroad? As Lin Quan's performance in the Bundesliga and national team matches improved, all Barcelona fans felt proud and honored that their youth academy had produced another superstar. Now, their prized player hasn't chosen to return to Barcelona, but instead went to a team without the club's prestigious heritage. This is unacceptable to Barcelona fans. First Guardiola left home, and now Lin Quan, a Barcelona youth academy gem, isn't coming back. I can't help but ask President Rosell, what heinous things have you done that makes your Barcelona coaches and players not want to return to Barcelona, not want to wear the Blaugrana jersey? There must be something fishy going on. We need an explanation, we need to know the truth. That's right, we want to know why Lin Quan and Guardiola left Barcelona. Faced with the fans' questions, Rosell chose to remain silent, offering no public response. He couldn't respond, he couldn't very well say that he drove Guardiola and Lin Quan away, could he? The fans would tear him apart. But his cold-blooded attitude only angered the fans. Unable to get a response from Rosell, many fans began calling for his dismissal online. The one who will ruin our Barca is that bastard Rosell. Rosell, get out. That damn businessman, get out of Camp Nou. We don't want a businessman as president, we want a president who truly understands football. The humiliating defeat to Bayern Munich in the Champions League, and the successive departures of Guardiola and Lin Quan, had already fueled a great deal of discontent among Barca fans. And now, the volcano finally erupted. A large number of Barca fans voted online, demanding Rosell's resignation. At Rosell's behest, Barca initially tried to downplay the situation, ignoring the fans' cries. But later, more and more fans joined the movement, and the call spread from online to offline. When Barca's summer training matches began, a large number of fans gathered outside the club, holding banners and chanting slogans demanding Rosell's dismissal. Some fans even prepared rotten eggs and threw them at Rosell. If the club staff hadn't been well prepared and held up umbrellas to shield him from the egg rain, Rosell would likely have been seriously injured. The fans' agitated behavior left the Barcelona players utterly bewildered. They all looked at their club president, wondering what he had done to provoke such outrage. Rosell's face darkened, and under the cover of staff umbrellas, he retreated back into the club. However, Rosell's departure did not appease the fans. They remained gathered outside the Barcelona club, demanding an explanation. Seeing the situation escalating out of control, the Barcelona board of directors intervened. They promised the fans they would investigate and provide an explanation. This intervention essentially sealed Rosell's fate at Barcelona. Human emotions are not always shared. Barcelona fans were filled with righteous indignation, while Manchester City fans were overjoyed. Manchester City fans, unconcerned about what was happening outside, flooded the official website and social media with comments after hearing the news. Thank God, Manchester City finally has its own superstar. Why, is our great Manchester City finally going to rise again? Can someone tell me, am I dreaming? Lin Quan really came to Manchester City? Of course it's true. I was at Manchester Airport. I saw the big boss, Mr. Masia, and Lin Quan leaving the airport together in a private car. Several Manchester City fans uploaded photos taken at the airport, showing Lin Quan and Manchester City's big boss, Masia. Soon after, paparazzi revealed more detailed information, Lin Quan arrived in Manchester on Masia's private jet. After arriving in Manchester, he got into Masia's car and was taken to a hotel owned by a Middle Eastern conglomerate. These photos and details were enough to prove that the news was absolutely true. It's understandable that Manchester City fans are so suspicious, given their past association with numerous star players, none of whom ultimately signed. Messi has been the most frequently linked with the club. While Manchester City is wealthy, it lacks a strong foundation and proven track record. Ambitious top players are unwilling to lower themselves to play for City for money. With so many similar rumors and rejections from top players, Manchester City fans naturally lack confidence. The thought of their team failing to advance from the group stage twice in the Champions League only fuels their skepticism. Why would a big-name star join a team that can't even get out of the group stage? Therefore, even after the official announcement of Lin Quan's signing, they still can't believe it, fearing it's a joke. Lin Quan is arguably the most dazzling rising star in football today, hailed as the third best after Messi and Ronaldo. Is he really coming to Manchester City? Manchester City seemed to understand the fans' excitement and anticipation, as they immediately announced Lin Quan's public appearance at the Etihad Stadium on their official website after his arrival in Manchester. Lin Quan will make his official debut at the Etihad Stadium on July 28. Chapter 168 Extraordinary Popularity. Lin Quan makes his official debut at the Etihad Stadium. After announcing Lin Quan's public debut date, Manchester City also announced that all fans could attend the ceremony at the Etihad Stadium for free. Simultaneously, Manchester City's official stores began reserving spots for Lin Quan's number 10 jersey. The number 10 jersey he will wear will be officially released on the day of his debut. However, the number 10 jersey is currently worn by Bosnian striker Edin Dzeko. For Lin Quan to wear the number 10, the Bosnian striker would have to give up the number. Therefore, Manchester City chairman Fahim sent someone to Dzeko's agent, Luki, to inform him of this. That's impossible. Dzeko is Manchester City's top scorer. He deserves the team's core player and the number 10 jersey. Dzeko will never give up this number. Luki reacted strongly. He didn't want his player to relinquish this number symbolizing the team's core player. If Dzeko were to give up the number, then Manchester City's star player would no longer be him, but the newly arrived Lin Quan. Mr. Lucci, please watch your tone. I'm informing you of the club's decision, not discussing it with you. Fahim didn't want to fall out with the players, especially someone like Dzeko who had contributed so much to the team. However, the owner, Masia, had given specific instructions, demanding that the number 10 jersey be given to Lin Quan. Fahim dared not disobey Masia's orders, so at this point he could only hope that Dzeko and his agent would be more sensible. Mr. Chairman, is this how Manchester City treats its veteran players? Lucci realized that the situation was probably beyond repair, so he tried to appeal to Fahim's emotions to see if he could get some other compensation. That way, he could go back and work on Dzeko. We've always been generous to players who have made outstanding contributions to the team. Dzeko was a key contributor to the team's title win in the 2011-2012 season, and the team won't let him down. Fahim took out a new contract from his drawer and placed it in front of Luciano. This is the contract extension we've prepared for Dzeko. Take a look. Luciano took the contract and glanced at it, immediately attracted by the salary amount. Manchester City offered Dzeko a salary of €6 million after tax. This is definitely among the highest salaries in European football. Although Dzeko is quite capable, he's not yet considered a top-tier player. Last season, he played 46 times for Manchester City, scoring 16 goals, including 14 in the league, 1 in the Champions League, and 1 in the Community Shield. These statistics don't qualify him as a top striker in the top 5 leagues. There are many players with better records. With Manchester City having a mountain of strikers, the club's offer of €6 million after tax is incredibly generous. Luki had a lot of complaints he wanted to say, but after seeing the amount on the contract, he immediately shut up. I need to go back and discuss it with my player. You know, Dzeko is obsessed with a number 10 jersey, and I need to do a lot of persuasion work. I understand, the club will definitely give you something in return. Fahim knew what the other party wanted, so he promised him an extra bonus after the contract extension was completed, as compensation. With that, Luki immediately put on a smiling face and excitedly took the new contract offered by Manchester City to Dzeko. Before he could even celebrate, Dzeko made up his mind. I'll submit a transfer request to the club. I don't want to stay at a club that stripped me of my jersey number. Eden, are you sure you want to do this? You can't get such a high salary at Manchester City anywhere else. I'm sure. At Manchester City, I already have to compete with Tevez and Aguero, and now Lin Quan has joined us. How many playing opportunities do you think I'll get next season? Clearly, Zico's decision wasn't impulsive, it was a well-considered choice. Manchester City is incredibly wealthy, buying a ton of players every transfer window. This summer alone, they bought 3 strikers, Negrito for €25 million, Jovetic for €26 million, and now Lin Quan, who joined the team without a transfer fee but with the aura of a superstar. The competition for the attacking positions at Manchester City next season is bound to be unprecedentedly fierce. If Manchester City hadn't stripped Zico of his number 10 jersey, he would still be confident of competing with these players. But once the club takes away his number 10 jersey and goes all out to promote Lin Quan, he will naturally be marginalized. Zico is the kind of player who is somewhat arrogant, he doesn't like anyone stepping on his head. Since Manchester City wants to take his jersey number, he naturally can't stay here. Zico's analysis makes a lot of sense, but the more this is the case, the more anxious his agent, Luki, becomes. Thinking of the benefits Fahim promised him, he earnestly persuaded him, "You are the team's top scorer, apart from Lin Quan, no one else can threaten you. Moreover, Lin Quan can play as a winger and attacking midfielder, he might not compete with you for the centre-forward position. If you stay at Manchester City, the starting centre-forward position will definitely still be yours. No need. He took my jersey number, I don't want to play on the same team as him." Zico's mind was made up. Luki's attempts to persuade him were fruitless, and he could only tell Fahim the result with great frustration. Then contact other clubs and complete his transfer. Fahim made the decision expressionlessly. If Zico had been threatening to leave before Lin Quan joined the team, Fahim would have been extremely anxious, perhaps even personally visiting him to persuade him to stay with reason and emotion. But now, with Lin Quan on the team, Fahim's backing is stronger. Whether Zico stays or leaves is irrelevant. Luki didn't expect the other party to not even try to persuade him to stay, and immediately understood that Zico's status within Manchester City had truly declined. Since that's the case, let's part amicably. Luki didn't have time to argue with Fahim, he had to find a new club for Zico before the summer transfer window closed. Otherwise, once the summer window closed, a player like Zico, who requested a transfer but couldn't leave, would be in a very awkward position within Manchester City. Fortunately, Zico wasn't the kind of player no one wanted. After he was put on the transfer list, several teams approached him. Among them, Arsenal and Roma were the most sincere. Arsenal, struggling to find a good striker, immediately offered £18 million upon learning of Zico's departure. Roma, on the other hand, offered €20 million. The amounts were roughly the same. However, Manchester City didn't want Zico to remain in the Premier League and compete with him, so they accepted Roma's offer and sold him to Roma. With Zico gone, the number 10 jersey naturally became available. On July 28, at 8:30 a.m., Lin Quan arrived at the club-designated hospital for a medical examination. Thousands of fans had already gathered outside the hospital. These were Manchester City fans who had gotten up early that morning to be among the first to arrive at the hospital, eager to see their superstar. When Lin Quan, dressed in a white casual outfit, appeared at the hospital entrance, the scene immediately erupted in excitement. "Wow, Lin is so handsome. Lin, I'm your fan, can I get your autograph? Lin, my whole family loves watching you play, can we take a picture with you?" Countless fans shouted Lin Quan's name and rushed towards him. The security personnel responsible for maintaining order were startled. They had been notified that a star player would be coming for a medical examination today. Manchester may not have much else, but it has plenty of star players. So they treated this medical examination as a routine matter and didn't prepare too many personnel. But when they arrived at the hospital in the morning and saw so many fans, the security personnel were dumbfounded. There were probably more than 5,000 fans present, and their 20 or 30 people were simply not enough. So they quickly called headquarters to request backup. As a result, when Lin Quan arrived, the number of security personnel had increased tenfold, from 20 or 30 to more than 200. But even with more than 200 people, they still felt immense pressure facing the onslaught of thousands of fans. Who is this kid? How come he's so popular? The last player to have this much popularity in Manchester was that guy wearing the number 7 jersey. But now, Lin Quan's popularity among fans is no less than Cristiano Ronaldo's back in the day. Hello everyone, please cooperate with the security personnel and do not push or shove to avoid a stampede that could endanger your own and others' lives. Seeing that the situation was in danger of getting out of control, Lin Quan asked a megaphone from the staff and spoke directly to the fans. Hearing his words, the fans became even more excited. Lin Quan was speechless for a moment. He suddenly had a brilliant idea. If everyone follows the rules, after I finish my medical examination, if I have extra time, I will sign autographs and take photos with you. This trick worked. As soon as they heard that they could take photos with Lin Quan and even get his autograph, the fans immediately became obedient. The security personnel breathed a sigh of relief, but were secretly surprised. Is this guy really that popular with the fans? He hasn't even had a medical exam or a formal contract yet, so why are these fans so obedient to him? Who exactly is this guy? Many of the security personnel don't watch football, or only their own teams, and don't know much about Manchester City and Lin Quan's transfer. But after today, they all developed a strong interest in Lin Quan, and many couldn't resist searching for him online after going home. After watching Lin Quan's goal highlights in the Bundesliga and Confederations Cup, they even became his fans. Escorted by security personnel, Lin Quan smoothly entered the hospital. Manchester City's medical team was already waiting there, and under their supervision, the Spanish attacking midfielder underwent a thorough physical examination. The examination included many items, including routine blood and urine analyses, electrocardiograms, ultrasounds, cardiopulmonary function tests, and muscle and nerve examinations. In addition, he underwent a comprehensive MRI to determine if he had any hidden injuries accumulated from previous matches. For teams that buy players, if the player they acquire is injured and unable to play for the club, it's as if their transfer fee was wasted. Therefore, they are extremely strict and thorough regarding health issues. Lin Quan's physical indicators were all normal, and he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. So the test results were normal. Seeing the test results, Manchester City's medical team was completely relieved. Lin, now you just need to go to the Etihad Stadium and officially sign the team, and you'll be officially a member of Manchester City. Fahim said happily to Lin Quan after receiving the test results. Okay, thank you everyone, thank you for your hard work. Lin Quan politely thanked the hospital staff and took photos with him. After leaving the hospital, he didn't forget his earlier promise. After spending half an hour signing autographs and taking photos with some fans, he finally got into the club's car at Fahim's urging and headed to the Etihad Stadium. He thought the number of fans gathered at the hospital entrance was already quite staggering. When Lin Quan arrived at the Etihad Stadium, he realized what true terror was. The stadium was completely packed with people, both inside and out. Without even going inside, Lin Quan was certain it was overflowing. If there were so many people outside, there was no reason it wouldn't be packed inside. This surprised even him. Was he really that popular with Manchester City fans? Wait, why are there Chinese people wearing Manchester City jerseys here? Did they come specifically to watch his entrance ceremony? When Lin Quan noticed these Chinese people, they also noticed him. Holy crap, it's Lin Quan. It really is Lin Quan. Is there a fake Lin Quan? Stop kidding, chant with me, 3, 2, 1. Lin Quan, we are your fans. We will always support you. They were speaking Mandarin, and apart from Lin Quan, no one else understood what they were chanting. Hearing their shouts, Lin Quan smiled. Having fans like these is wonderful. He stopped and waved to the group. Because of the distance and to avoid disturbing other fans, he didn't go over to greet them. However, he remembered their faces. If he encountered them again in Manchester after the match, he would at least show them some hospitality. The group was overjoyed to see Lin Quan had heard their shouts and waved back. Lin Quan saw us. He waved. Oh dear, what a pity, we forgot to bring our banners. Inside the club, Masia and Fahim were already waiting in the president's box. Upon seeing Lin Quan, Masia quickly stood up and shook his hand. You've finally arrived. Although he was certain Lin Quan would appear, Masia felt a little nervous while waiting for him. He feared something might go wrong at the last minute, rendering all the previous efforts futile. Fortunately, no unexpected problems arose, and Lin Quan arrived at the Etihad Stadium on time. After shaking hands with Masia and Fahim, Lin Quan signed his name on the contract prepared by the club. He officially joined Manchester City and became a part of the team. Masia was thrilled, feeling like a dream come true. As is customary, after signing, Masia presented Lin Quan with souvenirs including a pen with a club crest, a watch, and a model of the Etihad Stadium. Fahim, on the other hand, presented Lin Quan with a blue jersey bearing the number 10. Lin Quan picked up the number 10 jersey, symbolizing his key position in the Manchester City team, and showed it to the reporters present. "Come on, let's go to the stadium and say hello to the fans." Masia patted Lin Quan on the back and said with a smile. Lin Quan nodded and went to the locker room to change into his jersey and other equipment. Then, he followed Masia and the others into the Etihad Stadium. Because admission was free, the Etihad Stadium was packed. More than 50,000 fans flooded the stadium, eager to witness this historic moment. When Lin Quan stepped onto the pitch, thunderous applause erupted. Countless Manchester City fans chanted Lin Quan's name, waving various support banners, welcoming their king to the stadium with the loudest applause and cheers. Manchester City fans had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Sorry, we're late. Chapter 169. Ferguson clenched his fist, Wenger sighed, and Mourinho scoffed. In a Manchester residence, watching the television broadcast, Lin Quan held up the number 10 jersey, a symbol of the team's core player. Former Manchester United manager Sir Alex Ferguson clenched his fist slightly. Manchester City had actually offloaded Zico so quickly? It wasn't just to make room for him on the number 10 jersey, it was also a statement of the club's attitude. Manchester City would spare no effort to support him as the team's leader. This wasn't good news for their city rivals, Manchester United. Manchester City's past poor performance was mainly due to their excessive player acquisitions, with little difference in ability between them, resulting in a lack of a true team leader. Offensively, David Silva, Tevez, Zico, Aguero, and Nasri were all roughly equal in ability. It was difficult to establish any one of them as the undisputed attacking caller. 2 seasons ago, Tevez might have had a chance, but his demands for a transfer at Manchester City completely ruined his future there. And none of the remaining players could truly dominate their teammates. But with Lin Quan's arrival, everything changed. With him anchoring the attacking line, his teammates all have to take a backseat. With Ferguson's keen eye, he could see that Lin Quan was clearly a level above Manchester City's other attacking players. However, strength alone doesn't guarantee a core position. Lin Quan is too young. A 17-and-a-half-year-old, not even 18, and without any Premier League achievements. Would his teammates accept him as the team's attacking core? Of course not. But now, Manchester City has publicly expressed its support for him, even willing to let go of their top scorer to promote him. With the club's support, Lin Quan will easily secure his position as Manchester City's attacking caller. Even if the players are dissatisfied, they can only keep it to themselves, lest they suffer the same fate as Zico. Once Manchester City establishes its attacking core early on, eliminating any illusions among other players, the internal conflicts within the team might be significantly reduced, allowing Manchester City's stars to truly shine on the field. This is definitely not good news for other Premier League teams, especially their city rivals Manchester United. In fact, from Ferguson's professional perspective, if Lin Quan hadn't joined Manchester City, their most suitable core player would have been their defensive midfielder, Yaya Toure. Toure is a box-to-box all-around midfielder with excellent stamina, tireless running, a large defensive area, and a strong ability to push forward and attack. He's a player with exceptional individual ability. However, Manchester City has failed to utilize him effectively, somewhat wasting his talent. If Ferguson were managing Manchester City, Toure's role would be no less significant than Lampard's at Chelsea. With him and company anchoring the defense, Manchester City's defense wouldn't be in its current abysmal state. This makes Ferguson realize that while their neighbor Manchester United's results are disastrous, they are undeniably wealthy. They've bought a ton of players, many of whom were poor choices and wasted money. However, they have also acquired several good players, Aguero, Silva, Yaya Toure, and company. Ferguson himself was envious of these players. And now, they've bought Lin Quan. Ferguson was speechless with envy. Thinking of the Manchester United owner's profit-driven, stingy practices that forced the team to operate on debt, and then comparing it to Manchester City's extravagant spending and disregard for money, Sir Alex could only sigh. Wenger, who had been at odds with Ferguson his entire life, was also watching the broadcast at home. Seeing Lin Quan holding up a Manchester City number 10 jersey on the TV screen, Wenger sighed repeatedly, "What a great young player. So young, so much potential, and so strong immediately. Most importantly, signing him was free. 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 I'll emphasize it 3 times. For the financially strapped Professor Wenger, acquiring players for free had always been his dream. But why didn't such a good player come to Arsenal? What's most infuriating is that the company that signed Lin Quan is none other than the wealthiest Middle Eastern tycoon. Just thinking about Manchester City, this nouveau-riche club with its vast wealth, getting such a talented player for free. Professor Wenger must be incredibly frustrated. It's truly a case of the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer." In front of 50,000 fans at the Etihad Stadium and hundreds of reporters, Masia happily announced, "Thank you to all the fans and journalists here. Manchester City is a club with over 100 years of history. Although we don't have many championships, we have a heart that constantly strives to improve and become stronger. Next year will be the 120th anniversary of Manchester City, and I am honored to announce that, thanks to the tireless efforts of the club staff, we have successfully signed Lin Quan, last season's Bundesliga Player of the Year and the 2013 Confederations Cup Player of the Year. From today onwards, Lin is part of our team." After saying this, Masia turned to Lin Quan. "Lin, from today onwards, Manchester City is your home. Manchester City welcomes you." A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted, the fans proving the club owner's words were true. After listening to Masia's speech and seeing the enthusiastic applause from the fans, Lin Quan smiled, feeling the passion of the Manchester City fans. Masia raised his hand and gestured for the audience to stop clapping. He then stepped back a few paces, gesturing to Lin Quan to come up and say a few words. Lin Quan nodded and walked step by step onto the stage. Even before he began to speak, the audience erupted in applause again. The fans' reaction was so enthusiastic that Lin Quan couldn't help but raise his right hand and wave to them. After the applause and cheers subsided, Lin Quan carefully chose his words and began, "Some people say I came to Manchester City for the money, and I admit that the wages offered by Manchester City are indeed very tempting." The fans chuckled knowingly, and some Manchester City fans proudly puffed out their chests. "Manchester City may not have much else, but we have plenty of money. If you're willing to come, we'll definitely treat you well." When I passed by the team's trophy room before, owner Masia told me that Manchester City's trophy room was very empty, with not many trophies. I hope my arrival can help the team fill that empty trophy room. I want to tell you all that I, like the other Manchester City players, am not a mercenary who only cares about money. We will fight with everything to win more honors for the team, such as a second Premier League title, a first Champions League trophy, and so on. Lin Quan's speech surprised and delighted the Manchester City fans present. They didn't know how much of Lin Quan's words were boasting. But his bold words gave them hope and made them feel his firm determination. So, the fans erupted in thunderous applause again. Hearing Lin Quan's words, Masia smiled. He understood the unspoken meaning. Lin Quan would not leave Manchester City before winning the Champions League trophy. With this promise, he felt at ease. HMPH, you think you can win the Champions League trophy with just one player and a bunch of mercenaries? Mourinho scoffed dismissively in Chelsea's manager's office upon hearing Lin Quan's declaration. The Premier League isn't the Bundesliga. The intensity of the competition in the Premier League can only be truly understood by experiencing it firsthand. In such fierce competition, Premier League teams struggle to perform at their full potential in the Champions League. This is why Premier League teams have had poor European results in recent years. If they want to win the Champions League, they need to become true Premier League giants first. Manchester City right now is just a nouveau-riche. They can't even maintain consistent league performance, let alone talk about the Champions League. Isn't that laughable? While Lin Quan's arrival will significantly improve Manchester City's strength, it's not enough to win the title. Especially considering they've failed to advance beyond the group stage twice in a row, haven't even faced any truly strong teams, how can they expect to win? Mourinho certainly has the right to look down on Manchester City. After all, he holds 2 Champions League titles. Moreover, he's the first manager in the new century to lead a team outside the top 5 leagues to the Champions League trophy. However, even someone as strong as Mourinho hasn't won the Champions League in 3 years. His team hasn't even reached the final. Winning the Champions League is so difficult. If Manchester City's mercenaries were to easily succeed, how could he bear it? In a mansion in Manchester, Argentine striker Agüero was also watching the televised broadcast. Lin Quan's arrival brought immense pressure to Manchester City's attacking players. Fortunately, the opponent wasn't a centre-forward, and with Zico already traded, his starting position should be secure. Hearing Lin Quan's words, "We are not mercenaries who only care about money," deeply moved Agüero. Playing for Manchester City certainly brings a lot of money, but the pressure is immense. If they don't perform well, they're often compared to mercenaries, accused of lacking honor and not giving their all in matches. This criticism is incredibly unfair. However, their rebuttals and protests go unheard, only attracting more ridicule and abuse. Taking such high salaries and performing so poorly, how dare you? Eventually, all the players stopped fighting and silently endured the criticism. But today, that newcomer made such an arrogant declaration. He actually wants to win the Champions League trophy. Agüero admires the man's courage. He himself wouldn't dare say such a thing, fearing ridicule after failure. But what's the difference between a person without ideals and a salted fish? What's the point of living if you don't even dare to dream? Thinking this, Agüero leaped from the sofa. He can't continue like this. If he continues to wallow in despair, wouldn't he be even less than a 17-year-old boy? That kid has the ambition to win the Champions League, why can't I? Thinking this, Agüero turned off the TV, changed into his training clothes, grabbed his football, and ran downstairs to train. Many Manchester City players were moved by Lin Quan's speech. David Silva messaged him, "Lin, what you said on the stage was excellent. Let's work together for the Champions League title next season." Of course, not everyone was impressed by Lin Quan's speech. Some weren't, like the troublemaker Tevez. After watching Lin Quan's appearance at the ceremony, Tevez realized he had no future at Manchester City, so he had his agent contact the club president to request a transfer. Tevez was once Manchester City's star player. His ability and reputation were greater than Zico's. However, Tevez repeatedly requested transfers, even resorting to boycotting matches to protest against the club. This caused Manchester City to lose patience with him. As a result, Tevez's appearances have declined significantly in the last 2 seasons. His goal tally plummeted from over 20 goals in a single Premier League season, Golden Boot level, to a paltry 4 goals in an entire season. This experience further strained Tevez's relationship with Manchester City. His heart was no longer with the club. If Lin Quan hadn't arrived, Tevez could have performed well for Manchester City in preparation for next year's World Cup and earned playing time for the national team. But with Lin Quan's arrival, and his reputation for being a troublemaker, Tevez had no chance at Manchester City. Next year is the World Cup year, and the competition for striker positions in Argentina is fierce. If Tevez doesn't leave now, the probability of him missing next year's World Cup is very high. Therefore, he hopes to find a club that can guarantee him playing time while he's still at his peak. With his ability and reputation, he shouldn't have trouble finding a team. He just hopes Manchester City won't be too restrictive in the transfer process and won't create obstacles for him. Fahim wasn't as polite to Tevez as he was to Zico. Manchester City is indeed not a powerhouse, just a nouveau riche club. But even so, they still have their own dignity. Carlos Tevez, earning the highest salary at Manchester City, repeatedly sought to transfer, belittling the team and even publicly defying them by threatening to strike. This was tantamount to slapping the club in the face, and Manchester City certainly couldn't tolerate it. Therefore, Manchester City had consistently rejected Tevez's transfer requests. They preferred to forego the transfer fee and continue paying Tevez's high salary each season rather than let him leave. However, Fahim doesn't want to leave a ticking time bomb in the team's dressing room. Keeping Tevez offers no benefit to Manchester City, and he doesn't want anyone to disrupt the stability of the dressing room. So he told Tevez's agent that Manchester City would agree to Tevez's departure if someone could offer a transfer fee of €15 million. Given Tevez's ability and reputation, this transfer fee isn't considered high. However, Tevez only has 1 year left on his contract with Manchester City, and a €15 million transfer fee for a 1-year contract is a bit excessive. If you don't accept this condition, then stay at Manchester City. We can still afford Tevez's salary. Seeing the other party's firm attitude, Tevez's agent could only go back to discuss with the player. They had already contacted a new club, Juventus, a powerhouse in Serie A. However, Juventus was only willing to offer a transfer fee of €12 million, and they were unwilling to offer anything higher. Left with no other option, in order to leave Manchester City as soon as possible, Tevez had to personally contribute €3 million to fill the transfer fee gap. After raising the money, Manchester City didn't make things difficult for them and readily let them go. The transfers of Zico and Tevez meant that Manchester City wasn't just buying and selling in the transfer market, at least they recouped €35 million through player sales. After Lin Quan joined, Manchester City quickly offloaded 2 strikers. Moreover, both of these strikers were quite capable and would have no trouble finding clubs in the top 5 leagues. After establishing Lin Quan as the team's attacking core for the new season, Manchester City's intention to pave the way for Lin Quan is very clear. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170: The War of Words between Britain and Spain. Manchester City still values you highly. Per clicked his tongue as he entered the mansion Mansur had gifted to Lin Quan. The mansion was situated on a hillside overlooking the Manchester Sea, offering expansive views and stunning scenery. Such a luxurious seaside villa would likely cost no less than £5 million on the market. But Mansur hadn't even blinked, presenting it to Lin Quan as a simple gift. The generosity of this Middle Eastern tycoon was astonishing. Are you referring to these or the team's internal purges? Lin Quan knew something about the transfers of Zico and Tevez, but he wasn't particularly concerned. As long as the club didn't sell David Silva, he didn't care about anyone else. Both. Per poured himself a glass of red wine, sat on the sofa, and surveyed the interior. Lin Quan nodded slightly, poured himself a cup of tea, and sat on the sofa, waiting for him to continue. Per's visit today was definitely not just to say this, he must have other motives. Manchester City doesn't have a head coach yet, and President Fahim wants to ask for your opinion. Do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Sure enough, Per immediately asked a question that surprised Lin Quan. Ask my opinion? Isn't the selection of a coach the club's decision? He, a player, couldn't possibly influence Manchester City's head coach selection. Of course, owner Mansur hopes to bring in a coach whose tactical philosophy suits you, so that you can maximize your abilities and avoid underperforming at Manchester City due to differences in tactics. Hearing Per's explanation, Lin Quan nodded, indicating he understood. Does Manchester City have any shortlisted candidates? There are many good coaches in football, but most are already signed. Guardiola is at Bayern Munich, Mourinho at Chelsea, and Ancelotti at Real Madrid. None of these players will leave their respective clubs anytime soon. Ferguson has retired, so he's out of the question, and Wenger is unlikely to leave Arsenal. Of the remaining top managers, those that Manchester City might be interested in include Eriksen, Benitez, Hiddink, Van Gaal, Ranieri, and Pellegrini. While these players are under contract, they don't play for top clubs. Aside from Ranieri's Monaco, which presents a slight challenge, the others are all within reach. After reviewing Per's shortlist, Lin Quan began to ponder. Historically, Manchester City had signed the Chilean engineer, Pellegrini. His 3 seasons with City were relatively successful, although they didn't win the Champions League. Under his leadership, City made it out of the group stage. In their final year, they even reached the semi-finals. Furthermore, Pellegrini led City to another league title. However, considering City's transfer market spending and squad size, his coaching record wasn't particularly good or bad. With this in mind, Lin Quan decided not to interfere in City's managerial search. In his view, these coaches were all roughly equal in ability, so it didn't matter who they chose. After learning of Lin Quan's attitude, Manchester City began contacting these coaches individually, extending invitations. Hiddink and Van Gaal both rejected Manchester City's offers. One was happy at Anzi Makachkala, and the other was confidently leading the Dutch national team in their bid for next year's World Cup, neither wanting to leave at this time. Ranieri unsurprisingly also rejected them. Monaco had invested heavily in the transfer market this season, ambitiously planning a strong showing in the new Ligue 1 season. Monaco, who had never fought such a financially demanding season, were eager to make a big splash and naturally didn't want to give up halfway. After several coaches rejected Manchester City's offers, Manchester City ultimately signed Pellegrini, just as they had in history. Pellegrini, upon hearing that Lin Quan had joined Manchester City, readily accepted their offer. In his view, with Lin Quan, Manchester City's performance would at least have a guaranteed minimum standard. Even at their worst, it wouldn't be too bad. If he can properly train and mold the team's tactics and style, Manchester City might just rise to prominence under his leadership. After finalizing Pellegrini's contract, Manchester City quickly announced the news on their official website. The transfers of Zico and Tevez were also announced at the same time. Although both transfers were initiated by the players themselves, the announcement on Manchester City's website still sparked controversy. How? Manchester City is going to do a major overhaul of their veteran players. Who told them to buy so many strikers recklessly? If they didn't clear them out, Lingard might not even have a place. I'm not surprised Tevez left, but I'm surprised Zico left. Wasn't he performing quite well at Manchester City? Why did he suddenly leave? Isn't it because of Lingard? He just arrived and took Zico's number 10 jersey. Any player with a temper would find that humiliation unbearable, so transferring was the best option. That makes sense. So, Lingard is a team-destroying maniac. Voices criticizing Lin Quan began appearing online, mostly from fans of other Premier League clubs. For them, Lin Quan joining Manchester City was definitely not good news. Manchester City's increased strength meant it would be harder for them to face them in the league. There were already enough strong teams in the Premier League, too many wolves and not enough meat. Manchester City's sudden rise at this time would only make the already fierce competition even more brutal. Therefore, apart from Manchester City fans, it can be said that fans throughout the Premier League did not want to see Manchester City rise. They would much rather see Manchester City as it was before, an old, dilapidated, and weak club, easily bullied by their home team. Then one day, that small team they used to easily defeat rose to prominence, becoming a force to be reckoned with. This disparity is unacceptable to many Premier League fans. As the saying goes, seeing others make money is far more painful for them than losing money themselves. Besides the fans' criticism, the British media also expressed concern about Lin Quan's future at Manchester City. As everyone knows, the Premier League is the world's top league and also the most competitive. La Liga players emphasize technical skill and don't focus on physical confrontation, but this soft style of play is hard to establish in the Premier League. Lin Quan's technical skills are indeed excellent, but his physical strength is a big question mark. And his opponents will take pride in knocking him down and humiliating him on the field. This may be very cruel for a young player who is not even 18 years old. But this is the Premier League. This is the style of play of the world's top league. No matter what kind of halo you have, it doesn't matter in the Premier League. The Fleet Street media subtly implied that Lin Quan could not adapt to the pace of the Premier League, and sarcastically criticized a Spanish player's soft style of play as not manly at all. After the reports from the UK reached Spain, they immediately attracted a full-scale counterattack from the Spanish media. Losers always like to pat themselves on the back. Since the Premier League teams are so strong, their results in European competitions must be very good, right? The Spanish media attached a picture of last year's Champions League quarter-final matchups. Of the 8 teams, 3 are from La Liga, 2 from the Bundesliga, 1 from Serie A, 1 from Ligue 1, and 1 from the Turkish Super League. Not a single team from the world's best league, the English Premier League, is visible. This immediately shattered the British boast. However, Spain wasn't about to let them off the hook. The fact that the British media refuses to acknowledge is that in recent years, the Spanish teams, whom they perceive as having a softer style of play, have consistently dominated against Premier League teams in the Champions League. Let us remind the British that Premier League teams have gifted La Liga teams 6 consecutive trophies in European finals. At this time, Spanish possession-based football was at its peak. Not only were Premier League teams completely outmatched by La Liga at the club level, but at the national team level, Spain had also left the British team far behind. Spain has won the European Championship twice, the World Cup once, and recently the Confederations Cup, achieving a Grand Slam at the national team level. And what about the England national team? They fell in the round of 16 at the World Cup and the quarter-finals at the European Championship. We can't help but ask, La Liga's strength has brought strength to the Spanish national team, making their midfield renowned worldwide, with every top team proud to have a Spanish midfielder. But what has the Premier League's strength brought to England? Besides the slight advantage of homegrown talent, what famous players does England have in other leagues? The Spanish media's counterattack was sharp, leaving Fleet Street speechless. The England team is often called the China of Europe, boasting behind closed doors. But in major tournaments, they reveal their cowardly nature, playing terribly. However, the British media, using English, are very powerful, controlling the narrative. They always exaggerate their national team's abilities, remaining unrepentant even when proven wrong. Don't pay attention to these comments online. They're just rumors spread by your opponents to disrupt your mentality. During the team's training camp for the new season, national team teammate David Silva specifically advised Lin Quan, "When I first came to the Premier League, they weren't optimistic about my future either. They thought a small, slender player like me couldn't survive in the Premier League. But later, I proved them wrong with my outstanding performance, and they went from doubting to praising me. In the Premier League, you just need to play well and produce tangible results to prove them wrong. If you pay too much attention to off-field opinions, it will inevitably drain your energy and even affect your mentality, which will in turn affect your performance on the field." David Silva, speaking from experience, shared his wisdom with Lin Quan. Lin Quan saw the online arguments and the war of words between the media of the two countries, but he didn't pay much attention to them. From the moment he transferred to Manchester City, he knew that there would be a lot of controversy surrounding his transfer. "Okay, I understand, thank you, David." Although he didn't need any guidance, he was still grateful for David Silva's concern. In a strange place, someone who cares about your situation is definitely a friend worth cherishing. "Don't thank me, I'll still need you for the new season," David Silva said to Lin Quan with a smile. "You're the core of the national team, and you're the core of the club too. When you're on the field, you'll have to take care of our national team teammates." Hearing David Silva's words, Lin Quan laughed. "With your ability, you don't need me to take care of you. It's me, I just arrived at the club, I'm completely clueless, I don't know anything, I need your help more." Lin Quan was referring to the locker room situation. He had just arrived at Manchester City and knew nothing about the team's locker room, so he needed someone to guide him. "I'll have a good chat with you another day, I have to go now, the coach is here." David Silva was a smart man and immediately understood the implication in Lin Quan's words. Accompanied by club president Fahim, Pellegrini arrived at the training ground. Standing on the sidelines, he saw the players training diligently and actively. Pellegrini was very satisfied. He looked at Lin Quan, who was training with David Silva, and asked Fahim, "How is Lin's form? What position does he want to play next season?" He was new to the club and hadn't met Lin Quan yet, so he wasn't sure what kind of temperament such a superstar would have, or how easy he would be to work with. Therefore, he decided to sound him out beforehand. "Lin's form is excellent. His position on the field isn't fixed, he can play in any position in the attacking third. You can discuss the specifics with him." Fahim wasn't a professional, so he wouldn't interfere too much. It was better to leave professional matters to professionals. As the team's head coach, Pellegrini naturally needed to communicate well with the team's key players. However, before that, he decided to play a few preseason friendlies and see how things went. Coincidentally, Manchester City would be going to Munich in early August for the Audi Cup. The four teams invited to this year's Audi Cup are Manchester City, Bayern Munich, AC Milan, and Sao Paulo from the Brazilian Serie A. Bayern is the strongest of these four, while the other three are roughly equal, making it a good opportunity to test the team's form. Of course, considering Bayern is the newly crowned Champions League champion, Manchester City will face considerable pressure. Therefore, Pellegrini hasn't set any specific goals for the team in this Audi Cup. Winning the title is unrealistic, a win is enough. Manchester City is lucky, they didn't draw the big boss Bayern right away. Instead, they drew AC Milan, a team of similar strength. AC Milan's performance has declined in recent years, and they are no longer the force of their former Milan dynasty. Last season, they finished only third in Serie A and were eliminated early in the Champions League, falling in the round of 16. Compared to Manchester City, they are roughly equal. Because the two teams are evenly matched, Pellegrini boldly adopted a 4-3-3 attacking formation for this match, aiming for an attacking battle with AC Milan. The match was intense from the start, with Manchester City players having limited time to coordinate with each other. Two exceptions were Lin Quan and David Silva. Having played together for their national teams and recently helping their team win the Confederations Cup, their understanding was strong. In the 3rd minute, Lin Quan provided an assist from the wing, setting up David Silva for a goal. In the 19th minute, Silva returned the favor, providing a brilliant assist for Lin Quan to score his first goal for Manchester City. 2 minutes later, Lin Quan provided another assist, setting up Colorado for Manchester City's 3rd goal. In just 22 minutes of the first half, Manchester City had already scored 3 goals, overwhelming AC Milan. The team's powerful attacking firepower not only surprised AC Milan's manager but also startled Manchester City's coach, Pellegrini. Before joining Manchester City, he had considered Lin Quan's strength. However, when he actually saw Lin Quan play on the field, he realized he had underestimated his opponent. Lin Quan was even stronger than he had imagined. This thrilled Pellegrini, and it seemed he needed to re-evaluate his goals for the new season. With Manchester City's current squad strength, winning the league title, advancing from the Champions League group stage, and even reaching the quarter-finals all seemed achievable. If they were lucky enough to avoid facing any top clubs in the Champions League knockout stages, perhaps they could even push for the semi-finals? Chapter 171 Guardiola's Prediction. Watching Manchester City thrash the Italian giants on the pitch, Bayern Munich fans at the Allianz Arena couldn't help but murmur amongst themselves. Did the media report that Manchester City was just a mercenary team? How come they look so strong? Could it be that AC Milan is too weak? AC Milan is still an Italian powerhouse, even a weakened camel is bigger than a horse. How weak can they be? Indeed, although AC Milan hasn't won the league title in recent seasons, they've still been a force to be reckoned with in European competitions. If they hadn't been so unlucky as to always run into Barcelona, they might have gone much further. Although Bayern thrashed Barcelona last season, Bayern fans still acknowledge Barcelona's strength in the Champions League over the past few seasons. AC Milan's repeated encounters with Barcelona in the knockout stages for several years were indeed unlucky. So, does that mean we underestimated Manchester City's strength? If AC Milan wasn't too weak, then there's only one truth: Manchester City is very strong. Possibly. They were runners-up in the Premier League last season, and with Lin Quan joining this season, their strength has further improved. They're truly not to be underestimated. If Manchester City wins this match, won't we be facing them in the final? Bayern fans began to worry, even though their other match against Sao Paulo hadn't started yet. They were confident in their team and didn't think the Brazilian team could cause any trouble. If Bayern eliminated Sao Paulo, they would have to compete against the winner of this match for the Audi Cup title. Manchester City currently held a 3-goal advantage, making them the more likely to advance to the final. So, barring any surprises, the final would be Bayern versus Manchester City. Sigh, we thought that with Lin Quan's transfer to the Premier League, we wouldn't have to worry about how to defend against him anymore, but we didn't expect to face him in the second match of the new season. The Bayern fans in the stadium recalled the fear they felt last season at the hands of Lin Quan, and they couldn't help but start to worry. Last season, he led Werder Bremen, a team with a far weaker squad than Bayern Munich, to 2 victories against Bayern, snatching the Telecom Cup and the German Cup from them. If Werder Bremen hadn't taken the German Cup, Bayern would have been crowned treble winners. This remains a huge regret for many Bayern fans. Now, this guy is back with a stronger team. This has Bayern fans worried. Will Bayern fall to this guy again? Guardiola wasn't aware of this Lin Quan phobia among Bayern fans, but as Bayern's coach, he had to watch the game. After all, studying the opponent's strength and form before a match is a basic job for a coach. Besides this, there was another crucial reason. This was his first time facing Lin Quan as an opponent, so Guardiola naturally took it very seriously. Watching the first 30 minutes of the game, Guardiola's face showed initial satisfaction. Then his brow furrowed, and he looked worried. The assistant coaches exchanged glances, unsure what was wrong with Guardiola. Pep, is there something to worry about? Torrent, Guardiola's assistant coach of over a decade, asked. Ten Hag and Grand, on the other hand, perked up their ears, eager to hear what the world-renowned coach had to say. Their decision to join and stay at Bayern was precisely to learn from this world-class manager. Yes, Manchester City's attacking firepower has been completely activated by Lin Quan's arrival. Guardiola didn't hold back his praise for Lin Quan. This kid plays much smarter than I expected. Except for the first goal where he put in a little effort, he didn't exert much strength at all. Seeing the wide-eyed, puzzled looks on the faces of the Bayern assistant coaches, Guardiola further explained, "Observe his passing and positioning. It seems like he's looking for a comfortable position to play. But actually, he's constantly running around, assessing the abilities of Manchester City's attacking players, and directing Manchester City's attack by distributing possession and passing the ball." Seeing the thoughtful expressions on the faces of the Bayern assistant coaches, Guardiola smiled and said, "If you don't believe me, you can continue to observe. He passed the ball to other players in the attacking third before, but he didn't combine with Manchester City's striker Aguero. If he wasn't intentionally targeting Aguero, then he would have passed the ball to Aguero next." Hearing Guardiola's words, the men stared wide-eyed at Lin Quan's every move. On the field, Lin Quan once again combined with David Silva before dribbling into the penalty area. AC Milan defenders Abate and Zapata were drawn to him, creating a fleeting opening in the center of the box. Aguero, with a striker's keen instincts, spotted this opening and immediately ran to receive the ball. However, after his run, he suddenly realized Lin Quan was the one with the ball, and not only did the opponent have unlimited shooting rights within the team, but he hadn't even passed the ball to him once before. Thinking of this, Aguero felt disheartened. What use was good positioning? No one was passing to him, his positioning was just a battle against thin air. But just as Aguero felt frustrated and defeated, the ball slid past the defenders and precisely found the Argentine in open space. Aguero didn't even have time to react, he instinctively controlled the ball and slotted it home. The ball sailed over the AC Milan goalkeeper's outstretched leg and rolled into the net. Aguero scored his first goal of the match, and the assist came from Lin Quan. This was Lin Quan's third assist of the game. He actually passed a ball to him. After completing the shot and confirming the ball was in the net, Aguero was still somewhat incredulous. Lin Quan could have chosen to shoot himself, but he selflessly gave him the opportunity. Had he wronged him? Aguero thought of his previous complaints about Lin Quan and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He looked up in Lin Quan's direction, gave him a thumbs up, and praised him for the excellent pass. Lin Quan nodded back. Aguero's explosive performance at Manchester City seemed to have a reason. This guy had clearly been distracted, yet with an almost instinctive reaction, he still managed to put the ball in the net. This kind of striker's instinct is not something ordinary people possess. However, whether this goal was a test of skill or just Aguero's luck, Lin Quan felt it was necessary to observe further. 5 minutes later, Lin Quan received a pass from Yaya Toure. After controlling the ball and observing the AC Milan player's positioning, he passed it to Aguero. Aguero received the ball, shoved by the defenders, and passed it back to Lin Quan, who then passed it across to Nasri. Nasri dribbled to the byline and cut the ball back to Lin Quan, who then passed it to Aguero, who had broken into the penalty area. Manchester City played fluid passing combinations on the edge of AC Milan's penalty area, tearing apart AC Milan's defense with a series of passes. Lin Quan's pass was of high quality, giving Aguero a good amount of lead. This gave Aguero the opportunity to use his speed advantage to receive the ball first and have a one-on-one chance. Obviously, this pass not only tested Aguero's shooting skills but also his acceleration and explosiveness. Aguero did not disappoint Lin Quan. He shook off the defenders and received the ball before the on-rushing goalkeeper. However, the goalkeeper was already very close, his shooting angle was very tight, and the defender he had shaken off was right next to him, leaving him with a very short window of opportunity. This was a very difficult shot, most strikers would likely have missed or had it saved by the goalkeeper. But Aguero didn't miss this chance. After calmly observing the situation, he chose to shoot through the goalkeeper's legs. The ball slid between AC Milan goalkeeper Abate's legs and rolled into the net. In the 35th minute of the first half, Manchester City scored their fifth goal of the match. The goal scorer was Aguero, and the pass was from Lin Quan. Aguero completed his brace in just 5 minutes. After scoring this goal, all of Aguero's lingering resentment completely disappeared. He happily rushed to Lin Quan's side, knelt down, placed Lin Quan's feet on his knees, and willingly made a shoe-shining gesture for Lin Quan. Without Lin Quan's 2 passes, Aguero would still be in a goal drought. Beautiful shot. Your pass was perfect. The two exchanged smiles and embraced their celebrating teammates. After 2 probing attacks, Lin Quan was certain that Aguero had the potential to be a top striker. His shooting skills were excellent, he was calm when shooting, and he had a strong ability to seize opportunities. As long as he could consistently receive assists, he could capitalize on every chance and put the ball into the goal. Seeing Lin Quan provide Aguero with 2 consecutive assists, helping the latter score 2 goals in a very short time, the Bayern assistant coaches in the stands exchanged bewildered glances. Guardiola's prediction was simply divine. He seemed to be a god controlling the course of the game, accurately judging Lin Quan's intentions. Is this a case of no one knows a son better than his father? Torrance said to Guardiola with a smile. Guardiola nodded, I suppose so. I really wouldn't dare to make such a judgment with anyone else. Everyone immediately understood, so that's how it was. The more this happened, the more incredible they became to Guardiola and his son Lin Quan. Grand, who had faced Lin Quan many times under Hanks, was particularly impressed. This kid has improved since the last time we met. Seeing Manchester City score 5 goals against AC Milan before halftime, practically thrashing them, Ten Hag couldn't help but worry about the final match between the two teams, seeing Guardiola's high praise for Lin Quan. Not only Ten Hag, but several Bayern assistant coaches also showed concern. With such a strong opponent, was Bayern's championship still secure? Compared to them, Guardiola seemed confident. While Manchester City's attacking firepower has been activated, their defense hasn't solidified. They still have weaknesses. Yaya Toure repeatedly tried to push forward, but failed to coordinate with his teammates. The defensive gaps created by his forward runs were fatal for Manchester City. In other words, their attacking firepower in the first half was too intense, leaving AC Milan breathless. Once AC Milan recovers in the second half, they might launch a powerful counter-attack. On the AC Milan bench, head coach Allegri watched the game calmly. There was no sign of worry on his face, even though the team was trailing 0-5. For AC Milan, participating in this Audi Cup was merely a warm-up exercise. The team had no expectations for the results. Winning the championship wasn't important. The key was whether they could play the way they wanted and expose the team's problems. Currently, it seemed the team had significant problems on both ends of the pitch. Therefore, Allegri called El Shaarawy from the bench, pointed to Manchester City's defense, whispered something to him, and then substituted him into the game. El Shaarawy nodded repeatedly and relayed the coach's instructions to the other players. Allegri's adjustments quickly yielded results. In the 37th minute of the first half, taking advantage of Yaya Toure's forward run and the resulting gap in Manchester City's defense, AC Milan launched a quick counter-attack. El Shaarawy sprinted down the wing, his speed as incredible as lightning. Like a wild horse unleashed, he shook off all his pursuers before calmly sliding the ball into the far corner past the goalkeeper 5-1. AC Milan pulled one back. This goal was almost a carbon copy of his goal at Camp Nou, except that at Camp Nou, El Shaarawy missed a one-on-one opportunity, otherwise, Barcelona would have been eliminated. But at the Allianz Arena, El Shaarawy seized his chance. If it were just this one goal, it wouldn't prove Manchester City's defense had problems. However, 2 minutes later, AC Milan capitalized on a counter-attack, allowing El Shaarawy to score again. The Pharaoh completed his brace within 2 minutes, less than 4 minutes after coming on. Allegri's substitutions had an immediate effect. Seeing El Shaarawy perform admirably, Allegri was very satisfied with his players' performance. AC Milan's current squad isn't particularly strong, so Allegri has to play to his strengths and make the best use of his available resources. Given a better lineup, he was confident he could achieve better results. However, Berlusconi, embroiled in lawsuits, couldn't focus on the team for the time being, and AC Milan wouldn't have an easy few years. To achieve better results, perhaps he should try a different team. Seeing the situation on the field develop exactly as Guardiola had predicted, the Bayern assistant coaches looked at their head coach with expressions of utter disbelief. This was too incredible. How could he have such a clear understanding of the game? They simply didn't possess that ability. No wonder he was called a world-class coach. Guardiola's ability to read the game left them in awe. The thought of learning from such a world-class coach in the coming years filled the assistant coaches with excitement. While the Bayern assistant coaches were happy, Lin Quan on the field was anything but. After conceding 2 goals, Lin Quan realized the team's defense was in trouble. Chapter 172 The father-son battle with Guardiola. Pellegrini, no fool, naturally noticed the problems in his team's defense. So, during a dead ball situation, he called Zabaleta over and gave him some instructions. Manchester City's defensive formation changed slightly. Their defenders moved their backline forward a bit, making it harder for the opposition to exploit the space behind their midfield during counter-attacks. This adjustment quickly proved effective. When AC Milan tried to repeat the same tactic, El Shaarawy either couldn't get the ball or was immediately tackled by an on-rushing defender. If the pass was too strong, Manchester City's defenders could create an offside trap, making him offside even if he received the ball. Furthermore, Manchester City increased their pressing intensity in the attacking third, preventing the opposing midfielders from making free passes. This combination of tactics quickly neutralized AC Milan's initial attacking momentum on the flanks. At halftime, Manchester City went into the locker room with a 3-goal lead. Although they conceded 2 goals, Manchester City's players remained relatively relaxed due to their significant lead. The Manchester City dressing room was clearly divided. Local players like Joe Hart, Wright, and Richards were grouped together. Veteran players like Kompany, Yaya Touré, and Gurkic were in one circle. South American players like Zabaleta, Agüero, Demichelis, Fernando, and Fernandinho mingled together, and Spanish players like Lin Quan, Silva, Navas, and Negredo formed yet another group. One team with 4 distinct groups. Lin Quan had certainly seen something new. Back at Werder Bremen, the team was predominantly German, with a smaller number of foreign players from Austria and Eastern Europe, resulting in a more homogeneous squad. But at a top club in one of the 5 major leagues, the situation was completely different. The player composition in those leagues is incredibly diverse, with players from Latin America, Africa, Asia, the Balkans, Eastern Europe, and various footballing powerhouses across continental Europe all represented. The only relatively rare sight is probably Chinese players playing abroad. Due to the declining level of football and the increasing popularity of big-spending football, the once booming trend of playing overseas has steadily subsided in recent years. Chinese players are becoming increasingly rare in the top 5 leagues and even across Europe. Lin Quan chatted and laughed with David Silva while observing the members of the other groups out of the corner of his eye. The domestic players are the most numerous, but their overall ability is not strong. However, because of the FA's policy, clubs have to support them. David Silva didn't think much of English players. Apart from a few exceptions, he considered the others as mediocre. They enjoyed the benefits of the FA's policy of supporting domestic players but lacked the ability to represent their teams, spending most of the season on the bench, sometimes not even making the squad. Veteran players like Kompany and Yaya Touré are both very capable. Kompany is currently the team captain. He's quite steady and, because of his captaincy, he prioritizes the overall situation. The implication was that it was worthwhile to get to know Kompany better, as he seemed relatively easy to manage. What about Touré? Lin Quan was curious about Silva's assessment of Yaya Touré. To be honest, after seeing Yaya Touré's performance in the team's training matches, Lin Quan was quite impressed with his ability. However, Guardiola preferred to promote a newcomer rather than use him, and there must be a reason for that. So, what exactly were Yaya Touré's shortcomings that led Guardiola to choose Busquets over him? Yaya Touré is very strong, but how should I put it? He should be positioned as an attacking midfielder, not a defensive midfielder. I think his defensive ability is quite strong, and he covers a large area. Aren't these attributes more suitable for the defensive midfield position? Lin Quan was slightly surprised by Silva's assessment. Yaya Touré is similar to his national team teammate Martinez. Both are physically strong, have abundant stamina, cover a wide area, and are capable of both attacking and defending. However, Silva's evaluation of him doesn't seem very high. Yaya Touré has good technique, but his ability to pass threatening balls isn't strong. He excels at forward runs and attacks. His attacking ability is even stronger than some strikers. But the problem is, he plays as a defensive midfielder. If he attacks and the opponent launches a counter-attack, our defense will be in danger. Lin Quan recalled the first goal conceded in the first half. AC Milan seemed to have capitalized on Yaya Touré's forward runs, scoring on the side he was defending. It seems Yaya Touré possesses the excellent qualities of a workhorse defensive midfielder, but has the heart of a striker? But that's the problem. We don't lack attacking firepower in the front line. His dribbling up the field not only doesn't help, but his tendency to hold on to the ball too long makes him a weak point for the enemy's counterattacks. Silva shrugged. Lin Quan nodded. A good player fully understands his own abilities and knows his role. Yaya Touré's technique is undeniable. The key is whether he can find his role and understand what he needs to do to help the team. Just as Lin Quan was pondering this question, Aguero approached him to express his gratitude. "Lin, welcome to the team. You're an incredible player. Most importantly, your playing style is so similar to Lionel Messi's. Aguero and Messi are best friends. Having a teammate with a playing style so similar to Messi's, who can also provide assists, gave him the feeling of playing alongside Messi." Aguero loved this feeling. This caused a complete 180-degree change in his attitude towards Lin Quan. From previously worrying that Lin Quan would take his place, he now eagerly anticipated playing alongside him in official matches. "Thanks, Aguero, your shot was great too. Keep it up in the second half and try to score a hat-trick." Aguero had a good impression of him, and Lin Quan naturally wouldn't refuse his overtures. If he could leverage Aguero to influence the South American contingent, it would greatly help him control the dressing room. Half-time quickly ended, and the second half began with both sides switching sides. Manchester City made personnel changes, with Navas replacing Kolarov and Fernandinho replacing Milner. Fernandinho is a defensive midfielder, and his introduction was intended to fill the defensive gaps in the midfield and backline left by Yaya Touré's forward runs. After the match started, Manchester City launched wave after wave of attacks against AC Milan's defense. However, Allegri seemed to have made some adjustments to the team's defense during halftime. They tightened their defense on both flanks, allowing Manchester City to cross from the wings. But in the middle, they defended tightly, denying Manchester City any opportunities for short passing penetration. This tactic worked quite well, with Manchester City's attack making a lot of noise but yielding little result. Although their attacks seemed relentless, frequently reaching the opponent's penalty area, they failed to convert into goals. AC Milan, on the other hand, created several threatening attacks through counter-attacks using their speedy wingers. However, Manchester City's defenders became alert, and Fernandinho's defensive efforts were very active. This prevented AC Milan's counter-attacks from turning into goals. At the 75th minute of the second half, the score remained 5-2. Both coaches made further substitutions. Pellegrini replaced Aguero with Negredo, giving the team's expensive summer signing a chance to find his form. Aguero seemed a little sullen after this substitution. Lin Quan had passed him the ball several times in the second half, but the opponent's defense in the penalty area was too tight. He either had no opportunity to shoot or his shots lacked quality. This made Aguero feel a little embarrassed, but fortunately, Lin Quan didn't blame him. When he had a good chance, they would still pass the ball to him. After studying the opposing defender's positioning, Aguero felt he had found the key to breaking through their defense. However, before he could execute his plan, he was substituted. With Aguero off the field, his hat-trick was out of the question. Negredo, being a Spanish player, naturally needed to be covered by Lin Quan and Silva. So the two started passing him the ball, creating opportunities for him. Negredo and Aguero are two different types of strikers. Compared to Aguero, who is only 173 centimeters tall, Negredo stands at 186 centimeters and has a strong holding-up play. Based on the opponent's characteristics, Lin Quan changed his strategy, starting to play high balls, letting Negredo win headers. This tactic didn't work at first. Although Negredo's heading ability was good, the opposing defenders were not to be underestimated. How could he so easily win headers? However, when another tall player, Yaya Touré, also entered the penalty area and joined Negredo in disrupting the opposing defense, Manchester City's opportunity arose. In the 87th minute, Silva crossed from the wing, and Yaya Touré, after shaking off his defender, leaped high and headed the ball into the net, breaching AC Milan's goal once again. This goal showcased Yaya Touré's excellent attacking ability to Lin Quan. This guy truly has the heart of a striker. Ultimately, Manchester City, thanks to goals from Lin Quan and 5 other players, defeated AC Milan 6-2, advancing to the final. A resounding victory against the Italian Giants in their first match of the new season delighted everyone at Manchester City. Lin Quan's outstanding performance, in particular, thrilled the Manchester City fans who had traveled with the team. It was initially thought that Lin Quan would need some time to integrate into the team, but he integrated so quickly. Watching him orchestrate Manchester City's attack with such precision, no one would believe this was his first official match since joining the team. His effortless play made people believe he had been with the team for many years. Otherwise, how could they explain his seamless teamwork with his teammates? Scoring a goal and providing 4 assists right from his first appearance? Although it was just a warm-up match, it still garnered a lot of attention. After the game, media outlets in Germany, England, and Spain all gave it extensive coverage. German media focused primarily on Lin Quan, believing he had made significant progress this season. They felt that the Bundesliga would be a loss if such an outstanding player left. Spanish media, however, focused on Lin Quan and Guardiola. They began hyping up the father-son duo's first official matchup. One is a young, talented player, the other a world-class coach. Coincidentally, they are father and son. Such a matchup is extremely rare in the entire football world, making us eagerly anticipate the outcome. After generating this buzz, Spanish media even launched a poll on social media, letting fans choose who to support. While Lingard is very strong, football isn't a one-man game. Manchester City still lags behind Bayern in terms of raw strength, so I predict Guardiola's Bayern will win. With Bayern Munich's lineup and squad, how could they possibly lose? If nothing unexpected happens, this Bayern team will remain a top contender for the Champions League title this season. As for Manchester City, despite Lingard's arrival, they're still far from being title contenders. Indeed, Guardiola's coaching ability is undeniable, and Bayern's squad is so luxurious. They just won the Champions League, so their momentum will definitely overwhelm Manchester City. Plus, they're playing at home, making a Manchester City victory virtually impossible. Although Bayern is strong, Guardiola has only been in charge for a short time, and it's hard to say how well he's mastered the team. Conversely, Manchester City's performance in this match is awe-inspiring, especially Lingard, who has continued his excellent form from the Confederations Cup. Therefore, I predict Manchester City will win. I heard that Bayern star players have terrible tempers. Even Guardiola can't control the dressing room. So, Guardiola joining Bayern might not be a strengthening factor, but rather a weakening one. However, Lingard joining Manchester City will have an immediate strengthening effect on them, so I'm also optimistic about Lingard. There were more fans supporting Bayern online. After all, Bayern had the advantage in terms of both paper strength and team momentum. As for Manchester City, they didn't have any impressive records yet. Although they had just defeated AC Milan wasn't a top team at that time. They lacked historical records, so it was hard to believe they could defeat the seemingly invincible Bayern Munich. As for those fans who chose to support Manchester City, almost all of them did so out of respect for Lin Quan. As if to prove this point, 2 hours later, on the same field, Bayern easily defeated Sao Paulo 3-0, also advancing to the final. Thus, the Audi Cup champion will be decided between Manchester City and Bayern Munich. However, Bayern's dominance in this match was awe-inspiring. They not only dominated in all statistical categories but also firmly controlled the game. Sao Paulo posed virtually no challenge to Bayern, suffering a crushing defeat. Furthermore, this match showcased the different impact Guardiola's arrival has had on Bayern. Having absorbed Henk's experience, he has incorporated his own style into certain details. This allows Bayern to maintain their attacking style from last season, while also displaying dazzling ball control and positional play, using intricate passing to outmaneuver opponents and score goals. After this match, predictions for the final have completely changed. Less than 10% of fans now favor Manchester City. Honestly, I don't see any hope for Manchester City to win. This Bayern team is too strong. I'm a Manchester City fan, and I think as long as the team doesn't suffer a humiliating defeat, that's a victory. Hopefully, they won't lose by more than 3 goals. Chapter 173: The father-son battle with Guardiola. The Audi Cup schedule is very tight. To avoid affecting the team's preparations, 4 matches for 4 teams were scheduled within 2 days. The advantage of this is saving time, but the disadvantage is that it greatly increases the burden on the players. The final is played the day after the first day's matches, leaving little rest for the key players of both teams. However, Manchester City seems to have a slight advantage, as their first day's matches ended a few hours earlier than Bayern's, giving them several extra hours of rest. The first match was the third-place game between AC Milan and Sao Paulo. Thanks to Boateng's goal, AC Milan narrowly defeated Sao Paulo to secure third place in this year's Audi Cup. Following that, Bayern Munich played Manchester City. Guardiola made significant changes to Bayern's lineup for this match. Guts and summer signing Thiago started together, while Schweinsteiger was relegated to the bench. Both wingers, Robben and Ribéry, started this match, while last season starting defensive midfielder, Martinez, moved deeper, with Guardiola placing him at centre-back. This change was quite bold, raising expectations for its effects. The result, after 25 minutes of the first half, the score was 0-1, with Manchester City, not Bayern, scoring first. Martinez's performance at centre-back was quite good. His excellent passing ability improved Bayern's attacking depth. Neuer didn't need to launch long balls, he could simply pass the ball to Hammerby, who would then dribble forward and pass it to his own midfielders. This freed up the defensive midfielders, allowing them to push forward and increase their attacking numbers in the opponent's half, thus applying greater pressure. However, Manchester City's strategy was counter-attacking. Their three attacking players were all small, agile players, possessing not only speed but also strong dribbling and passing abilities. If your defensive midfielder pushes past your own half and you have possession, that's fine. But if you don't have possession, then when I launch a counter-attack, your defensive midfielder might not be able to get back down. In the 25th minute of the first half, taking advantage of Bayern's high press, Manchester City launched a textbook counter-attack, culminating in Lin Quan's shot that changed the score. This goal wasn't unexpected. Lin Quan frequently scored against Bayern when he played for Werder Bremen. Even more so now at Manchester City, a higher level. However, they didn't expect Bayern to concede the first goal. This was completely different from pre-match predictions. What is Guardiola doing? Is he conducting scientific research? Why is he putting Hammerby in defense? Isn't this a mess? Exactly. While Hammerby performs well as a defender, with his excellent physique and wide coverage, he can only fully utilize his advantages as a defensive midfielder. Is Guardiola getting cocky because of the win against Sao Paulo? At this rate, Manchester City will win this game. Criticism of Guardiola's new approach has begun to emerge online. People aren't intolerant of new ideas, they just can't accept failure. If Guardiola's new approach proves effective on the field, helping Bayern easily defeat their opponents, then these critics will undoubtedly transform into eulogists and admirers. After seeing Lin Quan score, Guardiola couldn't help but applaud him. After finishing, he noticed the Bayern fans around him staring in disbelief. Realizing he was now Bayern's head coach, applauding the opposing team's goal was a bit unconventional. Adjust the formation. Move Martinez back to the defensive midfield position, let Guts orchestrate the attack, and Muller look for opportunities to push forward. After the initial tactical changes weren't entirely successful, Guardiola wasn't stubborn. He realized his approach hadn't met expectations. It seems this idea is still immature, pushing it out prematurely is a bit risky. Guardiola quickly considered the situation, convinced his thinking wasn't flawed. The poor results were likely due to other shortcomings. After this match, he would thoroughly study the strategy and experiment with weaker Bundesliga opponents. Once he had accumulated enough match data, it should be effective against stronger opponents. As for stopping his tinkering and sticking to existing successful tactics, impossible. He wouldn't be Guardiola if he didn't experiment. After Guardiola made the tactical adjustments, the Bayern players breathed a sigh of relief. They only had a vague understanding of Guardiola's tactics, though they tried their best to follow his instructions. Bayern rarely played possession-based football, and they were only just beginning to grasp Guardiola's pressing style, far from being proficient. Therefore, the players seemed awkward on the field. However, when given familiar tactics, the Bayern players immediately regained their composure. In the 42nd minute of the first half, Thomas Muller capitalized on a forward run, receiving an assist from a teammate to score and equalize. The Bayern fans at the Allianz Arena breathed a sigh of relief, seeing their team finally back on track. However, seeing Guardiola still using Heinz's tactics, the Bayern fans couldn't help but wonder, if Guardiola only follows the old ways, why did they hire him in the first place? Fans are like that, they're dissatisfied with any tactical changes, and dissatisfied with no changes either. In short, satisfying them is not an easy task. It must be said that the pressure from Bayern Munich, the newly crowned European champions, was considerable. Manchester City exposed numerous problems on both ends of the pitch against Bayern. Firstly, there were issues with their attack. Lin Quan's time at Manchester City was still relatively short, his understanding with his teammates was insufficient, and they were unfamiliar with each other's playing styles, leading to frequent errors in their on-field coordination. This problem wouldn't be apparent against weaker teams, as they could rely on their individual brilliance to create chances. However, against a strong team like Bayern, individual ability alone wasn't enough. Bayern hadn't undergone significant personnel changes this season. Their core players largely remained the same as when they won the title. This ensured that Bayern's fighting power hadn't declined. Bayern's defense had withstood the test of the Champions League. If it were so easily breached, so many teams wouldn't have failed so decisively against them. Manchester City's players lacked cohesion, becoming isolated and unable to break through Bayern's defense. Conversely, after abandoning their pressing tactics, Bayern Munich's powerful attacking capabilities on both flanks became apparent. The combination of Robben and Ribéry put Manchester City's defense to a severe test. Robben, in particular, was unstoppable. City's fullbacks knew he was going to cut inside, but they simply couldn't stop him. Fortunately, Robben wasn't in top form today, and his shots after cutting inside failed to convert into goals. Otherwise, City would likely be trailing now. While Robben was out of form, Ribéry was in red-hot form on the other side. His breakthroughs and dribbling on the other flank not only wreaked havoc on City's right side but also disrupted their formation. In the 67th minute of the second half, Ribéry broke through to the byline and delivered a high-quality cross, assisting Mandzukić's header into the net. 2-1, Bayern Munich had turned the game around. Seeing the increasing threat of the opponent's attacks down the flanks, Pellegrini adjusted the team's defense, increasing interceptions on the wings to prevent the opponent from making unrestrained runs down the line and crossing the ball. However, after strengthening the flank defense, their central defense became a problem. Götze, who had been invisible for almost half the game, finally started to become active in the 75th minute of the second half after Manchester City players reduced their close marking on him. In the 82nd minute, Götze delivered a through ball, and Mandzukić passed the ball back to the advancing Thomas Müller. Müller's powerful shot was saved by Joe Hart, and the ball flew out of the penalty area, falling to Robben's feet. Robben, who had wasted numerous scoring opportunities before, this time unleashed a long-range shot of relatively low quality. Facing this shot, Joe Hart seemed unprepared. Although he made a diving save, he was a fraction too slow. The ball still slipped past his hand and flew into the net. The score became 3-1, and Bayern extended their lead. Seeing the ball go in, Robben himself was a little stunned. After the shot, he thought it was over, but who would have thought it would actually go in? Did the opposing goalkeeper make a mistake? Robben couldn't care less. He excitedly ran up, leaped high, and pumped his fist in the air to celebrate his goal. The Manchester City players stood with their hands on their hips, looking at each other with utter frustration. This goal, they didn't even know what to say about it. The defenders definitely had a problem. Thomas Müller's shot should have been blocked, but they missed their mark. Joe Hart saved that shot, and the Manchester City defenders couldn't help but give their teammate a thumbs up. They couldn't handle Robben's follow-up shot, but this relatively harmless shot, Joe Hart hadn't saved it. Okay. The Manchester City defenders decided to take back their praise. Joe Hart himself was also frustrated. He had just made a save when the opponent launched a series of attacks. When he got up to make his second save, he slipped on the grass, causing his movement to slow down slightly. Otherwise, with his skill, he wouldn't have missed that shot. Near the center circle, Lin Quan stood with his hands on his hips, frowning as he looked at the frustrated Joe Hart. He remembered a joke about Joe Hart in Chinese football: if heaven had feelings, it too would grow old. Seeing Hart, it would be a disaster. Joe Hart seemed to be unlucky when it came to defending against long-range shots. It wasn't that he lacked ability, his save technique was solid. However, when faced with long-range shots, his luck was always poor. Either the opponent would score some incredible goal, or he himself would make some basic mistakes. With little time left in the game, Manchester City intensified their attack after the restart. Realizing his lack of coordination with his teammates, Lin Quan abandoned coordinating with other teammates, focusing only on coordinating with his national teammate, David Silva. They had played together in many matches, and recently even spent half a month side by side in the Confederations Cup, developing a high level of understanding. Both are technically gifted and possess high football intelligence. They don't need to communicate. A single glance is enough for them to understand each other's intentions. With their increased coordination, Bayern's defensive pressure in the attacking third increased dramatically. Martinez and his teammates considered Lin Quan the biggest threat, so they marked him very closely. This was also Guardiola's tactic. No one understands his son's abilities better than him. However, this defensive tactic played right into Lin Quan's hands. Knowing he would be heavily marked, He didn't intend to play the role of finisher, but rather to act as an organizer, delivering the final pass to assist his teammates in scoring. In the 89th minute, the last minute of regular time, Lin Quan played a series of 1-2 passes with David Silva on the wing, dribbling the ball to the 30-meter danger zone just outside the penalty area. This position was already within Lin Quan's shooting range. Whether it's a long-range shot from outside the penalty area or a breakthrough followed by a dribble into the box, Lin Quan poses a significant threat to Bayern's goal. Having experienced Lin Quan's prowess firsthand last season, the Bayern players dared not let their guard down. 4 players, including Martinez, immediately rushed towards him. On the sidelines, Guardiola's heart leaped when he saw Lin Quan dribble into that area. This kid, even without coordinating with his teammates, could still achieve this level of skill. He had underestimated him. But it didn't matter. The first few steps were easy. The final one was the hardest. Lin Quan could certainly break through multiple defenders. After all, he had accomplished such a feat before. However, such miracles couldn't happen every time. Once surrounded, the probability of him losing possession was far greater than the probability of a successful breakthrough. As for whether he would pass to a teammate, Guardiola was also prepared for that. Besides assigning players to focus on marking Lin Quan, he also had someone mark David Silva, preventing the latter from receiving the ball and shooting. David Silva wasn't physically strong, and he didn't have Lin Quan's excellent dribbling ability, so he didn't need too many players. One strong defender was enough to mark him. After making these arrangements, Guardiola felt confident. "Kid, show me your skills and let me see what surprises you have in store." Facing multiple Bayern players surrounding him, Lin Quan pretended to force his way in, startling the Bayern players who quickly pulled back to avoid being beaten. Taking advantage of this reaction, he decisively passed a ball through the gaps in the defense. Unsurprisingly, the ball went to David Silva. Just as the coach expected. Bayern's left back, Alaba, sneered after seeing Lin Quan's pass and was about to press David Silva. Alaba was 1.8 meters tall and weighed 80 kilograms. David Silva is 1.7 meters tall and weighs 68 kilograms. The two players differed significantly not only in height but also in weight. Alaba was confident he could easily knock him to the ground. However, to Alaba's astonishment, David Silva didn't receive the ball. He deliberately let it pass to another teammate, Agüero. Agüero, without controlling the ball, unleashed a powerful shot that breached Bayern's goal once again. The score became 3-2. The game was still in doubt. Chapter 174: Exchanging Jerseys with Guardiola. That kid. After seeing Agüero score, Guardiola slapped his bald head in frustration. He knew Lin Quan and his teammates lacked coordination, so he only needed to assign someone to limit Lin Quan and Silva. Lin Quan himself also knew he and his teammates lacked coordination, and Silva would likely be limited as well. Therefore, his strategy with Silva was to use Silva as a decoy to draw Guardiola's attention, while Silva would cover for his teammates to complete the attack. In this way, a third player appeared besides Lin Quan and Silva, one that Guardiola hadn't anticipated. Guardiola had overlooked this. That kid tricked me. After realizing this, Guardiola shook his head self-deprecatingly. If someone else had been tricked like this, he might have been angry, but the thought that it was his son made him unable to be angry. Instead of being angry, he felt a sense of accomplishment. That brat's growing up fast. He even fooled his old man. He's truly my son. However, Guardiola wasn't going to let Lin Quan lead the team to come back so easily. He made a substitution, replacing Ribéry with Badstuber, adding a defensive midfielder to further strengthen the defense and effectively mark Manchester City's third option. Moreover, this substitution also served to buy time, achieving 2 goals at once. After Badstuber came on, Bayern's defense became incredibly solid. Manchester City's attack struggled to even penetrate their midfield, let alone threaten the penalty area. Finally, after 90 minutes, Bayern defeated Manchester City 3-2 at home, winning the Audi Cup. A funny scene unfolded after the match. Lin Quan went to the sidelines, hugged Guardiola, and asked to exchange jerseys. Guardiola paused for a moment, then pointed to his suit. "You little rascal, are you eyeing my suit?" It's common for players to exchange jerseys, but it's extremely rare for a player and coach to do so. A notable example is from 2018, when Manchester City's defender Aidan Flint jokingly asked Guardiola to exchange jerseys after the second leg of their League Cup match against Bristol City. Guardiola initially refused, but later sent Flint an identical suit, fulfilling Flint's wish. Now, several years after that incident, Lin Quan has already gotten there first. The cameras captured this amusing scene, eliciting laughter from the audience. With the team winning, Bayern Munich fans were in a relaxed mood. The spectators near the coach's bench started jeering, "Mr. Guardiola, give him your shirt. Manchester City's number 10 shirt, you can't even buy it on the market yet, it's a sure thing." Lin Quan's number 10 shirt was still being made in the factory and hadn't been released to the public yet. Even if you wanted to buy it, you couldn't at this time. Moreover, it was a shirt he had worn, making it an even more limited edition. However, Guardiola's suit cost tens of thousands of yuan, which wasn't cheap either. "Look at my build, do you think I can fit into your clothes?" Lin Quan compared their heights and said to Guardiola. Guardiola laughed heartily. All right, you can have it, consider it a souvenir of our first encounter." The father and son's first match on the field did indeed have memorable significance. So, Lin Quan took off his shirt and handed it to Guardiola, who in turn gave Lin Quan his suit. The two exchanged jerseys in a rather unusual manner. After the Audi Cup, Manchester City didn't linger in Germany. They flew back to England overnight. In response to the problems that arose during the Audi Cup, Pellegrini began adjusting the team's tactics. Knowing Yaya Touré's penchant for attacking runs, he assigned him certain offensive tasks. However, he stipulated that Touré could only push forward if the team's defense was solid, otherwise, he wasn't allowed to do so easily. Regarding the lack of cohesion among Manchester City's attacking players, he arranged more training matches, giving Lin Quan, Silva, and Aguero, among others, fixed pairings. Cohesion can be cultivated. Playing together for a long time and becoming familiar with each other's playing styles improves understanding. After a week of intensive training, Pellegrini contacted several teams for friendly matches to test the team's form. They first played against Fulham, a mid to lower table team in the Premier League, and then against the stronger Arsenal. Pellegrini plans to first use Fulham as a training ground to regain form, then use the momentum from defeating the Cottagers to face Premier League giants Arsenal. A victory against Arsenal would boost the team's confidence and morale, allowing them to reach peak form before the Premier League season begins. Fulham are happy to be Manchester City's training partner, but they insist on playing at their home ground. This way, they can leverage Manchester City's reputation to sell tickets and earn some extra revenue. Manchester City, however, are flush with cash and don't care about ticket sales. Fulham's demands are irrelevant to them. The fact that Fulham are willing to play a friendly is enough. Arsenal agreed, but the date was set late, August 15th. They had just finished their Asian tour and were currently recovering. Although Wenger doesn't like commercial activities, Arsenal still engaged in some this summer to earn money for the team. And Asia, with its abundance of wealthy and gullible players, is a lucrative destination for Arsenal. If it weren't for the sheer distance, the professor would have loved to travel there every day. However, for top clubs, such commercial activities inevitably have some impact on their pre-match preparations. Therefore, they weigh the pros and cons when engaging in commercial activities. Some money can be made, and some cannot. Professor Wenger was well aware of this, which is why Arsenal's Asian tour only lasted for half a month before they returned to England. This way, their pre-match preparations wouldn't be significantly affected. However, after playing a few matches against those weak Asian teams, he worried that the team's form might have dipped. So, upon returning to England, he began looking for suitable opponents to regain their form and try to get the team back into shape before the Premier League season started. Manchester City, with its strong paper strength but lacking the pedigree of a top club, and whose actual fighting power might be somewhat diminished, became their best training opponent. Thus, the two teams quickly reached an agreement, and Arsenal will visit the Etihad Stadium on August 15th to challenge Manchester City. On August 10th, Manchester City's away match against Fulham kicked off. The game attracted approximately 20,000 spectators. The Cottagers Stadium is relatively small, even with additional seating, its capacity is less than 30,000. For a friendly match, 20,000 spectators is a very high attendance rate. Many of the fans who came were there specifically to see Lin Quan. People were very interested in this player, who was said to be comparable to Messi and Ronaldo, and wanted to see for themselves if he was truly as good as rumored. It wasn't just the fans who were interested, even the Fulham players were paying close attention to Lin Quan. Standing in the players' tunnel, Lin Quan noticed that the opposing players' eyes were fixed on him, and they were frequently whispering among themselves, seemingly discussing him. "Be careful, they're plotting to foul you." David Silva, who was sitting nearby, overheard some of the whispers and gave Lin Quan a serious warning. "Okay, I know." Lin Quan nodded. It wasn't surprising that the Fulham players had such thoughts. After all, when he first arrived in the Premier League, the British media labelled him as not good at physical confrontation. Perhaps the opposing players thought so too? During the pre-match handshake, the opposing left-back, Richardson, gripped Lin Quan's hand tightly, threatening him menacingly. "Kid, watch your leg when you get on the field." Lin Quan tightened his grip, squeezing Richardson's face until it turned a deep purplish red. "I'll say the same to you, watch your own leg." He always believed in an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Anyone who was disrespectful to him would retaliate without hesitation. How, quite the boast, this is the Premier League, a game only real men play. Ouch, 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 let go, you lunatic. Seeing Richardson still grumbling, Lin Quan increased the pressure, twisting Richardson's face in agony. "Try it." Lin Quan glanced at Richardson and moved on to his next opponent. Fulham's defensive midfielder, Sidwell, swallowed hard when he saw his teammate's hand turn pale from being squeezed. Could they not shake hands? But Lin Quan's hand was already outstretched. Sidwell could only muster his courage and extend his own. After a brief touch with Lin Quan's hand, he quickly withdrew it as if he'd been electrocuted, fearing he'd suffer the same fate as Richardson if his hand were grabbed. Lin Quan was taken aback by the other's reaction, but after understanding the reason, a smile appeared on his face. Leaving such an impression on the other wasn't bad news for him. At 7:30 p.m., the match officially began. Fulham seized the opportunity to attack Manchester City from the start, showing none of the caution and care they usually displayed against strong teams. It seemed they intended to engage in an all-out attacking battle with Manchester City. Well, it was just a friendly match, not a competitive one. They had to be worthy of the fans who had paid for tickets. If Fulham retreated to their own half, the fans would probably curse them to death. Manchester City's current weakness lies in their defense, while their attacking prowess is by no means lacking. Fulham's decision to engage in an attacking battle is exactly what Manchester City wanted. Thus, Manchester City launched their own offensive, relentlessly attacking Fulham's penalty area. This was Lin Quan's first time playing against a Premier League team, albeit a friendly. However, both teams are legitimate Premier League clubs, and even the referee was a Premier League referee. Therefore, the intensity of this match was not significantly different from a regular Premier League game. Playing in the Premier League reveals its fast pace. However, this pace differs from the ground-based counter-attacks of strong teams. Lower-ranked Premier League teams prefer long balls. When the ball was at Fulham's feet, they didn't like to advance from the ground. Instead, they preferred to loft the ball to their forwards, letting them contest a header. If they won, they would pass it to a teammate, directly bypassing the midfield and launching an attack on Manchester City's penalty area. If they lost, they would quickly retreat to defend, preventing a counter-attack. Isn't this an outdated long ball tactic? How can anyone still use this tactic in this day and age? Lin Quan was astonished. This tactic had very low offensive efficiency. Manchester City had many players in their backfield, making it difficult for the opposing striker to win the ball. Even if they did win it, they might not be able to successfully pass it to a teammate. And once they lost possession, Manchester City would launch a quick counter-attack. Sure enough, in the 13th minute of the first half, seizing an opponent's mistake, Manchester City intercepted the ball in their own half and quickly passed it to the wing. The ball quickly reached Lin Quan's feet. Lin Quan had already noticed that Fulham's defense was relatively weak. After receiving the ball, he didn't hesitate and sprinted towards Fulham's penalty area. Fulham's left-back, Richardson, charged aggressively towards Lin Quan, not even glancing at the ball, and charged straight at him. The Fulham fans in the stadium widened their eyes, their faces filled with anticipation. They were ready to watch their defender ravage the number 10 player. It's said that Manchester City spent a huge signing fee and offered the highest annual salary in football to sign this diminutive Spanish player, sparing no expense. The thought of their number 10 being easily defeated by a relatively ordinary defender in the Premier League made Fulham fans want to mock Manchester City for being foolish and throwing money around. What good is money? They'll still get bullied by Fulham, won't they? Besides Fulham fans, there was a mysterious spectator in the stands. Arsenal manager Arsene Wenger was also there, wanting to scout Manchester City, or rather, to assess Lin Quan's adaptation to the Premier League. Fulham, like Arsenal, is a London team, so for the professor, watching a game at the Cottagers Stadium wasn't difficult. He had always been a big fan of Lin Quan and very keen to sign him. Although he ultimately failed, it didn't diminish his admiration for Lin Quan. However, Wenger was well aware of the intensity of Premier League matches. He himself wasn't sure if Lin Quan could adapt to the pace of the Premier League. At this moment, seeing the Fulham defender charging fiercely towards Lin Quan, Wenger's heart skipped a beat. Lin Quan is a genius, please don't get injured. Bang! A loud collision rang out. Richardson and Lin Quan collided head-on. But, unexpectedly, it wasn't Lin Quan who was knocked down, but Richardson himself. The latter bounced back as if he had hit a wall, landing heavily on the ground, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? How come this kid wasn't knocked down? Lin Quan glanced disdainfully at Richardson on the ground. Even Ramos couldn't knock me down, who do you think you are? After Richardson's failed defense, Lin Quan had a clear path ahead. The Fulham defender seemed not to have expected their teammate's interception to fail, and only started moving at this point, which was obviously too late. Before the opposing centre-back could cover, Lin Quan dribbled past Richardson into the penalty area, and facing the on-rushing goalkeeper, he delicately chipped the ball into the net. The score was now 1-0. Seeing Lin Quan collide with his own defender and score into his own net, the Fulham fans in the stadium fell silent. This isn't how we expected this. Chapter 175 Iron-Blooded Spirit. Did I see that right? Lin Wang ate the opponent's back. Haha, I saw it too. Fulham's 1.8-meter left-back charged over aggressively, trying to knock Lin Wang down, but ended up getting humiliated by him instead. 666. I didn't expect Lin Wang to be so physically strong. Just for your information, although Lin Wang is only 173 centimeters tall, he weighs 73 kilograms. Fulham's left-back Richardson is 180 centimeters tall, but only weighs 70 kilograms. They thought Lin Wang was an easy target, but they ended up kicking a steel plate. Damn, is Lin Wang really that muscular? I can't believe it. That's what they call not judging a book by its cover. Lin, well done. David Silva, seeing Lin Quan defeat his opponent in a head-on confrontation and score a goal, excitedly ran over to high-five Lin Quan in celebration. These guys in the Premier League only respond to toughness, not softness. The weaker you are, the more they'll bully you. If you show some toughness and teach them a lesson, they won't dare to be so arrogant. This was David Silva's advice, which was of great reference value for Lin Quan's upcoming Premier League journey. Yeah, thanks, David. Lin Quan listened thoughtfully and looked back at Richardson, who had just been helped up by his teammates. Did David mean to encourage me to continue teaching this guy a lesson? What happened? How did you lose to that kid? Tarrant helped his teammate up from the ground and asked in confusion. It's nothing, I just slipped. Next time I'll show him what I'm capable of. Richardson didn't want to admit that he had lost in a physical confrontation, so he deliberately made up an excuse to save face. Well, that's good. Next time I'll deal with him with you. Tarrant patted Richardson on the shoulder and returned to his defensive position. Just then, Lin Quan glanced over at Richardson. The latter felt Lin Quan's ill-intentioned gaze and instantly felt a chill run down his spine, sensing something was amiss. The game continued, and under Lin Quan's orchestration, Manchester City's attack became increasingly fluid. Fulham's rough-around-the-edges players were indeed significantly less technically gifted than Manchester City's. Without fouls, it would be virtually impossible for them to win the ball from Manchester City players. But this was the Premier League, and fouls were inevitable. Like many mid- to lower-table Premier League clubs, Fulham's players were adept at using their physical advantages. As a result, scenes of them fouling Manchester City players with a ball occurred repeatedly. In other leagues, such actions would mostly be ruled fouls by the referee. However, in the Premier League, the referee's standards were lenient, most of these fouls were not called, and there was even a subtle encouragement for players to engage in physical confrontations. The referee's lenient standards emboldened Fulham's players, making them even more reckless. Under constant physical contact and fouls from the opposing team, Manchester City's attack became somewhat shaky. Lin Quan was the most frequently fouled player. As the core of Manchester City's attack, he held the ball for the longest periods. However, thanks to his excellent dribbling skills, it was much more difficult for opponents to dispossess him than for other Manchester City players. Therefore, Fulham players would foul him whenever they failed to intercept, preventing him from making breakthroughs or dribbling past opponents. In less than 30 minutes of the first half, Lin Quan had been fouled at least 10 times. Among these fouls, Fulham's left-back Richardson committed the most. Having learned from his previous failure, he realized that the opponent's physical strength was no less than his own. Simply using reasonable contact to confront him would not only fail to stop him, but would also backfire. Therefore, he began to use fouling tactics against Lin Quan. After all, the Premier League's officiating is relatively lenient. Some fouls might not be called. Even if they were, it didn't matter, as long as he didn't get a card. After fouling Lin Quan again, the referee only blew the whistle and gave him a perfunctory verbal warning. Richardson didn't care at all, and instead said smugly to Lin Quan, "Kid, welcome to the Premier League. This is how we treat our guests." The Fulham fans in the stands were overjoyed to see the opposing team's attacking midfielder being repeatedly brought down by their own players. This was exactly the scene they wanted to see. However, once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Every time a Fulham player brought Lin Quan down, he immediately got up, without any intention of rolling on the ground or wasting time. After getting up, Lin Quan quickly rejoined the attack, completely as if nothing had happened. This made the Fulham fans' smiles gradually fade. Although he was an opposing player, as opponents, they had to admit that Manchester City's number 10 was very much to their liking. How come this kid is so hard to kick? It's outrageous. Is he made of iron? He's fucking tough. I thought that with his amazing footwork, he'd be like those effeminate technical players who would just protest to the referee and roll around on the ground when they get kicked, but I didn't expect him to not utter a single complaint. His playing style is a lot like Keane or even Cantona back in the day, but without Cantona's arrogance. On the other side, seeing that Lin Quan wasn't intimidated by the opponent's fouling tactics, but instead gradually adapted to the pace of the Premier League and played better and better on the field, Wenger felt a glimmer of hope. His previous worries seemed to have vanished. Lin Quan didn't have the problem of not being able to adapt to the Premier League's pace. But then, the professor's eyes dimmed again. What a good player. It's a pity he can't come to Arsenal. What a pity. The Fulham players, who had initially intended to laugh at him, seemed to be impressed by Lin Quan's tough playing style. When Lin Quan was fouled again by a Fulham player and quickly got back up, they not only stopped loudly mocking him, but some Fulham players even couldn't help but applaud him. Having excellent footwork alone might not win over Premier League fans. But having excellent footwork and such a tough playing style is very appealing. However, the Fulham fans' laughter soon faded. While being repeatedly fouled, Lin Quan was also observing the referee's decisions. After confirming that Premier League referees were lenient in their officiating, he began to take control. In the 38th minute, Fulham intercepted the ball and attempted a counter-attack. Richardson was about to dribble forward to assist when a sliding tackle came and sent him sprawling to the ground. Richardson clutched his leg, rolling on the floor in pain. The Fulham fans erupted in uproar, and after recognizing who had committed the foul, they burst into angry shouts. Red card. Give that kid a red card. That Spanish bad boy is despicable. The foul was committed by none other than Lin Quan, who had been repeatedly fouled by Richardson. The referee was nearby and saw the play clearly. Lin Quan's foot touched the ball first, then brought Richardson down. It was a clean ball. In other leagues, this would at most be considered a foul, but this is the Premier League. His previous standards were so lenient, if he called a foul now, the inconsistency would be seen as biased officiating against Manchester City. So, despite the protests from the fans, the referee expressionlessly signaled for play to continue. After making this gesture, he glanced at Lin Quan, who acted as if nothing had happened after the tackle, not even looking at the fallen Richardson, and charged straight for the ball. This ruthlessness was reminiscent of Manchester United's former captain, Keane. But, aren't you a Manchester City player? How can you inherit Manchester United's iron-fisted genes? Seeing the referee's decision, the fans were unhappy. They booed the refereeing team without hesitation. And it wasn't just the referee who was booed. Lin Quan, who had made the tackle, was also booed. They had cheered loudly when Lin Quan was fouled by their players earlier. Now that Lin Quan had retaliated in the same way, they couldn't accept it, and they all wanted to rush onto the field and pull a red card from the referee's pocket to send Lin Quan off. Fulham fans' double standards were on full display at this moment. Because the game continued, and possession was still in Manchester City's hands, the Fulham players couldn't pay attention to Richardson, who was lying on the ground. He howled on the ground for a while, and finding no one paying attention to him, he had to get up himself and limp back into the game. Lin Quan's kick had been quite hard. When Richardson fell, he even wondered if his leg had been broken. However, he had been kicked in the shin bone, a contusion. The bone wasn't broken, just the pain was very intense. Feeling the sharp pain in his leg, Richardson instinctively kept his distance from Lin Quan. At this point, he dared not provoke Lin Quan. Lin Quan's tackle earlier had left him with a psychological scar. Richardson understood that this kid was the type to hold a grudge, ruthless to himself and even more ruthless to others, so don't mess with him easily. If you can't afford to mess with him, can't you at least avoid him? As it turned out, he really couldn't avoid him. Just because he didn't provoke Lin Quan didn't mean Lin Quan wouldn't come looking for trouble. In the 44th minute, the ball was at Lin Quan's feet again, and he launched another attack on Fulham's penalty area from the right flank. As a full-back, Richardson had nowhere to hide and had to grit his teeth and rush forward. Fortunately, this time the ball was in the opponent's hands, so the opponent shouldn't be able to foul him again, right? As it turned out, he was too naive. Seeing his hesitation, wanting to go forward but not daring to, Lin Quan took a touch of the ball and accelerated, trying to overtake him. Richardson quickly blocked his position and grabbed Lin Quan's jersey to prevent him from rushing past. Lin Quan had been waiting for this moment. He deliberately moved closer to Richardson, unleashing Kunji's signature Iron Mountain lean, sending Richardson staggering back several steps before he landed hard on his backside. Lin Quan then surged into the penalty area, dribbled past Stekelenburg, and slotted the ball into the empty net, making the score 2-0. After scoring, Lin Quan didn't celebrate with his teammates but instead walked over to Richardson. "Thank you for the welcome. I hope you enjoyed my hospitality." The players from both teams and the fans in the stadium stared in disbelief at what was happening on the field. Could they believe it? A newcomer to the Premier League had taught a seasoned veteran a lesson. After taking a 2-0 lead, Manchester City substituted a large number of players in the second half. Pellegrini began experimenting with various defensive combinations to see which one suited him best. This major change in Manchester City's defense should have been Fulham's opportunity. However, Fulham's attacking methods were too predictable. They struggled to create ground passing options and resorted to long balls and crosses from the byline. Manchester City's defenders adapted to this one-dimensional attacking style, making it difficult for them to pose a threat. In the 79th minute of the second half, Lin Quan assisted Aguero to score again, making it 3-0. Ultimately, thanks to goals from Lin Quan and Aguero, Manchester City secured a 3-0 victory over Fulham, achieving a winning start to their pre-season friendlies. 5 days later, Manchester City returned to their home ground to face Premier League giants Arsenal. Arsenal were significantly stronger than Fulham. Their players were extremely adept at ground passing and combination play, a stark contrast to Fulham's previous match where they relied solely on long balls. Faced with Arsenal's dazzling ground passing game, Manchester City's defense was completely overwhelmed by their attacking rhythm. Before the first half was even over, Arsenal had already scored 2 goals for Manchester City. The goals were scored by Theo Walcott and Aaron Ramsey, with Walcott contributing a goal and an assist, delivering an outstanding performance. Walcott was signed by Arsene Wenger at the age of 17 and is a young player whom Wenger highly regards. His performance has lived up to Wenger's expectations. Last season, Walcott scored 21 goals in all competitions, averaging 0.5 goals per game, making him Arsenal's top scorer. This season, to retain Walcott, Arsenal, at Wenger's request, offered him a massive contract with a weekly wage of £100,000, which translates to approximately €6 million per year. For a young player of only 23, this salary is extremely high. However, Manchester City has a player earning 4 times that amount. Seeing Walcott wreaking havoc in City's backline, Lin Quan naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. He also contributed a goal and an assist in the first half, scoring one himself and assisting Silva's goal. The first half ended in a 2-2 draw. Both teams were dissatisfied with the score. Pellegrini was unhappy that his team's defense was too easily breached by the opponent's passing and movement tactics, while Wenger was unhappy that his midfield couldn't control the game and that his defenders couldn't contain Lin Quan. Therefore, both teams made adjustments at halftime. Arsenal substituted the soft-playing Mesut Ozil with Spanish international Santi Cazorla. This substitution proved effective. Cazorla quickly provided an assist, setting up Olivier Giroud for a goal in the penalty area. Arsenal took the lead, temporarily putting them 3-2 ahead of Manchester City. However, Cazorla isn't a physically imposing player. While his combination play with his teammates improved after he came on, it didn't solve Arsenal's midfield weakness. With Lin Quan dropping deeper, Manchester City began to dominate Arsenal in midfield. Possession gradually shifted to Manchester City, but with Lin Quan's deeper position, the attack lacked cohesion, significantly reducing their offensive firepower. At this point, Manchester City fans clearly felt Lin Quan's importance to the team. Although Lin Quan has only been with the team for a short time, he has already become an indispensable part of Manchester City. This kid, he can orchestrate the team's attack in the front, control the midfield when he drops back, and as a winger, he can both dribble and shoot to score, and deliver high-quality crosses from the byline to help his teammates score. He's practically a monster, an all-rounder. On the Arsenal bench, assistant coach Patrice marveled at Lin Quan's performance on the field. Although Lin Quan plays as a free agent, his position isn't fixed, but this is just too much freedom. A player running around like this makes Arsenal's defense very difficult. Yes, Lin is a genius-level player. Wenger's evaluation of Lin Quan was higher than his assistant's. After all, this was the white moonlight he had once missed. In the 72nd minute of the match, Lin Quan received the ball in the defensive midfield position. Before the opponents rushed into press, he observed their defensive positioning. Aguero saw Lin Quan with the ball and immediately moved forward, trying to create space. After scoring several goals from Lin Quan, Aguero had no doubt about Lin Quan's passing ability. Although the distance between them was a bit far at this point, he had no doubt that as long as he created space, Lin Quan would definitely deliver the ball to his feet. The Argentine gambled correctly. Seeing Aguero's run, Lin Quan decisively took a shot, sending a super long pass of over 40 meters. This ball seemed to have eyes, accurately finding Aguero in the running process. When Aguero received the ball, he suddenly found that there was open space in front of him. Lin Quan's pass, combined with his run, actually broke through Arsenal's defense. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.